In Week 2, Day 1 of Mplmysg, we kick things off with an all-Malaysian teams lineup, with the first match being Reborn going up against Team Bosskurr. Our MVP for Week number 1, Mao, went beast mode once again when he picked up 1-1 in the first game. He managed to clutch a 1v2 situation facing Mplmysg and Fakers, and Mao, being Mao, handled things pretty calm and managed to get one kill. In respects to that, game number 2, a respect ban was made towards Mao's 1-1 by Bosskurr. And it wasn't. And however, looking at the mistakes from Fakers and Mplmysg trying to split the fight, Reborn knew it was an opportunity to make a comeback after getting 2 important kills in that team fight. And Silo was in. Furthermore, in the final team fight, Silo was able to get a kill towards the opponent's core hero Roger, and this kill became the key success towards them, earning the 2-0 against Team Bosskurr.
Now let's look at match number 2 between Orange Lover Esports versus Team Todak. Now this is our first time seeing the appearance of the brand new Orange Lover Esports performing in MPL Season 6. However, they were able to meet the people's expectation. Although Chiku from Todak, on the other hand, played super well with his lane and was able to assassinate and achieve his triple kill in game number 1. Following up in game number 2, Chiku's first blood, and following on towards his second kill under that tier 2 tower is not because Chiku feared death, but death fearing Chiku. With such a huge gap in the early game and with his beautiful team synergy with Chiku, they were able to achieve godlike and even achieve an easy 2-0 in week number 2, day number 1. Now today, following up with the rest of the team, we have Team Bosskurr versus Divinity Esports, Reborn versus EVOS SG, and Team SNG versus Resurgence.
Welcome to Mplmysg Season 6, sponsored by U2, our official digital telco, and also presented to you by Moonton. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is none other than Yolo Lee, the man himself. And be sure to drink more water, because why? We're going to be having some exciting matches for you today here. Today is going to be jam-packed here for Week 2, Day 2. Yesterday, we did see a couple of interesting matches here. The all-Malaysian star teams has duked it out. But today, today is going to be a long one indeed here. Who do we have here, Yolo Lee? But before that, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Great as well after witnessing such an amazing game yesterday. Very intense, but today going to be even more action-packed and exciting game. But all of this is thanks to our sponsors, U2 and Moonton. But speaking of U2, do you know that if you sign up for U2 today, guys, you get a free 5 GB data and face amazing deals and promotion like for all of your MLBB needs and add-ons for a 20 GB for only 1 ringgit. Such value, right? That's crazy.
Exactly here. 1 ringgit only, you can get a special deal. But at the same time, back to topic here, we are going to be seeing some amazing games to come. I guarantee you here, today's match is going to be the legendary ones. Because why? We're going to be deciding who is going to be on top of the pack and the leaderboard here. And if you guys are wondering who is going to be on the top here, we're going to be showing you the schedules momentarily. However, before we talk about today's games here, it seems to be the meta itself, it's changing time and time again here. But for today's match, who do we have? Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Team Bosskurr going up against Divinity Esports to start things off for today's matchup. And next up, like I said, the Titans going head-to-head here. The best from Malaysia and the best from Singapore. Currently in the standings here, we have Reborn going up against EVOS Esports as our second pair-up. And last but not least, the end of the game, we have Team SMG and Resurgence. So this is going to be a little bit tough one here, as today's matchup is going to be Malaysia versus Singapore.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very intensive between both of the nations here, but most importantly, let's talk a little bit between our first game for today. That's going to be between Team Bosskurr and Team Divinity Esports. Now, okay, Team Bosskurr, everyone heard of them. They have seen the playstyle as well, and including Divinity from last week. And you guys remember as well, Divinity Esports, some members are returning veterans from a long time ago. But anyway, let's just quickly bring up the standings to check out what is happening and currently going on between the majority of this team here. So Team Red Reborn is going to be still having and settling with their top spot comfortably for themselves here with a whopping points of 5, following down the ladder is going to be EVOS SG with 4 points, Team Todak with 3, Geek Fam with 1. Forsaken, of course, is currently standing at 0 and currently in the middle line between the teams, mainly because they have not played yet until soon enough. Following down, again in 6th place, is going to be Resurgence with -1 and the bottom 4 ladder. Who are they, Terrence?
Well, the bottom 4 here, we have Divinity Esports, Team SMG, Orange Love Esports, and also Team Bosskurr here. So as of now, Divinity Esports and Team Bosskurr, they are in the borderlines for the bottom half, for the bottom 2 here to be eliminated from the playoffs. But of course, we are looking for the top 8 here to actually make it towards the playoffs later on. But as of now, like you said, Forsaken has not played a single matches yet, and it's been a hard first weekend coming from day 1 from yesterday as well. We see all the teams just duking out the top of the pack, just flexing their skills immediately here. But the biggest flex of them all is gonna happen here today. For me, I'm excited here. I can't wait to see EVOS going up against Reborn, because the best from Malaysia and the best from Singapore going head to head.
Yeah, I mean, pretty sure everyone, not just you, but all the viewers back at home as well. So seriously, guys, all of you viewers back at home, thank you guys so much for joining us. And also at the same time, comment down in the comment section below on saying to see who you want to see take it the win here. By the way, we're going to be showing you an amazing player lineup video between our first 2 teams. So let's quickly bring up the video and enjoy.
Dalam tim Divinity tu, satu orang je player yang pernah main MPL, and then the others player tu mostly they all don't have the pengalaman tau dalam MPL. So we are really confident that we can beat them.
This week we will play twice. I think Malaysian is quite easy.
Because we got the best player in the whole world. His name is Soup.
Preparation kita orang dalam 8/10 lah.
From 1 to 10 should be 11 lah.
Saya rasa diorang akan ban support tank kita orang lah. So sama ada Sakura atau Scott. Sebab line up kita orang 6 orang. So 2 user tank support. Kalau dia ban salah seorang, memang kita orang tak ada lah user tank support.
I think they will ban myself lah. Yeah. If not, the game will be quite tough for them.
Saya harapkan tim Divinity ni ada mental yang kuat lah untuk main MPL. Sebab MPL ni bukan tempat orang biasa-biasa main lah.
I think you don't show up better.
Forfeit now, lose half. Sorry.
Forfeit now, lose half. So guess what? Who's gonna talk the talk is gonna be represented after playing this match here. These two gonna go head to head, and who will come out with the bragging rights after that that trash talk here. However, I'm looking forward to see who the rosters are. For those of you who do not know, these are going to be a player rosters for today, coming in from Team Bosskurr and also Divinity Esports. But as of now, to start things off here, we have Perisai, Scott, Schoolpause, Sakura, Resurgence, and also Fakers going to be playing for today here. And I'm looking forward to see what kind of playstyles are they going to be playing here. They had a really, really rough start here coming from yesterday's game here, Leonard.
Yeah, and the thing is this as well, Team Bosskurr definitely didn't have it easy at all. But anyway, this is a fresh new day. Pretty sure they slowly revamp themselves as they prepare to go against Divinity Esports. And speaking of Divinity Esports, these are your members and rosters, starting off with WJ, followed by Soup, Anamir, WQXD, Healer, and MSW. So a lot of confidence was coming for some of the players from this team here, and in particular, it was pretty much between Soup and MSW. As we saw last week as well, Soup, who was playing the Chang'e and playing the mainly the mage role here, he did quite a great job as being the, not to really say the anchor, but really great at just poking and forcing a majority of this team to be out of position. But will that be enough to take that top spot or even try to get this win over of Team Bosskurr? We shall see as we slowly come into this game.
Exactly here. Based on the video as well, we did see a couple of preparations being made as well.
Yes.
You can see the conversations that they were having towards each other was insane. They know exactly what they were thinking, what kind of picks is going to be picked here. But before we get into that here are some of the previous stats coming from Team Bosskurr from yesterday's performance here. We see Esmeralda, Roger, Cecilian, Kali, and Farsa being picked a lot lately.
Yep.
But do you think they'll still keep up with the picks coming into this game against Divinity Esports here?
I mean, it always comes down. It depends on the situation as well. All the drafting has always been kind of situational, especially with the existence of the 10-man ban. So there's a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more creativity coming down to the bans here, depending on whether you want the ban heroes to either amp out your hero's composition or you want to directly target a certain player composition to just deny them all their heroes. In other words, well, I'm going to say it as well, and same case for exactly what Ozora Vecchi from GeekFam said during his interview, this 10 bans will hurt those teams with a very small hero pool. But anyway, coming down to Divinity Esports here, these are their most picked heroes and followed by the Kitty from their last game.
Yep, we have Esmeralda, Chang'e, Baxia, Roger, and Angela here, which is kind of interesting because Divinity Esports is one of the teams are playing a little bit of hybrid metas from previous seasons here. They prioritize the Angela for the movement speed as well, but they are still sticking to the mage meta here. It seems to me the Singaporean teams really prefer playing the mage style. Plays are very similar to GeekFam as well, and I feel like Divinity Esports, they may bring something new to the table here. And due to the fact as well, like the conversations that they had during the video as well, there is only one player that has played MPL before, which is WQXD, the first ever MPL Season 1's champion. And it's insane, you know, to see him bringing back a new blood. And they've mentioned as well, there is a new star player, one of the best players coming from Singapore is none other than Swoop being recommended on the videos here. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of drafts they're going to be playing here. However, these are going to be some stats comparison for you guys with Team Bosskurr on the left side and Divinity Esports on the right side here.
Dude, I'm just going to say first, once again, no matter how many times I see all the stats, it's always like a boom, boom situation because it's just so cool. But I mean, let's talk a little bit about the stats here, overall stats. So Team Bosskurr currently still has a very similar stats from yesterday, still prioritizing a little bit more on that kill participation. In other words, we can see they are prioritizing more on their rotations, those ganks,
Early aggressions as well.
early aggressions, and now coming out into Divinity Esports, we can definitely tell, ooh, man. Dedicated mostly towards not only in dominating that lane, but staying in that lane most of the time as well. Very lacking in objective plays, and also just very lacking in that rotation. Although we see in some of the games, those two games which they played, there are some rotations, but it's either too late or very slow or just very off timing here.
Well, I definitely agree on that part as well. On top of that, Divinity Esports, they've only played 2 games, and they were one of the very few teams who's actually experimented as the known Digi feeding meta. It didn't work well, and maybe because of that game is resulted on a different kind of stats here.
Sure.
But you can see their clear objective of the gameplay was pure zoning here. But before we get a little bit more into the details of strats and the drafts as well, this is going to be the featured players coming from both teams. We have Perisai from Team Bosskurr and WJ on from Divinity Esports.
No, interesting enough, like if we were to compare like both of these heroes, both of these players in particular as well, we can see Nomi Perisai, he definitely knows exactly what his role is dictating, the responsibility and the burden that really carry on top of him. But there are just often times where there's a little bit of over-aggression, mistiming, or maybe some situation you guys can notice in some of his plays, maybe a slight miscommunication with the team, and that's literally allows Scoopbox to really rise and shine as the true anchor of this team, because he literally, when he noticed like, alright, if my fighters are not, is a little bit in a weird situation, I will step up. And we've seen it so many times, very consistent with both of his support plays and with his fighter plays with the Khalid, really amazing. And if I'm not mistaken as well, he did a beautiful save, saving two of his members with the Khalid, with the Raging Sandstorm. He literally denied 3 members of the opposing team from getting the kill on his 2 members. That was such an amazing play.
Yep. Speaking of plays as well, both teams have very similar play styles. Both of them prefer early aggression towards the early stage of the games as well. We can see from yesterday's performance, Bosskurr was prioritizing on closing up the games rather early. Likewise for Divinity Esports, when they tried out the Digi strat here, because if you think about it, both their clear objectives are not just taking on turtle buffs or even taking objectives. Their clear objectives of their gameplay and playstyles are usually dominating the map control, focusing on kills, and that's why they have rather high kill participations coming from Divinity Esports. Likewise for Bosskurr, but still, it's just a little bit unfortunate though. However, this is going to be some predictions for you from our viewers back at home who's watching us right now, and it seems to me there's going to be a very heavy swing of predictions here, favoring towards Team Bosskurr.
I mean, of course, because Divinity is only played like once, 1 BU3 so far, so in other words, we could just say 2 games, and people's expectation is just very unfavorable for them, because I was just watching like, hey, Divinity maybe a little bit sloppy, a little bit of overaggressions, maybe the timing for the rotation is very slow as well. And if you want to compare with Team Bosskurr as well, who has been a quite prominent team in Malaysia and also has quite a fan base too, so it's not, to me, it's not very unexpected to see the audience prediction being 80% to 20%, although I did expect it to be 90%, very similar to the matchup between Team Red Reborn against Geekfam for that audience prediction.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you know, all these predictions all these kinds of expectations are always meant to be broken, right? Team Red Reborn literally stunned both the nations with that unexpected win against Geekfam there. So maybe this time we might see Divinity pull off something new, because they were trying multiple stats, trying something new, especially the Digi strat as well. Unfortunately, the competition they went with the Digi didn't really amplify it at all, especially with the Alice and the Cecilia picked out. That was really unfavorable for them in that situation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what kind of strategies they're going to be playing as well. And like the interviews video as well, they did mention that they have not played MPL. So adapting to the MPL MYSG's playstyle against Malaysian teams and also their fellow citizens of Singaporean teams, it's going to be a tough struggle for them as well, because you can see based on the drought, when they brought out the Digi, no team was willing to experiment on the feeding Digi strat here, but they were willing to experiment here. But do they have enough time to actually adapt to the playstyles coming for MPL MYSG? This is the great moment for them to actually start out things off, because Team Bosskurr and Divinity Esports, you can see, both have very clear objectives into coming to this game. Team Bosskurr, they're in the borderline of the leaderboards here. They need this win. Whereas Divinity Esports, they have to beat Team Bosskurr, one of the weakest currently in the standings. And if they can beat Team Bosskurr, they might actually stand a chance against faring well against the top dogs, who's going to be playing in the following weeks to come. But like you said, first draft coming in, first game right now, Yishun Xin and Yuzhong to start things off will be banned off, and Bosskurr will have first pick in advance here. YOLO Lee, do you think they're going to be playing very similar playstyles? Are they going to be sticking it to their playstyles coming from yesterday's performance coming from Team Bosskurr?
I mean, it depends as well, because seeing the first ban coming towards this game here, instantly banning out the Yisushin, this tells me that Team Bosskurr in this game came with a plan. They have a certain composition they want to go for, and also with this composition they want to go for, they want to deny any visual ability that's going to be coming towards the side, potentially using against them in this entire lineup. So I'm going to be seeing Team Bosskurr, the entire lineup is going to be very aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if I see an Assassin hyper carry, or maybe it's just straight up a Roger at this point here. But Divinity Esports, on the other hand, their bans is still very simple, right? It's just like mainly their banning phase is just mostly who they do not want to face and who they cannot really deal with. So getting rid of the Yuzhong, very respectable ban as usual. Selena, because they're just fearing that early game potential, but there are still other heroes still in the pool. Now Team Bosskurr, do they want to let this Khalid go, or do they want to try to secure it for themselves? Because they do have the opportunity to lock in Khalid as the first pick for themselves here. So will Divinity Esports ban out the Khalid or just ban out someone else?
Well, it seems to be Team Bosskurr. They did mention as well they were going to prioritize on banning tanks towards Divinity Esports. Without their tanks, they're gonna fall off a little bit here. Maybe Divinity Esports has made changes towards their play styles, but at the same time, Bosskurr, they did mention as well, they're gonna focus on that ban. That Baxia will be a good ban as well, considering that we've seen Divinity Esports constantly picks Baxia from time to time, and now denying the Uranus in the pool as well. So as of now, based on the drafts, a lot of vision control has been taken out from the map. A lot of map control and tankiness has been also taken out from the map based on this 6 bans here. Now, this leaves out a lot of heroes also up in the pool here, which is, do they pick the Roger, do they prioritize the Esmeralda, or do they want to play the Cho, which is very favorable in yesterday's matchup here. Seems to me, Bosskurr will take the Esmeralda.
I mean, it's going to be very flexible because this is by far the first time we're going to be seeing Atlas and Kufra at the same time in the hero pool to be picked as well. So, but in the end, Team Bosskurr is going to be prioritizing that lane dominance with the Esmeralda. But Divinity Esports, if they lock down this Atlas, this is going to be the first few ever Atlas we're going to be seeing inside this game here, and it's going to be a really great pickup alongside with this Khalid. So the first 2 plays is looking very favorable for the side here of Divinity Esports. Now Team Bosskurr, do they want this Farsa? Do they want this Cho? They're going to be locking out the Cho. Now the next man is either going to be a fighter or a mage support for them.
Yeah, they have to figure out what's going to be a plan here, but the Farsa is still up for grabs as well, considering the Farsa actually does a lot of damage towards Khalid as well. You need those additional bursts to actually pick them down here. They may consider picking the Farsa, but like I said, they've picked the Cho. They might start things off with the Farsa very similar as well, but seems to me they are going to let the Farsa slide and consider taking the Roger instead here. However, that leaves a lot of other options here, so they're going to be keeping it open for now. But Divinity Esports, do they pick the Kufra here? Because as of now, they're not really in a very, very comfortable position here, because they have the Atlas to open things up. They have the Kali to sustain. But who is going to be their backup plan? Who is going to be the trendsetter here? Because Adamir, we've seen strong performance coming in from them on the Yuzhong, coming from the qualifiers. But on his mage, it was a little bit lackluster. But what is going to be Adamir's pickup here? Could it be Adamir Farsa coming from Divinity Esports?
I mean, it's still going to be a lot of things to think about and decide. But I mean, locking down the Farsa is going to be really great because they do not want to give away this Farsa. Because in this case, Team Bosskurr, they didn't really opt for this Farsa because they really want to prioritize this mobility that's going to be coming towards this team, especially noticing there is an Atlas. So they realize, okay, we need someone, a hero, where even if he gets caught, a hyper carry gets caught in this fatal chain, that counter initiation, he still will be able to sustain and back up and reposition, or even take the fight towards them should that fight throws down. Especially with this Cho, they already anticipated like, alright, if you pick Atlas, we'll pick hero that's going to be diving in on top of you. Now Team Bosskurr, they need to try to ban out hero that's going to be able to retaliate back. Although Thamos will be a good, amazing pickup here, but they're trying to decide, do they want to prevent the amount of damage going to be coming from the side of Divinity Esports, or do they want to shut down any more initiation and control heroes here?
Well, the Yushin scene was already banned here. They probably need another fighter down into the middle fight here, or maybe even a casual marksman. Mplmysg is pretty much out. There is still the 1-1, but as of now, I believe it was only Reborn has played 1-1 yet, so they might just completely let it slide. But the Cloud ban here, a little bit of a risky ban, not favorable pick coming into this meta, but at the same time, it's still a viable marksman to consider here, considering that they lack a lot of AoE bursts here coming from Divinity Esports, except for the Farsa. So maybe fearing the power of the Cloud and its mobility is something Team Bosskurr is worrying about, and I feel like it's definitely a good one.
I mean, there's also the Esmeralda in the opposing team as well, so they do not really want to have the claw on the other side. By the way, the final ban coming up for Divinity is going to be a Lunox. Although I'm not a very big fan of the Lunox ban, there are probably more priority bans here in this pool which they can really try to opt for here. In this case, if I was Divinity Esports, I would really want to get control, or at least try to ban out either the Loi or the Sicilian, because the Sicilian is just so good, and not only in controlling this Farsa, but also able to control the rest of the team that's going to be diving on top of them as well with the Sanguine Claws. Now, final ban coming from Team Bosskurr, they know, they sort of understand as well what they're trying to figure out what is lacking in Divinity Esports team here. They have a mage support, they have one of the fighters in the lane, one of the strongest lane harassers as well, and the team fight composition. All is left is going to be the hyper carry.
And as of now, they're going to be banning the carry as well. All the marksmen are pretty much taken out from side Divinity Esports here. They really lack that physical damage. And on top of that, Bosskurr, they have a lot of flexibility to work with here. They can still pick the Grok if they want coming from yesterday's game. They can consider taking the Camilla as well as the Sicilian for themselves to play a little bit more spin push potential. But it seems to me, Divinity Esports, they will prioritize on the Gatot Kacha. But most importantly, what is going to be their main source of damage here? Because they're going to be, are they going to rely pure damage coming from Khalid? Is it going to be enough here? Because Khalid is great for cutting for backlines here, but it seems to me Gadokacha off lane might be in the play here coming from Divinity Esports.
I mean, Gadokacha we have seen it a couple of times as well. It also has crossed my mind that Gadokacha could be a very viable pick for them too. Ooh, hovering over the Cyclops.
Wow, I'm
cool.
liking the Cyclops.
That's going to be cool as well because like they're already seeing there's so many engaging heroes. Seriously, 3, just looking for the lineup from Divinity as well. There's going to be 3 that's going to be jumping right on top of them as well. Hovering over the Cyclops, although there will be some control, especially with that ultimate lockdown. And he also have quite the amount of magic news for himself since he just got that sweet buff in that patch. And I know, Terrace, you have been waiting for quite a while to cast a game where we see actually the Cyclops in this game. But yes, the Ruby. Lock down this Ruby because that not only is Ruby a great initiate and also a great amount of damage, but he's also able, with his buff in this patch, he's able to control with his ultimate. I'm offended. The range is so much longer, and if you think about it, if Ruby pairs the ultimate with the flicker, it's going to be very similar to the Divine Judgment flicker combo on the Kaja.
Well, it seems to me, Divinity Esports, they're hovering over their marks. They have not decided what they're going to be picking here. They're going to be picking on the Bruno. A little bit of risky side, but still, it does do a lot of AoE damage here, considering they're playing around the Atlas combo. So a little bit of wombo combos coming in. Divinity Esports may pull this off, but at the same time, Team Bosskurr to close things out with the Ruby. I'm loving how much change they have made towards Ruby and how disruptive and tanky it can be. But like you said as well, I'm loving the Cyclops offlane here. Against a Gadokacha matchup, yeah, I think Cyclops is going to shred him off.
Honestly, I don't think it's going to be a Cyclops offlane, but we're going to be checking it out later on as we go towards this game. But most importantly, that last pick, Bruno, right, is mostly a very safe pick. So Bruno has always been one of those marksmen that is very versatile, very flexible. He has a great amount of early game, got the amount of movement speed as well. And even when it gets to the late game with his ultimate way of the world, he's going to be able to clear out a majority of this kill. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, get all your water, get all your popcorn, because we're about to jump into the first game of today in this first BO3 between Team Bosskurr and Team Divinity Esports as we slowly jump onto the land of the dawn to see some amazing action.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how Divinity Esports is going to be playing this year. It seems to me it's going to be a hyper Bruno coming into this play here. So hoping for a little bit early aggression damage here to try and contest the Roger, who is going to be playing very similar playstyles here. But it seems to me, Team Bosskurr, they are going to be prioritizing and securing the double buffs initially here, and they're going to be leaving the offlane completely. And this is a great read coming from Divinity Esports. WQXD already cutting the lanes immediately on the top side, and they were going to lose a couple of huge XPs from the side of Team Bosskurr from the top side, and now they're going to go for the contestants here. WQXD doing a significant amount of damage towards Sakura, and this support Sakura is going to be a really tough one here. Like you said as well, Leonard, it's going to be a support Sakura, support Cyclops.
Definitely for sure, because because Ruby, we've seen for the past few days, not only a majority of the time here, the players, Ruby has a significant amount of damage, so you don't really need to build too many damage items on her as well. You're going to be prioritizing this Ruby as like the second follow-up initiator. So you're going to be building, although yes, she's definitely going to be building like 1 or 2 damage items, but the rest is going to be all tanky because you just want to really want to frontline, catch, and control. And Persa in this case is going to be very offensive, just not only give him much information, but try to lock it down. But beautiful catch coming in from Soup, and Soup will not only claim this first blood, but even punish Persa for that overextension.
Yeah, the amount of damage the Khalid can actually bring to the table is just unreal here. And I was discussing off the table as well that Khalid has so much roaming capabilities, and WQXD is currently controlling the top side of the lane, whereas bottom side, Bosskurr, they may need to switch up their playstyles here. They've lost the first engagement here, but still, Fakers is still alive. They're looking to pick a fight. Can they kill off this Gadokacha? A really, really tanky hero to actually fight with as well, but they won't focus on clearing creep wave. WJ still half HP. They're trying to poke his way through, but look at this, WJ, he's nowhere near to his level 4, but I think he's going to go down eventually, and he will eventually go down. Scoopbox barely makes it out alive.
Really great patient and commitment coming for the side here on the ball lane, because they just really want to try to get this trade, because there's already information coming in from Kaiser, right? Saying like, alright, a majority of the members is currently at top lane trying to get this first tier tower. So at least try to get this kill on WJ and try to trade off these towers. At least this way, we will try to even things out. But in terms of objective goal, Divinity Esports is currently in the lead, but not by a huge margin, but there is that lead.
Yep, the lead right now in terms of lane control, you can see Divinity Esports is just controlling it here. Perisai, he paid with his life early on here. He's nowhere near to his 4. He needs the Wave of the Dragon to set things up. And you can see Divinity Esports, they're expecting this. Here comes the kick here. Goes on the flicker. A bait as well. Really late reactions here, but WQXD will survive this. And by far, Divinity Esports currently standing alone, standing tall. And WJ, bottom side, does have the 4 available here, so any kind of aggressions coming from Team Bosskurr, he will be able to safely back out a team fight using his ultimate.
Once again, Parasite with his overcommitment, overconfidence as well, figuring out that he will be able to escape from any situation with his Shumpo, not anticipating 4 men coming in and gets punished for staying in that bush for a little too long. I get it, Parasite wants to give a little bit of information, but check it out. Look, Turtle pit, Turtle gets ever so low, but here comes the way the Dragon controlling down. MSW trying to deny the team fight commission that's going to be coming towards this game. But sadly, Turtle has already been taken, and the rest of the team has to fall back. But WJ commits the Avatar of the Guardians, but sadly, Parasite with Shumpo, he will be able to get out of that situation. And WQXD on the top side, oh, beautiful snipe by the way, coming out from Soup as he swooped in to get the kill on Sakura, who was playing the Cyclops.
Well, still pretty 50-50 trade, but definitely Divinity Esports definitely salvaged the team fight here. Despite losing a team fight, they had the turtle and they had to make use of it here. Now, taking 2 tier 2s, tier 1s already up the top side and bottom side, they are going to get a little bit more map control. WKXD going for the dive, get stunned on the 2, and now here comes the Atlas with the MSW. And Fakers managed to back out alive, so very, very close call for Team Bosskurr, but now the aggressions are already kicking off as Divinity Esports, they are going to flex their lead right now.
Really beautiful aggression coming from Divinity as well, realizing that they have a better team fight composition, following up with the Cully and WQXD seriously doing an amazing job with his ultimate, clashing and connecting a 2-man ultimate combo and just allowing them to force 2 hero spells, 2 flickers and purify. But here comes the catch. Parasite find MSW, locks him down with the Cyclops ultimate Stardust lockdown. That's gonna be an easy big kill and a beautiful assassination on MSW. But then again, MSW did commit the fatal links but was not able to get any kill out of this kind of situation.
Yeah, as you can see, Team Bosskurr, they're going to be prioritizing and making sure that Fakers stays alive all the time, making sure he's going to try and make some kills here. However, Team Bosskurr, as the game progresses here, they need to make some kind of plays here. And as the game progresses, we know Adamir is going to pop off eventually here on the Bruno. But Fakers, he's left alone again, farming all by himself. And he needs to back off. Fortunately for him, he will make it out alive.
Anyway, Parasite going to be invading the jungle, noticing the blue is here, but then again, here comes MSW with the perfect match. But Parasite is going to be able to Shumpo out of safety, and the reinforcement of Sakura on the Cyclops, they are preparing themselves for this turtle. But look at the top lane, we can see Schoolboy trying to lock down WQXD as long as possible, preventing him to try to go towards this turtle. But in the end, he had to let him go. And Parasite once again gets caught by MSW, but MSW is not going to be committed that fatal links because he really wants to try to prioritize on the core. Parasite popping a flicker, no flicker from him as well. So no feather ash. Parasite trying to see if he can try to get towards his back line. Now you can see Sakura throws down the star power lockdown WQXD. But here comes the big catch from the Ruby with the I'm offended. There's a ton, but the amount there is coming from the side of the team, especially from Adamir. He's gonna go for the hunt with the way of the wall. He secures the double kill. Kaiser flickers out. No more team to back him up or even their core. They have to give up this second turtle. And Divinity Esports looking really great in this game number 1 in this early game.
Oh, this is not looking good for Team Bosskurr here as Adamir slowly but surely getting his farm. He's not died a single time here. And this marksman out of the Divinity Esports is doing fantastically well. However, on the bottom side here, Schoolboss will get a disengage on the School, but he's all by himself. Can he sustain the damage here? Unfortunately, he was caught off guard by himself, and Team Bosskurr seems to me they're not sticking a team fight, they're pre-spread out, and as of now, they're trying to focus on buying time and split push, whereas Perisai once again trying to go for a pickup, but oh no, Kaiser got greedy, tried to tank the tower, unfortunately got picked off by WQXD, and just like that, he will bow out.
Really quick judgment coming from WQXD as well, realizing there's going to be one more creep wave left and confident with the amount of damage he can bring towards this game, easily hunts down and just dominates Kaiser under that first tier tower and not even allowing him to even get it for himself. But Parasite Sakura anticipating WQXD might be coming in, goes with the Shumpo Jikudo, followed by even the star power lockdown, but the other time the Guardians though with the fatal links will save his life, and WQXD will live to fight another day and literally showing Parasite and Sakura the he can literally show them the world.
Oh, they needed one more member from side Team Bosskurr, and that costly fight is going to cost them the game because as of now, Scoopop is all by himself. Fakus is in no situation to control this fight. Esmeralda is a little bit far off. Kaiser, he needs more items, and Divinity Esports, they're thinking about closing this game right off the bat with their goal lead. But as of now, they will play this a little bit safe, wait out for the third turtle, and go in for another fight. But Adamir, 3-0-1. Bosskurr needs to find that proper pickup here. They have not been able to get the kills for Fakus, and they need some kills on Fakus right now.
Because at this point, we can definitely tell that Team Bosskurr is just slowly playing a little bit more passive because noticing there's a lot of potential team fight competition with this Atlas alone. That pressure just literally forces them to back off and just try to go for this split push composition. But every time they try to go for this split push, Divinity Esports constantly sticking, constantly looking for fights. Even if it was just for 1 or 2 members, they are willing to take this risk and get the kill. And it has been working so well for them as well. They currently have 6 towers, 4 towers more than Team Bosskurr, and the goal is literally 6K.
Yep. And speaking of which here, third turtle going to be uncontested as of now. Adamir already hitting 2K crits here, and oh my goodness, Parisai! What are you doing there all by yourself once again? And he will get picked off. 5 deaths already up on Parisai. This is not looking good for Bosskurr, guys. As Divinity Esports is going to be pretty happy about that pickoff as they are steamrolling here.
This is the 4th time we actually saw Parisa just constantly overextension, but ooh, here, God, Fakus, definitely running into the wrong neighborhood here. Skillbox also trying to back up because Adamir, he's so big right now, he literally can just man up and 1v5 the rest of the team. He doesn't care if he gets caught because he's just so much tanking and so much damage. But on the other hand, swooping in once again to secure a beautiful kill on Sakura. 2 members shown on side here, Team Bosskurr. They will not be able to defend this bottom inhibitor, and it will go.
My goodness, indeed. Divinity Esports, they're full control right now with 60 seconds to spare to buy a little bit of time to prepare for the next Lord setup here. Is it going to be enough time for Team Bosskurr to actually get their itemizations here? As you can see, as slowly but surely, Adamir is already on 8.1k as compared to Fakus' 6,000 here, where he needs the Wind Talker available. But Parisai, what are you doing there again? All by himself, he gets caught out a little bit low and he needs to back off, and fortunately for him, he will survive. They do bait out the feathered airstrike, but it has a relatively low cooldown. Divinity is what they have a lot of time to work with here, but as the maps are coming in, you can see Team Bosskurr, they're trying to push out the map by sending Kaiser to push down bottom lane, and as you can see, 20 seconds on the clock, the Lord is going to be the key objective here, and they are preparing for the next Lord fight.
I mean, you really can't, like, in that last engagement as well, like that last point between Parisai and that blue buff, he had to face check that boost. It cannot be Skullpox because Skullpox, his role is the secondary initiator. He's the follow-up. He's the one that's meant to control the fight. By the way, gets caught by WJ with the Unbreakable, locking him down as long as possible. Skullpox trying to go for the run. MSW finds him into the mix here, trying to find one, even finds Figure, followed by the Filler Links, but thankfully he has Purified. But with the quick decision-making and movements coming up from Fakus, he will be able to escape from such a treacherous situation in this jungle.
Over.
Major spells being used, but Sally in the end is going to be traded for a 1-for-1 of Parisai and Soup. Getting rid of Soup, that's going to be a really big pickup, but that's not going to stop Divinity Esports from taking this a lot. Although they did deny the fact that Soup will no longer be able to hammer Team Bosskurr with magic damage. But Adamir is so big at this point here. He is such a threat that he, like I said just now, he doesn't mind just frontlining in most of the situation.
Speaking of which here, with the Scarlet Phantom up on Adamir, he's going to hit like a trust Skullpox. Can he buy enough time for the team to actually make space here? He's all by himself. He's making a run for it here, and he knows he's in trouble. And he's trying to pull everyone from side. Divinity is supposed to go and kill him, but can he sustain the damage output? Being dart out by Adamir with the Scarlet Phantom. Look at this, the damage. He's going to get knocked out the game. Monster kill for Adamir, and that will be the end of that Ruby. But as of now, Kaiser, does he have enough damage? The fight continues, but he's getting pushed out. Double kill for Adamir, and they will destroy Team Bosskurr as being Fakus, the last lone wolf in this fight, as Divinity Esports is gonna clean up Team Bosskurr just like that.
Dude, that was so disgusting because, like, not only was Kaiser able to get the drop on Adamir, but Adamir was so confident because MSW pretty much set up for WJ to follow up with the avatar of the Guardians. That one fatal link catching them, not even giving them the opportunity to even try to escape or purify or flicker. Even if they did, avatar of the Guardians already timed it perfectly, will have connected, and they will still be knocked out, controlled, stunned, and wiped out instantly by the remaining members of Divinity Esports. They are looking super great and even able to get this Lord. Now they summon the Lord towards this bar lane. Now literally all comes down to how fast Divinity Esports can force them out. But beautiful finale coming out from MSW. Catches Sakura and Parasite. Although Parasite has his shield, he will be able to get up, but none can say the same for Sakura, as Cyclops with his teeny tiny legs would not be able to run from such a situation.
My goodness indeed here. Team Bosskurr, they will lose their inhibitor just like that here. Now going for the play. Skillboss was forced to fight this fight, but the Feather Airstrike is just too much damage to come. Here comes the jump as well as Divinity Esports. They will survive this. They lose Adamir, but still they have WQXD, but the Lord has been knocking on the crystals, and Divinity Esports will take game number 1. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stretching it out. They're like, you know what, that's a smooth game. We have total amount of control and teamfight potential. And this is a totally different view of Divinity Esports from last week, right? Because I said probably last week, they just started to get the feel. They wanted to try a couple of strats. But this time in this game, after 1 week, they have a lot of time to practice. They have a lot of time to research, watching the amount of plays coming from these other pro teams. They started telling themselves, all right, let's stick with a style that suits us. Since we like to stick and fight with each other according to the stats as well, and their playstyle from last week, let's amplify it. Let's get this Atlas. Let's get this God of Kacha. Let's get as many AoE as possible. So when the fight starts happening, we should be having the dominant side as well. So, and it works so much in this composition as well, because Parasite, there are so many, because he's the sole and primary engager and initiator, he's always trying to get towards Adamir. But with so many ultimates like Fatal Legs, and even with Avatar of the Guardians, there's just so much control, and it's so difficult for Adamir just to even try to get past that front line.
You know, I like how Divinity Esports actually played that first game here. In the first creep wave, like you can see immediately they've actually done their homework, just because of how Bosskurr loves letting the first creep wave up top go for the first wave, because they want to prioritize on their double buffs here on the middle lane. And because of that, WKSD was able to just deny one full creep wave up top and able to control the entire level gap throughout the entire game. And you can see in the first few fights where Parisa died, he was actually 1 to 2 level behind everybody else. And because of that, it just gave away the entire momentum swing in towards the favor of Divinity Esports. But very momentarily here, we're going to be going in towards the highlights, and also we're going to give you an in-depth analysis of what actually went down in game number 1 here. And I feel like from that gameplay itself, it's really, really tough to for Bosskurr to actually win the fight after losing that initial first creep wave up top.
Yeah, but anyway, let's check out this highlight currently presented to you by UDO, powered by Cellcom. So this is going to be the early part of the stage, especially the first minute where Parasite was just trying to get a little bit of information. But what he failed to realize was the top lane, there was no one there. The middle lane was pretty much empty after clearing this wave. So that's pretty much why you see Parasite was trying to go towards this top side jungle to see potentially where this Bruno is going to be. And but what he didn't take into account was the rest of the team of Divinity Esports instantly dive in and rotated towards this red buff to try to secure it, and Parasite literally bit a little bit more than he can chew, and also a little bit overconfident, if I might say, with his shippo, gets caught out, and there is the first blood.
Yeah, it's just a bit tough to actually see how they're going to play that here, because Parasite, in that situation, he took so much damage in the early engagement, and it was just unfortunate really, because if you want to compare with other tanks such as Zorn does not just run in a straight line and just take damage. He always buys time and buys space for the rest of the team here. But as of now, there's this one crucial fight, which was really, really important up top, because they need to take down WQXD, who's been a thorn in their foot from the top lane for quite some time. This was a great catch coming from Parasite, but that's the problem, right? If you pay attention to the minimap, there was only 2 guys there. There was literally only 2 guys there. They almost killed him off, and the full force of Divinity Esports came down, dropped the hammer, saved the day, and they just destroyed them. And because of that, Bosskurr just lost entire momentum again, and everything was just in favor of Divinity Esports.
It was just a beautiful catch, especially this one as well. Like, Kaiser thought he had a really great really great catch on Adamir, but forgetting that he didn't take into account that MSW and even and WJ still has their team fight composition spell. They keep following after time and time again. The Fatal Lanes, the Avatar, the Guardians, and even if they didn't get caught by that, there's always Soup who's always constantly zoning them out with the better airstrike. So even if there was like, for example, WJ, even though he was not able to connect it doesn't matter because Soup is doing just so much magic news at this point at the stage of the game. There's just no way for them to out-tank it at all.
Yeah, after seeing this game come from Divinity Esports, you can see their playstyles are just playing extensively on the range of their spells here. Look at Farsa. Farsa's got extremely long range of spells. Atlas has a long reach as well. Likewise for the Gato Kacha. Bruno is definitely going to be really long as well. And WKXD, he doesn't really need to have long range. He just needs to be the sandbag in this kind of situation.
Yes.
Which exactly happened in that situation. Got caught up on the previous side. Immediately tanked enough damage for the setup. Divinity Esports were able to go in for the rescue here. Whereas Team Bosskurr, their rotations a little bit off here because we know that they are looking for fights, but unfortunately they just can't find any kind of fights here. Divinity Esports is like one step ahead just because of how WKSD took control of the top lane situation, got that additional EXP. Even in that first blood, we saw in the clips as well where Perisite died. He's level 2. Most of the tanks from the side of Bosskurr, from Divinity Esports are already level 2, reaching level 3. And we had Adamir is already 4, who just destroyed them, which is just unfortunate.
The thing is this, right? I feel in this entire game, right? Especially like, let's just look at itemization as well. Like coming, especially very uniquely, I want to check out his WJ because initially he went for a little bit of time with the Curse Helmet. Then after that, follows up. Even the mid game when I saw him pick up the item, I was going crazy because I was like, isn't that concentrated energy? Like this is something that me and Gideon saw last week, and we were just like, what is going on? But I mean, yes, this is the post-game stats, and our rich guy coming in from Divinity Esports is going to be Adamir. He's also the carry with the highest damage, followed by the Sandbag. The one who tanked the most is definitely going to be Perisite because he is the primary engager, and of course he has been getting caught multiple times in the game. And the forgotten one is going to be MSW. Now, with this post-game strat, let's talk a little bit about the lineup composition, right? So what I'm trying to understand what Team Bosskurr was trying to go for here, right, was mainly because they just want to go for catching. There's a lot of great catching hero, especially with the lockdown with the Cyclops. I already tell myself, alright, you really just want to catch one person, just constantly get that initiative, go for the hunt, and just continue to build up pressure and gain that dominance. But what they didn't anticipate was Team Divinity Esports went for a pure team fight composition, and especially since Perisite died that first blood, that just slowly turned down, that lowered their confidence level a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that part as well. Just because of like the initial idea coming from Bosskurr is just to focus on one particular player with the Cyclops, and that first blood transitioned into like, we just lost the entire momentum towards Divinity Esports. How do we salvage these fights? And there were some skirmishes where they almost won the team fight. It's just unfortunate that when it comes to rotation here, Divinity Esports is always 1 to 2 lanes ahead of them just because of how mobile WQXD was actually playing in that fight here, because you can see Khalid was always pushing the lanes, rotating between top and middle lane, and for him to run between lanes was insane, because if you compare that with Cho needs to use spell. WQXD doesn't need his spell, he only needs his passivity, which gives you like a free boot, free boots here, who just gives you the additional speed to actually rotate between lanes here. The rapid boots is just insane, and for him to be able to rotate and just go pickoffs as well, it's just unreal. But for me, everything just went south for Bosskurr ever since the first creep wave, that's all.
Anyway, we're going to be bringing up the MVP for the first game. Is going to go with your boy Adamir from Divinity Esports on that Bruno. Really prioritizing his positioning a lot because he's just so confident that, like, I got a lot of great frontliners. I have a really great initiator as well, and most of the time you rarely see MSW who is playing the Atlas or even the Gato Kacha being the one initiating. It's always going to be the Khalid because he has just so much sustain, especially with the quicksand guard. And at one moment where he got caught by the Cho with the Way of the Dragon, he was just healing, sustaining, and then follow up with the Gato Kacha ultimate and the Fatal Lanes, pretty much saved his life. Bruno Adamir was literally untouched the entire game, except that one moment where Kaiser, who was the Esmeralda, was already camping in that top bush on top of the Lord Pit, where he was able to get the drop, but with so many follow-ups, so many counter initiation skills, there is no way any of them was able to catch Adamir at all.
Yeah, but Adamir was just performing really well in this game as well. And on top of that, the previous week, we did see him play on the mage role. It was a little bit lackluster, but when you give him like a fighter or a physical hero, it just works well. And so far on track record, his Yuzhong during qualifiers was insane.
Yeah.
In this game in Bruno, he was playing out his mind as well. He was just doing the right things. He was just hard carrying. He was farming very, very well. But I feel like from side Divinity Esports, it was definitely an overall team effort. But I still think in my heart, the MVP, I would say the forgotten one would be WKXD, because we did not see a lot of highlight moments here.
Yep.
But in the mini-map, you can see that he was just roaming around,
yeah.
making a lot of crucial plays, which makes Bosskurr kind of don't know what to do. They don't exactly know what to do. How do we kill this guy? He's moving so fast. We don't have the speed to fight it. And if we overextend, there's a Forza, there's an Atlas with the Fatal Link as well, which they got caught by them countless times though.
By the way, this is going to be the map predictions about what exactly we all thought the positioning going to be coming out from what we know from both of the playstyle coming from both of these teams. And I say this is about right as well, like the positioning. Both teams, literally, not to say instant, it was an instant 1-3-1 because they were just trying to get this jungle, trying to get this little wanderer, trying to get that as fast EXP as possible, because coming from the side here, Team Divinity Esports, they just want to hit level 4 as fast as possible because they are literally revolving around their major ultimates and team fight potential. Then pretty much after that, especially getting the first one on Peru side, they pretty much just went back to this 1-3-1, and then Divinity Esports just started building up and asserting the dominance towards Team Bosskurr. So in this map prediction on their lineup where they're positioning, I say it's about right. I say it's about correct.
This is going to be a rough game here from Team Bosskurr, just because they actually made a roster swap as well, just to sub out their players. So Scott is actually not playing this game. And seeing that Scott is usually the frontline main tank here, they've actually had Sakura play in that map. And I feel like it's a little bit rough for that fight. And I think this is their first game playing in the new roster without Scott in this match. And we see is like, you can see that they were still adapting the gameplay here. Hopefully in game number 2, it's going to be better coming in from Team Bosskurr though.
Yeah. But anyway, let's quickly bring up the drafter here to see what else is going to be coming towards all these teams. But I'm really curious in this second game in this drafting, because this is where Team Bosskurr and Team Divinity Esports will be planning their counterplay. This is going to be the counter draft where they're going to be deciding who did they not want to face and who did they regret not banning that first game. I'm pretty sure Team Bosskurr literally told themselves, we're fine with letting Gala come in. Like, even if we had to if we had no choice, we're fine letting it go. But we have to stop this Atlas because they have no answer for it. Maybe they can try to play around the Atlas, but they need to try to have a more better counter initiation in this case. Like, even if one of them gets caught with the Fatal Links, they must at least have something strong enough to fight back, to counter. Like, you know, say, hey, you know what, you get caught, I can follow up, I can save you, I can back you up. That kind of situation, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of the tanks as well, I'm surprised that Kufra was just completely ignored the entire game here, which is understandable based on the drafts coming from Divinity Esports. They prioritize on the range. They prioritize on having an extended arm all the way through here. And based on that, it definitely caught the Bosskurr off guard. Cyclops pickup was, I was expecting an offlane Cyclops, but as a support Cyclops, it doesn't do as much AoE damage here. If you think about the team fights here, most of the time, most of the damage needed coming from Divinity Esports was coming in from the Forza themselves. Whereas Cyclops is more of a singular target team fight. Whereas as soon as they lost their first blood and also the top lane, Parisa was underleveled all the way through, and they were very, very uncoordinated. You can see that this is their adjustment period, you know, just from first game. And taking a smack in the face from first game, will they fix in time for game number 2? Because we are going to be starting the draft in 30 seconds here. They have 30 seconds to figure out their game plan right now. Guys, what do we do from Team Bosskurr? Will they take the win, or Divinity Esports, who's been playing together, they have synergized all the time as well, and based on today's performance, see, they're more solid here. And you can see from their movements, they have a clear objective and path to play this. And coming into game 2, will Team Bosskurr be able to overcome this here, or will they sub out Scott back into this game?
I mean, we just have to see for sure. But anyway, in exactly 5 seconds, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for this second game, or potentially the last game of this first game of this BO3. But anyway, just want to point out, even if the cycle did go to the off lane, it's not going to be fun. He was going up against either Khalid or Gado Kacha. By the way, Team Bosskurr going to be starting on the blue side once again. So they will have first pick and first ban, and Divinity Esports is going to be following out with that as well. So by the way, Team Bosskurr, now this is the counterplay. They realize, alright, Farsa needs to go. So much nuking potential, so much lane harassment, and such from a safe distance, they couldn't really catch up to her at all, especially with the lineup. So I'm guessing banning out this Farsa is just more like a respectable ban here, because not all, many teams has banned out Farsa, so not surprising. Divinity Esports still gonna go with the same first ban which they made in the last game, Yu Zhong.
Yeah, I feel like Team Bosskurr, they have to figure out something as well, and I think the Farsa ban is definitely a factor they have to worry about here. The previous game, they were constantly focused on how to pick team fights just because of how annoying the Farsa is.
Yes.
And most of the time, you can see the ideas coming from Puri's side. His main intention was to catch the Farsa most of the time, but every time he tries to do that, he always has someone he has to go through. In this case, it was the Atlas from previous game. MSW was doing the right things all the time. He was just constantly just applying so much pressure, pushing him away. And in that situation, they may consider just banning it altogether here. But likewise, seeing how this game is going here, the only changes in the ban here is pretty much on the Farsa coming from Bosskurr. Very similar bans coming from both teams for game number 1 as of now. But what do they leave things open? Team Bosskurr has the first pick. Yeah, they will ban out of Atlas. First pick once again is going to be on towards Bosskurr. Do they pick the Esmeralda again? Do they want to play it again?
It all comes down to see what Divinity Esports final ban is going to be. So the exact same 3 bans will be banned towards them. Team Bosskurr still has an opportunity to lock down this Khalid, yes, and they will do it as well. So they have a really strong side lane in this case. Divinity Esports has to try to swap out and try to change their way of play style. They can opt for this Esmeralda if they want to, or lock down this Kufra because or Boxer. A lot of great initiative is still in the pool. Mage supports on the other hand, they probably have to try to swap things out. But with the way they've been playing so far, especially on Soup, I think if Soup was able to pick a more crazier mage support controller like a Sicilian or a Low Yi, it will be a really great addition for them. And I think Team Bosskurr is going to realize that soon, so they might try to ban it out in the second phase. But Popular Koopa, yes, I completely forgot about it because they changed the ban between the Popular Koopa and the Farsa from the last game. Now with the Popular Koopa and even the Kagura, they have total amount of control with this mage supports.
Oh yeah, they're taking away, like they're actually drafting against Bosskurr really well as well. They denying picks away from Bosskurr and at the same time picking heroes that they actually won here. Popo Koopa, great pickup here, one of the most famous tanks, or I would say now maybe considered as a marksman as well. Even though they've made changes to try and make it towards damage here, but I still think as a support role for Popo Koopa, he still does a lot of work, and he provides a lot of map control in vision as well with the traps here. So now with the Kagura pickup here, denying the Kagura from Sakura, that's a good pickup here, because now Team Bosskurr, they have to figure out how do they play now, what kind of mage can they pick to fight and fight against an annoying Wolf who's going to be always in front here. Seems to me they are going to be taking the Valir and Esmeralda. I was hoping for the Loyi. You've been calling out for quite some time here, but unfortunately it will not be it.
It was either I was calling out I was looking towards the Divinity Esports side because trying to see what else they could try to opt for this main support, but they decided to go with a little bit more mobility with this Kagura. But Team Bosskurr, Valir, instantly locking down, already anticipating that Divinity Esports might try to go for any engagement, and instantly, like I said as well, Boxer or Gadakacha will be up for the pick for Sen, and Divinity Esports noticing that they spotted the Valir, they're like, alright, we need to quickly lock in one of our initiators here before it gets banned out in this second ban phase. So locking down this Boxer, now Team Bosskurr has a little bit more of a free space to try to focus more towards these hyper carries.
Yeah, the Boxer pick up here to try and deal with the healings coming in from the Sand Guard of Khalid. And on top of the Esmeralda as well, which I'm not sure is it going to go for the Revitalize, but I don't think it will be. But speaking of which here, it's going to do with a lot of those HP regens, which you're going to be playing around with here. So this is going to be quite worrisome for Team Bosskurr, because now we were worried like, hey, do they have enough damage burst? They need some sort of burst to actually burst down whatever Khalid is going to be tanking the damage here. But in this case, they did not have the burst, but why not reduce the HP regeneration enough for the Popo Koopa and also the Kakura to actually shut him down and control him in this situation here. But now, coming to the bans here, Harith being banned. There is still the Roger not completely picked at all. There is still 1-1 in the pool. There is still maybe Adamir may consider still going for the Bruno here, but this time they do not have the CCs that they were looking for, like the crowd controls coming. They had the Atlas previously, they had the Farsa to have a lot of AoE damage here. Now, the only control right now is pretty much the Kagura, which you're looking for the dream catch. You're looking for the dream catch, or maybe hoping for Bosskurr to actually step with one of the traps here. But as of now, they need some sort of sustainability damage here, and Team Bosskurr, they're trying to deny this here. They're afraid of God of Gacha as well.
It takes a while. No, I already told you, right? Like, it's like it was either one of this initiator hero, but even Team Bosskurr, they will have to deny this troll because noticing on the side here, because if they add a troll into the mix here of Divinity Esports, then they're gonna have so much control, so much range. It's already so hard to catch the Boxer with the Shield of Unity as well. Even the Valir Searing Tower may not be enough to keep this Boxer at bay. Still now locking down, they're hovering over this Chang'e. We saw Su playing this Chang'e before.
We're back to season 5, man.
Yeah,
like, it's always like, oh, Valir pick up, oh, range, okay, what's counter? Chang'e, Valir, Chang'e,
I mean,
Valir, Chang'e.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, but
we're back at that, but this time, instead of having the main mid role, we're having these two playing on the supportive role instead.
yeah, it's true, but I don't think they'll definitely pick the Chang'e because the Kagura is pretty much all they need in this case, and not many of them plays the main support here. They just need a lot more frontline here. Balmont, I say it was more like a meh pick, but I say it's pretty much okay because they're gonna be frontlining. Because they're gonna be frontlining a lot into this fight. Helios, interesting. Now this is really interesting to me because I'm like, hey, there is still other picks and other options you can really try to offer here, but like even as Hilda is even still in the pool here. But then again, just want to remind you guys, Hilda in the late game, he will not be able to tank as much as you hope to tank as well. So in this case, them going for the Helios and the Lancelot. I was about to bring this up too. Lancelot, they should have played the Lancelot in this last game.
So it seems to me they're going all in here, coming from Bosskurr here. They know they have to deal with the Boxer. They are already all in the Khalid and also the healing here. I'm going to be expecting it's going to be a revitalized up on Esmeralda, maybe, and another revitalized up on Sakura, maybe as well with the high loss. So they're going all in with the sustainability, hoping the Lancelot will go for a couple pickoffs, and a little bit of defensive measures is going to be played by Valir here. It's pretty risky, but at the same time, Divinity Esports, they don't have a lot of split push potential as well. If you're talking about sieging here from objective-wise, who siege really fast? None of them siege pretty fast as well. Like, yes, you have arguably you have the Popo Koopa, but seeing how they're going to be playing here, is this going to be a damaged Popo Koopa? Finally, we're going to see, or are we going to see full support coming in from...
It's going to be a support. It's definitely going to be a support.
They have the Balmond and Baxia though.
No, it's still not because the main role, sure, Baxia is probably going to be a little bit more damage, but his main role is just to front line and dish as much damage as possible. And what's even better is that in this game, the entire mindset coming up from Team Bosskurr is, you know what, guys, they have a Popo Koopa, they're going to pick this off at range, and they're probably going to pick this off one by one. And with this Boxer and Balmond just going to be diving right into the mix on top of our face, including the Kagura, let's just dive at them back. And even with the Valir on our side, we should be able to control it. The Boxer try to get a little bit too close to comfort on the Lancelot. And remember, Lancelot, with his second skill, Dawn Rose, he's going to be able to mitigate and juke the amount of skills inside this game. And I was wondering why they didn't go for the off for this Lancelot in the first game. Sure, Roger is going to be really great in engaging, they want to catch a lot. But after witnessing both the Atlas and God of Gacha, I'm like, yo, if you had Lancelot in the last game with the Dawn Rose, you're able to mitigate so many spells. So many spells. Maybe the fight will be a little bit different. Who knows? But that game is past and it's history. Now we're going to be checking out to see whether today is going to be legendary.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here we're going to be starting off in game number 2 between Team Bosskurr and Divinity Esports. With Divinity Esports taking the first game here, game number 2, they're thinking to close out 2-0. Oh, will Team Bosskurr make a comeback here? This is going to be the drafts coming in here, as you can see. And Soup will be playing on the Kagura, as they are going to be playing the 1-3-1 strat here, and Bosskurr will finally opt to prioritize their top lane once again. They're going to play the 1-2-2 strat. So who's going to be the victors in this team fight here? Whereas bottom lane here, you can see they've already made countermeasures here, as they are going to be cutting creep waves, scoop ops, taking a little bit of damage here, but he does have the regeneration to work with here. Sakura taking a significant amount of damage as well, but he does have the revitalize to play as a backup plan. But do they invade here? Because currently, Team Bosskurr, they will steal the blue buff away from Divinity Esports' jungle, and they did not anticipate this at all.
definitely not for sure. But the craziest part about it as well was that, oh, hold on, we're going to be seeing Sakura, going to be trying to see for this invasion, but spot up that has already been taken. They're going to be backing off, but before they back off, they're going to be taking this one small jungle for themselves before they leave. But noticing that how they started this game coming from the side of Team Bosskurr between Mplmysg and Scoopbox, right? They were playing the exact same way Team Todak was playing in last week's day 1, where they engaged the Khalid with the Yuzong and Moon with the solid cycles popping out with this 1-2-2. But we're coming back to this top side here, we see Mplmysg going toe to toe with WJ. WJ trying to hold down the line as much as possible, even trying to see if he can try to bring down one member with him. But he is fighting it in one of the most nuking main support, and followed by Esmeralda, who is very tanky.
Yeah, he was pretty much caught off guard here, but Scoopbox, he's pretty much stuck as of now. But will he survive this? Look at this. He's got a lot of damage here, but he's all by himself. He needed one more support, and Sakura was in no vicinity to actually provide the assist, but that's going to be a trade-off between 1-for-1 in the off lanes here. Looking pretty still okay for Divinity Esports here, but considering how strong Team Bosskurr in the early stage here, you can see the power of Khalil right there. Khalid right there.
I mean, Khalid has always been known to be a really great early game harasser. With his Desert Tornado, every time he hits an enemy unit or enemy person, he's able to proc it 3 more times. That's a lot of damage. But most importantly, Khalid has such strong sustainability, especially in that one prime situation, in that 1v3 or 1v4 or 1v2. He's able to sustain with that quick send guard and just kill the time.
What?
Oh, here comes Falling Star, but it's not going to be enough as the Kagura Umbrella will seal his fate. But Sally coming on the outside, Fakers will punish not just 1, but 2 as he assassinates MSW and Swoop.
There was some quick reactions coming from Divinity Esports here, but Team Bosskurr, they were already prepared for that. And like I said, they have the early advantage here. Fakers does have the double buffs available here. Divinity Esports, they were playing without the blue buff in that team fight here. So Team Bosskurr, they know they are at their strongest as of now. So apply the pressure. Can they control the momentum as of now? Divinity Esports, they have to make some sort of plays here because the first turtle is just popped up. And how will they play this here? As Team Bosskurr, they're setting up for that team fight here as they will be preparing to secure the turtle.
And even now they're going to be trying to fight around the turtle. You can see a majority of Divinity Esports member trying to get information, trying to prep themselves for it. But look at the amount of zoning out and presence bring out by Kaiser and Mplmysg. Just zoning them out to say like, hey, you want to get towards this turtle, you have to get through us. And even if you get past us, we'll die straight for your backline Adamir, and Adamir will not be able to fight back against us. And remember, Adamir has only one disengagement spell. It's going to be the Phantom Step. But with WJ, once again, the rotation gang right after clearing the tunnel. But same goes for the mid lane. Trades are happening in both of these lanes. But looks like Divinity Esports is going to be coming on top because they will be taking this first tier tower.
Yeah, with no retribution on board out of Divinity Esports here, they have to somehow buy enough time to actually go for the split push potential. They know they're not in a situation where they can actually contest any kind of team fights here, but it seems to me they know they're pretty much separated here. Team Bosskurr going for the mid push here. They are going to try and pick off towards Scoopbox, but Scoopbox a little bit too tanky here. Will you use the sensor to back off, and this is going to buy enough time for Team Bosskurr to re-engage this team fight here. You can see Sakura is there, MSW. He's a little bit far off here. Will they go in for the assist here? As you can see, the jumps are coming in. Kaiser will go in for the finish up, and they will take out the Popo Kuba. Soup will go in for the fight as well. He will take down Valor, but it's going to be 1-for-1 trade. But do they want to re-engage this fight? It seems to be no, they will not. Fakers is still pretty darn strong in this team fight.
Everything looking really great for the side here on Team Bosskurr, but they really want to apply pressure. But here comes the engagement. WQXD, he wants to find our dear friend Fakers, but with the Thorn Rose, is going to be sealing his fate in a triangular death prison. But still coming back into the game here. Team Bosskurr trying to retaliate back once in a while, noticing that Divinity Esports has already taken quite the amount of objective, and most importantly, breaking down this mid-tier 1 tower. That's going to be very crucial because not only does this open up the map a little bit more towards Divinity Esports' favor, but this just allows them to roam a little bit more better and just ensures that they can able to get the catch on Team Bosskurr member way faster.
But as of now, you can see the blue buffs is going to be objectives here coming from Team Bosskurr. They're going to invade their buffs. In this case, it is going to be happening here. The traps has not been set up here from Popo and Kuba. MSW trying to go for the pick up, but the blue buff will be secured from the side of Fakers here. So no blue buff available from Divinity Esports once again here. This is going to be a tough call, but slowly but surely, they're trying to buy time for Adamir to actually go in for the fight here. Turtle is going to be secured from the side of Team Bosskurr, and Divinity Esports, they have to wait to fight another day here. They need more items for Adamir to actually come up online right now.
Looking at the total levels between both the hyper carriage, Faker is already level 10 while Adamir is only 2 levels behind. But here comes another beautiful rotation coming in. WJ pops the ultimate, even popping the shield of Unity, but a beautiful pop frontline from Fakers will deny his shield from shield Unity from fully charging and will not be able to roll away from safety. Scoopbox, beautiful timing with the flicker. That's going to be able to juke out of the lethal counter from WQXD. But Parasite still going to go for the hunt. He wants to see if he can try to scorch and burn and punish them a little bit more longer. Coming back towards his top lane, Sakura popping the glorious pathway just for a little bit of good matchup. I think it's just in case where a potential gang or potential rotation coming from the side of Team Divinity Esports member, then he should be able to escape. But in this case, not needed in this case.
Very greedy approach, but at the same time, better safe than sorry here. Divinity Esports, they're trying to buy time, like I said as well. And they're having Balmond, Bosskurr, and also Popo Gulpa as their front lines here. But like you said, where's the damage here? Because right now, Fakers is their main damage leader coming from Team Bosskurr. Divinity Esports needs to find a way to stop, shut down Fakers. Likewise for Bosskurr to shut down Adamir. And it's going to be a battle of the Titans here because as of now, the third turtle is going to be up on 40 seconds and they still have turtle buff out on Fakers. Divinity Esports, they're completely dodging fights as much as they can. And it has been quite some time since they had a team fight here. As Team Bosskurr, they're hungry for those fights. You can see they are a little bit more objective driven here as they are going to be on full aggression here as they are going to be taking the outer towers before transitioning into the next turtle, which is going to be having on the bottom side here. And having the objective to push down the tier 2 down bottom here is going to give up a little bit more breathing room to take the objective later on.
Yeah. Now looks like Sakura is going to be finding Adamir. Adamir is going to be hitting level 10, but Faker is still already level 12. But Parasite gets caught. Beautiful shield unit. They're going to be locking down. That's going to be a big kill on Parasite. There's no more main support. Going to be able to force them back. But WJ, no more ultimate. Same goes for Adamir. But one kill is pretty much a really big kill for them. They're going to be backing off and possibly finding even more as they find Kaiser. Kaiser's trying to go for the run, but even with the flicker, he will get out safety. But Kaiser's pretty much just bought enough time to allow this third turtle to be once again taken away from them and going to go towards Team Bosskurr.
Yep, this is going to be the setup Divinity Esports is going to be looking for here. This is a really tough one here. And you can see Divinity Esports might make a red Reborn comeback. But for now, Team Bosskurr, they're in perfect condition to actually end off this game. 100 seconds before the Lord comes in, they have the turtle, and it's all out on Fakers to make the play. Scoop-Ops, once again, trying to open up the map a little bit more as he's roaming freely with this passibility here to try and get more map control. But speaking of which here, they've set up shop. They will catch up to this WQXD, but that's going to be information given towards Divinity Esports as they go in for the back over here. But Scoop-Ops, what a dodge. And now with the flicker as well, almost killing off MSW, the overextension gets punished, and MSW lives to fight another day. And Divinity Esports going for that fight. And this is the kill that they needed to buy time. And Divinity Esports, they will take him down.
But then again, so much damage just coming from the Khalid. Let me remind you again, he only has the Bloodlust Axe, and the second item he's building for is actually pretty much more regen for himself. So the amount of damage he's able to bring out, he almost got the snipe on MSW too. But then again, he did force Divinity Esports member commit a huge amount of ultimates and even hero spell just to get away and secure that kill. So I'd say pretty much it's okay. It's still in the favor of Divinity Esports. They still needed that kill for themselves. And slowly slow down the pace too, because this forced Team Bosskurr to slowly go back towards their own jungle. But this 30 seconds is going to be really crucial. They know this Kaiser's trying to slowly set up the pace as he quickly push out this top side before rotating towards this Lord Pit.
This is going to be a small win there for Divinity Esports, but as of now, Fakers is level 14, and whereas Adamir is only level 12, and this turtle buff, nope, this blue buff is not going to be secured by Adamir here. It's not looking too good for him, and Fakers is pretty much steamrolling right now. He still has another buff, but the damage coming from him wants to kill him. It immediately destroys WJ, and now the Glorious Pathway has been committed as well. But seems to be the Lord will be spawned, but Team Bosskurr, they don't really care. They want to end the game because as of now, Kaiser will go in for the push. He get a double kill all by himself. What a play, what a play.
Let me remind you guys again, Kaiser is not building tank at all. He literally has a Calamity Reaper, a Holy Crystal. This guy's going for pure magic damage. Now look at it from the itemization. He has so much power, although finally he's going to be a little bit more sustainable item. But Scoopbox diving into the middle of the bigs. He has caught him out there, popping out the desert tornado. But sadly it's not going to be enough as he already forced a WQXD with his lethal counter. Still able to get out of the situation, but they need to fall back. No more minions towards his middle hit, so this middle inhibitor is going to start piling the amount of damage on top of them. Everyone falls back. Everyone tries to reset because currently they do not have enough mana, especially on Sakura. Although Sakura still has his goal at halfway, but they are just waiting currently for this Lord to push towards his middle lane. That way they can re-engage again.
Yeah, not having the retribution on Divinity Esports has put them at a huge, significant disadvantage here for objectives-wise. They've lost the blue buff time and time again, and now with the Lord in favor of Team Bosskurr here, they managed to defend against the first wave of attack from Bosskurr, but this is going to be the second wave. Will Divinity Esports prevail? Is this enough time for Adamir to actually cut his way through here? As you can see, they're making damage work towards the Lord as of now, and the Lord did not make it towards the tower here, but the rest of the lanes are being pushed in, and now, can they go in for the fight now?
Beautiful catch coming from the side here about the different
Parasite?
MSW. Locks down Parasite, stones him down, pulls back with the Umbrella free, and there goes Parasite as Sally. His reign is totally over in this case here. So now Team Bosskurr a short of one man. They had to try to fall back, and we can see WJ trying to see not only is he planning to split push this top lane, but he want to see if he try to force anyone from not able to TP back. Now everything is slowly back to normal. We can see Team Bosskurr still not asserting dominance, but this is also into the count where there are one man short and they're not willing to make any risky plays just yet.
Scoop he's lying in the bush here. They did not check this. He's gonna try and go in for the backlines. Can he kill one of the backlines here for Scoop? As you can see, he's MSW. He's thinking go to push. He does a lot of damage here. Pops out the bush, but he's all by himself. Where is the rest of the teams? He will flicker away, but immediately gets destroyed from Adamir. And Divinity Esports, this is the small breeding route that they need. They've got one pick off on Peru's side. They've got another one right now, and this is gonna buy enough time for Adamir to drag into the later stage here. And I feel bad for Bosskurr because as time progresses here, Fakus is gonna lose his power spike as the game progresses.
Still time is definitely not in their favor. But then again, if you think about it as well, although sure, Team Bosskurr currently has a 7k gold lead followed by kill score of 10 to 8. Tower-wise, it's just pretty much 3 towers difference. But they're just pretty much, Team Bosskurr is just trying to buy a little bit more time before the Lord really responds, because it's just still not really secure and safe enough for them to really commit a full 5-man push towards this tower, because the defense coming from the side of Divinity Esports is just also just that good. And there was also that one moment where Parasite got caught with the Alpha Root. That's just pretty much how annoying the Purple Cooper is, because the main body doesn't really have to go and take any risk to get a catch. He just has to send an Alpha Root just to get a root, and that one root is pretty much all he needs to allow the rest of the team to just punish and bombard on Parasite.
Yep, you can see Divinity Esports here, they're slowly making up damage items off of this MSW as well. They have the Deadly Blade, but once the Hellbird comes in, this is where the regeneration from side Team Bosskurr will not matter, because Adamir is going to be hitting like a truck very soon here. But now again, Sakura getting caught up. He does pop the Revitalizer. The Glorious Prophet is there, but the Trance will keep it in place. Immediately gets picked off. He's going to go down for the count. Kaiser is going for a save, but Scoop flags in from the sides. And here he comes. Adamir will dodge his way through. He flickers away. He doesn't get picked off, and Fakus will destroy them off. And now none of them are dead. And because of that, Team Bosskurr, they just lose all the members. And Parasite, they got separated from the pack. And Divinity Esports manages to clutch their way through. Adamir not being killed, dodging every single assault from Team Bosskurr here.
The beautiful positioning coming from the majority of the team. Noticing they saw Scoopers coming from the right, from the flank with the Raging Sandstorm. They really anticipated, all right, Team Bosskurr is going to go all in. Everyone split yourself and position it yourself accordingly. But Scoopers finds MSW once again, but he's so mobile, he's able to be able to juke out of it. And even beautifully, Fakus will be able to retake back the rip buff. But this Lord fight is going to be so crucial. They are 2-man shot. Kaiser already respawned, followed by Parasite, but they're currently not at the pit. They need to buy time. WQXD try to zone out Sakura. They just need to hold out as long as possible. But where is WJ? They saw him in the middle lane, but when is he coming back into the mix here? And looks like Divinity Esports just taking a couple of skirmishes, not willing to take the risk on this Lord. But here comes a couple of tags and bites from the rest of the members of MSW. Oh, there's the slow. There's the lockdown from the traps as well for the Purple Surprise, but it's still not enough to take down Sakura.
My goodness, yeah, this is the dream that Divinity can ask for here. They bought enough time. Adamir's got both the red and the blue buff in this next team fight. Team Bosskurr, they cannot tread. They cannot overcommit in this next team fights to come, and they have to tread on thin waters right now, because like I said, as the game progresses here, their hero power spike up on Fakus is gonna fall off, and not being able to get a kill onto his Adamir in the early engagement, it's gonna cost them this game. But as of now, will they be able to get a couple of pickoffs here? Because as of now, you can see Adamir is slowly making works here, trying to get a couple of objectives here. They have the inhibitors to defend against any kind of creep waves here, but now, Bosskurr, they're going to re-engage his fight. They're separated from the pack. WQXD is in no position to join his fight, but now they're group bugging up. They're trying to go for the fight.
Oh,
Kaiser with a huge one catches onto Team Bosskurr. Will they be able to follow up here as well? Schoolboss will go in, and they're all separated from the pack. But Divinity Esports, they somehow survive this. Look at this. Adamir is running away for the rest of the team here. He somehow survives, and he's got full health. The damage dealer still lives, but Team Bosskurr, they're going to go for the fight as well. Now, Mplmysg once again getting separated from the pack, over-committing for that fight, and they will get picked off just like that. What an insane play there from Divinity Esports.
No, the thing is this, and what really actually goes down the entire time was that Divinity Esports, they were buying time mainly because they are being very safe. What I mean by very safe is because they weren't willing to take a fight unless Adamir has his flicker. Like the entire time, they were just buying time, pushing on the waves. Even though they could have tried to opt for the Lord or even try to force a fight when they saw Kaiser towards his top lane, they didn't want to take the risk. They're like saying, you know what, fine. We have no flicker, let's just play it safe. We can fight the time. By the time I flicker, we can fight back because we just have a little bit more mobility compared to you guys. And remember, they have to throw in everything just to get close to them. And when they do that, Adamir still has two more disengagement. One being the flicker, one being the phantom stab. And this entire time, with so many engagements, so many caught on Adamir, he was still able to escape in most situations. And he's so big at this point where even if he gets caught, he will still be able to retaliate back.
Yeah, what an insane jukes they're coming from Adamir, because as of now, they will find out Schoolboss is all by himself once again here, very far from the pack, and that's going to be a small win for Divinity Esports here. Meanwhile, they will catch off WQXD. This Balmont is super tanky. He's trying to soak up as much HP as he can, but the rest of the teams are coming in. Here comes Adamir! Run from the big man! Carry here, as Carry will destroy Mplmysg right off the bat, just like that. 7 death for him, and now with 2 men down from side Team Bosskurr, Divinity Esports makes a tremendous comeback. They will take down Inhibitor. 5 men alive. They're gonna be knocking the door. Kaiser goes in for the jump. Do they have the damage? Faker's doing as much as they would. A huge slack right there, legendary for him, but he will come out with 1 HP. He chooses the thing. The light wheel there will make it 1 HP, but does he have enough time to get back to the base? Because the crystal is exposed. He's all by himself, alone outside in the dark wall. But the creeps are pushing towards the bottom side here. But Divinity Esports, they don't care. He knows he needs to back off, and they are going to be full-fledged committing the crystal. And his Schoolboss just respawn. He shut down one of Kagura, but Divinity Esports, they're focusing on the base. But there are no minions. There are no minions. They're backing off. Oh no, they won't lose 2 members. Overcommitment. But Adamir, the damage dealer, is still alive. He's still there. He's going to do so much work, and they can't kill him off from the side of Team Bosskurr.
The thing is this, right? A beautiful defense coming from the side here of Team Bosskurr. Seriously, they really hold it online for as long as possible, and a really amazing miracle. The goddess of victory was really shining and smiling for Fakers at that moment, because we all assumed he would have died from that last 2 hits, but he still managed to prevail. He's still alive, and he was able to reset, come in, get the snipe on WJ. That was sorry, not on WJ, on Soup, and that was absolutely amazing. When the fight seemed so grim for Team Bosskurr, they still managed to hold on. But then again, they will lose the other tier 2 towers, but here comes the lone engagement. MSW finds Mplmysg, locks him down with the trap, and even with the Alpha Rule, Searing Torrent, no more disengagement. Sakura even has no choice but to pop the glorious pathway to try to allow him to back up. But Kaiser dives into the mix here, but instantly gets punished, gets controlled by Swoop. Now they want to see who's going to be able to take the Lord. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm, but thankfully, with the Retribution on Fakers, they will be able to secure the Lord. But what's the point of securing the Lord when you're going to be losing 3 members for this to secure this Lord? Now they're going to be pushing out towards his mid. Adamir, so much with vigor. Dash in the mix here. Find Mplmysg. Basali is going to be slain away by WJ. Find Fakers. Slowing it down. Basali will not be able to catch. But it doesn't matter. The Lord trying to hold the line. They're trying to clear this out because they currently have no minions. But still, 30 seconds. 30 seconds on those response levels. He's not going to be able to come out into this situation. Lord falls. Minions are pushing in. They're diving on 2 Fakers. He's trying his best to hold on the line as much as possible with a function. But it doesn't matter. They're hitting the crystal. They don't care about Fakers. They just want to seal the deal as Divinity Esports cleans this game off of Team Bosskurr with 2-0.
What a play coming from Divinity Esports, clutching that comeback against Team Bosskurr. But Adamir, he is undeniably the MVP from Divinity Esports, but my goodness here, they prevailed, they baited, they set up the perfect fight for Adamir, and they went ham and ham. Team Bosskurr did not stood a chance in game number 2 right there.
Dude, in that game was literally like the prime moment, because Divinity Esports, they went, okay, sure, there are some moments where they were playing very safe, but they were playing among with their strengths, because they know themselves, alright, Lancelot and Fakers, so good at mitigating, so good at juking skills, but then they noticed coming from a couple of skirmishes where they realized they're throwing a lot of gap closing skills on us, and all we have to do is just counter initiative. We just have to fight back. We don't have to dive in the most of the time unless the situation calls for it. And in this case, noticing this out, they always dive so much for Adamir or Swoop. Adamir just realized, guys, let's just play when I have my disengagement spells, when I have my hero spells. At least that way, I will be able to escape and save my life. By the way, here comes the highlights provided by Udu, powered by Cellcom. Terrence, take it away with us.
But as you can see, right, like in the initial fights here, Team Bosskurr, they had the power skies for the early engagements here. They have strength. They know they have the better team fight composition in early engagements. There was no way Divinity Esports could have just contested the entire team fight here. And because of that, as you can see, based on the movements as well, Team Bosskurr was constantly applying pressure towards their side of the map from the side of Divinity Esports, just because of how weak Adamir is in the early stages of the game compared to back in the days here. And you can see on the cross lines as well, they were just constantly just applying pressure all the way through. From the zigzags, you can see on the screen as well, it's pretty much Team Bosskurr just applying full dominance towards Divinity Esports, pushing them all the way back to the base. And Divinity Esports, they always force themselves in a situation where, hey, let's play defensive. We know we cannot afford to die in this kind of situations here. We just need to buy time, because our power spike comes into the late stage game, and they did exactly that. And you can see Adamir was constantly very near towards the towers as well, as he's going to be everywhere in a very defensive position where he's going to be in the safety as well. But this was a little bit of a small mistake, because this is the moment where he did not have his power spike yet.
There was also a few situations that is very questioning, especially for this part where Screwbox just really, unfortunately, he was just really wanting to try to give a little bit more information towards his team, but forgetting that MSW with the purple of Koopa is going to be locking him down, and with one-man shot inside this fight, despite Koopa's coming back into it, having a beautiful engagement. But like I said, so many disengagement, phantom stats, flickers, everyone, so much mobility, especially in an area where there's just so many cliffs that just deny and not allow you to back off. It's really terrible, but especially in this fight, beautiful coming in from Kaiser. That zone it was so amazing.
Yeah, I like this play right here. You can see everyone from side Divinity Esports, they regroup. They had to back out. And if you can see on the minimap as well, WKXD was just finished clearing the creep wave up top. And Bosskurr, after getting the information, that's the reason why they actually committed this fight. They wanted to go on a 5v4 situation here. And Divinity Esports, they knew they were in no strength to actually commit the fight. Why not buy time for WKXD and to actually come in and rotate here? You can pay attention to Adamir. He actually flickered to try and dodge this, which is a little bit misplaced here. He still got caught, but eventually he had the protection of so many heroes here. But if you pay attention to the cliff from the side of Bosskurr, is attacking from. There is a cliff to come in, and they're coming from the top side. Whereas Adamir, he actually ran down. They know that, hey, there's 3 guys from the left. Let's back up and make a run for here. Let's focus on the individual targets. And no one was kind of like focusing on Adamir completely in that team fight.
The thing is this, right, because they were just so focused, right, like in that last engagement, it was a beautiful engagement coming from Kaiser, by the way, but just really unfortunate the rest of the team wasn't really there to follow up in time, although there is the follow-up, but it's pretty much just like a one-by-one, everyone taking their turn to engage, and most importantly, they all committed too much on Swoop, and Anime just managed to get the slip and just started hunting down Scoopbox and the backline, because he just knows that Faker's the minute without Dawn Rose, and especially without Phantom Puncture, there is no, Phantom Execution, he's not going to be able to escape or even try to retaliate back.
Yep. In the final fight, in the Lord fight as well, you can see it was the last hoorah coming from Bosskurr as well. Divinity Esports is already up and online. They're securing so many kills. But despite being able to steal the Lord, right? They actually lost 4 members in the process. There was no way Fakers could actually defend completely here unless he was able to do one shot at least 3 players coming into this game. But unfortunately, it was a great run great stuff from Divinity Esports because they capitalize on their objectives and understanding and their power spikes really well in this game as well. They needed to buy time. The Baomon, the Popo Koopa, the Baxiao was purely buying time. Same goes for Kagura. They just needed to buy time for Adamir. They bought enough time. It's all up onto Adamir, and he did his part. And undeniably, I don't know, he's the MVP for me. And taking a 2-0 against Bosskurr, I feel like Bosskurr, they do play this playstyle which relies on early aggression and early dominance all the way through, but they can't seem to just close out the game. Just from yesterday's game and today's game, they just can't seem to close out later stage of the game.
Just really unfortunate coming from Team Bosskurr here, but just look at the comparison for the randomization, right? Where like, sure, initially they had quite the lead. We even saw the Esmeralda or Kaiser in this case started building the Calamity Reaper followed by the Holy Crystal. The Dominus Eyes and the Brute Force chestplate only came towards the later part of the stage because when he realized like, hey, every time I dive in with the Falling Star, no matter how great it is, I still die so quickly before I can stack up the amount of damage which I hopefully to deliver. And most importantly, when we get slowly towards this late game, especially on Peru's side, it gets a little bit hard for him because the only disengagement spell and control spells he has on the Valier is going to be the Searing Torrent. And the minute he uses it as well, that's pretty much like WQXD prime time. He's like, alright, great, I will now use my skills to get over this firewall because I know you will never be able to push me back. And it just puts everyone start forcing them all to pretty much just go in their own separate ways. And when that happens, they were able to engage and pick them off one by one.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Parisa actually opted to go for a little bit more defensive items. I know he died a lot of times here because of his positioning, but at the same time, they were lacking in terms of a lot of damage from towards the later stage of the game here. And without those kind of damage items to actually dish out, you can see Swoop was able to just outdish damage compared to what Wale was supposed to be doing early on here, which is kind of unfortunate. But let's take a look at the post-game stats here as we talk a little bit more on the damage output. You can see the Kagura was able to hit 41,000 damage as compared to what Parisa was doing with 27,000 here, and it's just unfortunate because he was just out-damaging him all the way through, and I feel like without those damage items here, Bosskurr could not fare well in the later stage of the game.
Yes, the itemization coming from the Valier just now was a little bit really off. So I get it, you know, Precise has always been the offlaner or fighter, right? So suddenly given the support role here, it might have been a little bit shaky for him, but I guess it's a great way for them to test it out because it's only week number 2. Because like I told Gideon before, the first 2 weeks or first 3 weeks is always going to be reconnaissance week where they try out the new roster among all this team to see whether it works out or not. But yes, coming back into this post-game stretch, our rich guy is going to be Fakers as he's been doing an amazing job, followed by Adamir, the most damage in this entire game. I mean, it's already expected because he is the carry. His passive is going to be proccing so many times with that ultimate combination. Scoopbox with the Sandbag because he's been tanking the most. And I mean the most because he is the Kali and he's been doing an amazing time with it as trying to be the anchor for this team. Just unfortunately not enough damage. Forgotten one is going to be MSW with our dear friend the Bucks. Yeah, oh man, he is so good with that. I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, he soaked so much damage in those kind of team fights as well, but I feel like the MVP undeniably is Adamir as well. He's doing 83,000, right? Like the final pick with the marksman or carry was pretty much the steel deal. Hey, they have Esmeralda, they have Ilos, they have Khalid. All these heroes scale really well in terms of HP percentage in the later stage game. But guess what? Carry scales against this kind of heroes really well. Carry hits harder as the HP grows even more. And the more max HP you ban, the more the light build is going to do even more damage here. So as you can see, it's no surprises why Adamir was hitting like a truck. You saw how quickly the Hylos died. You saw how quickly the Esmeralda died just because of how much max HP he had. And even there were so many moments he was just focusing on killing off the tanks or maybe even just going for backline. He's just completely just, you know what, I'm just going to normal dish out damage. But undeniably, MVP for you guys is going to be none other than Adamir himself.
I mean, come on, let's be honest. At this point, Carry is pretty much has that nickname, the Tank Shredder. He's so great at picking up tanks. Most of the time as well, even during back in MPL Live, whenever there's a Uranus in game, instantly you see the opposite team goes for the Carry because it's just so great at just shredding all these frontliners, all these beefy heroes. But most importantly, the entire composition, you also can tell there's not many strong control skills on the side here of Team Bosskurr. Sure, there is the Ring of Punishment and the rest of the skills, but it's just not enough and not really a 100% guarantee lockdown on carry here. So with that Phantom Sand with the flicker, just to reassure his escape and positioning, this game was pretty much in the back towards this late game, especially when Team Bosskurr was not able to assert way more dominance or try to close things out.
Well, it seems to me the predictions are pretty off here, and things are getting spicy here for Season 6 here in EVOS SG. Last week, we saw Red Reborn going up against EFAM. It was like 90% to 10. Guess what? Red Reborn wowed the 10%. Now, this one, same thing, different story.
I mean, I told you already, like, before this game even started, right? Like, expectation predictions are meant to be broken. Seriously, they are meant to be broken, and really, I'm really happy that Divinity really popped things off in this game for today. Sure, there is a couple of mistakes coming from some of the members. Same goes for Team Bosskurr, but either way, it is such a big leap, a big difference compared to last week's drafting and gameplay. At least in this case, you can definitely tell Divinity is really taking things serious on what they can focus for and what kind of competition they really want to try to opt inside all their fights. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be passing to the Godfather Lafell for an amazing interview between Divinity Esports.
Hello, how are you? That was
Feeling
very
good,
short.
feeling good.
Even I know this, like, wait, that sounded a bit awkward, but yeah, okay. So let's go on with the interview. You guys just fought against Bosskurr, and I think this is your first win. So how do you guys feel about that?
I think we're feeling better because after the losses last week, then we really started to practice more and didn't want to lose. Yeah.
Well, let me just say, today it was phenomenal. I still remember the first game where all of your guys killed the Guardian's avatar, the Feather Strike. It was so beautiful. But since you touched upon the last game, I do want to ask, what happened in the Digi game? Like, why didn't it work out?
Well, I feel that because we didn't have a lot of time to scrim with other teams, so we didn't really have enough experience with the DG. So overall, we felt that it was better to just not play the strategy instead.
All right, love to hear that. Yeah, definitely I can see the difference. It's like night and day. This week, you guys really brought it in. Very, very fast rotations as well as very fast reaction times towards you guys getting caught by Bosskurr, but always making it back to save your friend. So my last question to you is, next matches, upcoming matches, will you guys increase the training regimen, or are you guys comfortable with the training regimen you guys have now?
Definitely, I think we'll be increasing the times that we train up, maybe to twice a week.
Hey, twice a week still sounds good, but yes, right now the floor is yours. Is there anything that you want to say to all of the Divinity fans?
Not really.
Okay, you know, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. I'm a good interviewer. Thank you for all of the Divinity fans that trusted us, even though there was like 20% of you. But still, thank you very much. You guys are the best. Absolutely, we need your support and everything. Is that good enough for you, man?
Yeah, that's good. I think that's good enough.
All right, thank you very much. So that was not my words, that was his words, okay? He's just transmitting his aura towards me, and I, as an interviewer, I bring it out to you guys. But yes, congratulations to Divinity beating out Team Bosskurr 2-0. And right now, dia dah naik ke atas. Saya kembali kepada Bahasa Melayu. And kita akan kembali lagi dengan caster-caster kita. Pas kepada caster English, pas kepada caster Melayu. Guys, take it away.
Leonard, I don't know what to feel about that, man. That is
I mean, it was more like a ooh situation. But anyway, thank you so much, Lafell, for such an amazing and of course a great follow-up for Divinity interview. Seriously, really well played coming from you. But still, again, seriously, Divinity is come on, man. Say thank you, man. You have fans. There are people rooting for you back in Singapore. Not many.
But that's the thing. I agree with what Lafell mentioned as well. It's like the fans, you know, the 20% of us supporting you. There was this like salt, you know, salt all the way through. But at the same time, let's get back into the serious stuff here. We're going into the standings as of now. We can see Divinity Esports takes their first win, and they will move up to 5th place here, pushing down Forsaken and also Resurgence. But Forsaken has not played a single match yet here. But as of now, the Divinity Esports from the Singapore qualifiers here, they just proved themselves they've got game, because that was an amazing performance coming in from them against Team Bosskurr.
I mean, that's pretty much like I said before, a couple of research, a couple of practice does really go a long way. And just like exactly what he said during the interview, they had a lot of time to practice. And even, especially, they do not want to experience so many losses in such an amazing league like this. They really stepped up their game, and they just earned themselves that beautiful 2-0 against Team Bosskurr. But anyway, now with the current standing as well, now we can literally say the Divinity Esports pretty much are at the starting line. They are ready to go. Although yes, the beginning was quite rough. It was very rough for them. But now they are at the spot and they're pretty much ready and happy to go. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is today's schedule as we already witnessed the first game between Team Bosskurr against Divinity Esports. The following up game is just going to be just as epic as it's going to be Team Reborn versus EVOS SG. And the last game of today is going to be Team SG versus Resurgence.
Well, I can't wait to watch how Red Reborn go up against EVOS SG because why? We're looking at the titans of the titans, the gods among men. This is where men are separated from the boys. You know, who is the real men? Who is the real boys? This is going to be the big boys game coming up next very, very shortly here as we're going to see the best of the best, the Malaysian best and the Singaporean best to this date. As of now in MPL Season 6 MYSG week number 2 standings here. Who is going to take it here? Oh, I can't wait to see the predictions. Is it going to be 50-50 or is it going to be like a huge margin as well? Because last week we saw, what, 10% on towards GigFam? Oh, what? GigFam's going to win 90%. Guess what? They wowed everybody. Yesterday, it was a huge margin in favor of Red Reborn, which is, guess what? They won against Bosskurr. Yeah. No surprises. But now, this prediction later on is going to be up for you guys. Who is going to be the one that takes the win against the Battle of the Titans? Drop down in the comments, hashtag is it going to be EVOS SG or hashtag is it going to be Red Reborn, because this is very, very important for you here. The post is going to help us tell you guys a better story. But I don't know, man. Yoli, if you want to make predictions, who?
Well, this is going to be really hard to tell because both of these teams are by far one of the most aggressive teams in the entire game. And they have the skills and the confidence to back them up. I'm serious, they are really that strong. And so in this upcoming game, it's going to be really intense as well. By the way, for you guys, comment down in the comment section below who's going to be taking the win. And if you really want to support them, you can check us out on our Facebook tag and Instagram tag, which is going to be at Mplmysg for the Facebook. Instagram is going to be at mpl.mysg.official. And of course, you can find us at Astro Arena and EGG Network. Anything else you want to say before we take this break?
Well, see you guys for game number 2. Make sure to drink water.
Yep, don't forget to drink water. And I'll see you guys after this. Ciao.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With U2. Being with U2 is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the U2 app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Read my word. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With UDO. Being with UDO is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the UDO app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. I'm Lennon Noah as Yonali, and joining me once again is IC Baby 1, 2, and of course for all of you viewers joining us today and even yesterday as well, thank you guys so much. But of course, gotta give a big thanks to our sponsor, Udo, which is our official digital telco in Malaysia, and everything else is currently presented and brought to you by Moonton. So Terrence, after experiencing such an amazing game between Team Bosskurr and Team Divinity Esports, how are you feeling right now?
Well, that was an insane round. I was expecting Bosskurr to actually take game number 2, but at the same time, there were a couple of
hiccups.
Definitely hiccups for sure. Itemization was a little bit messed up as well. But still, you have to give credit where credit is due. Divinity Esports played that with experience. They played it extremely well. And on top of that, they deserve that 2-0. They're going to be making their marks here. But for those of you watching here, today is going to be a jam-packed, awesome match here. We've seen Bosskurr going up against Divinity Esports. Now, the Clash of Titans begins. Reborn going up against EVOS Esports SG.
And then following up, we're going to be having our last game of the day. It's going to be Team SMG versus Resurgence. Seriously guys, if you thought the first game was crazy, right? The next 2 games is going to be even more crazy. And I'm excited to see, especially this game between Team Reborn against EVOS SG, because there's a lot of personality and impact coming from both of these teams. But anyway, let's bring up the standings to update any of you new viewers who just joined us here on the stream to tell you who's currently on top and who has went back down towards the bottom. So Reborn still taking that top spot with a whopping points of 5 points, followed by EVOS SG with 4, Todak with 3, GeekFam, and of course the newly upgraded and updated score on towards the ladder is going to be Divinity Esports from a negative 2 points, went back all the way back up to 0.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate to see Team Bosskurr in the bottom side of the pack here because like the following weeks to come, they are going to be battling against teams that are extremely tough here. They have to make a huge win to actually make a standard chance to actually make it to the top 8 here. They are currently in the bottom negative 6 here. However, we have to give credit where credit is due. Divinity Esports definitely needed that win to boost their morale. In the interview early on, we did mention Adam just saying as well, we were kind of down. We made a little bit of preparations with this win. It's going to give them a little bit small boost here to actually perform into those following games to come here. However, they are on the top 5 here. Will they have what it takes to push towards the top 4?
I mean, it's always about, especially when you're trying to maintain the standings, it's always about consistency and how well you're able to control and defend your position as long as possible. But of course, coming back towards our current matchup is Team Reborn versus Team EVOS SG. Any thoughts before we talk anything else? Like personal thoughts? Who's going to take the win?
I don't know. I want to wait for the predictions here, but
I'm burning you out first, you know.
Like on statistics, I feel like the wow factor. Personal statistics, not the statistics. Personal impression. The wow factor is Reborn Esports.
Ooh, okay.
But from experience, I think EVOS SG is going to take this game.
Oh man, a lot of calls coming up here from Terrence.
I'm expecting it to be like 2-1, 2-0, but I think EVOS Esports might take it, but it might be vice versa. But before that, let's take a look at our team introduction between Reborn Esports and also EVOS.
Dalam minggu ni kita akan lawan dengan EVOS SG.
When people ask about our new roster changes, some meme words coming out of JPL's keyboard, and I believe Toxic CEO is capable of a higher level also.
I would say Mom, because he's the one who is like leading a team in terms of like all the initiating and like he's the brain of the team.
Bagi saya, kalau saya diberi peluang untuk menyingkirkan satu player daripada EVOS SG, saya akan menyingkirkan player offlane dia sebab offlane dia akan mengganggu rotasi kami. Tak ada benda yang merisaukan saya. Saya rasa macam kalau kita orang kalah pun sebab lag.
I wish I could say something really toxic so that you can enjoy the show, but to be honest, I
Season lepas dah kena 2-0, minggu kedua nanti nak kena 2-0 lagi.
Oh my lord, you gotta give it to Toxic CEO. Only he knows how to really burn their opponents prior, before, towards this game. Really amazing plays coming from all this Toxic, from this, especially such an amazing video, but not as amazing as all these graphics that's going to be currently brought to you us here by the production team. So here is your playing the lineups from both of this team here, and we're going to be starting towards the right side here. It is going to be Team Red Reborn, and their members are CeeLo, Aaron, Mao, Chakbu, Mom, and Grango. They have been showing very great consistency, and remember, if you notice some of the players as well, they were previously from Orange Esports Reborn back in MPL Season 5, and they were the top 3 as well in MPL Season 5.
And next up here from the roster, we have EVOS Esports SG, we have Soul, JPL, Potato, Pokemon, Aeon, and none other than Toxic CEO. My goodness, here I'm loving the trash talk here, because at the same time, what was that? Like, I wish I could say something toxic, but I don't even know who they are.
Yes.
I feel like, yeah, you guys faced each other in the last season, but at the same time, they didn't really do well against them. So at the same time, I feel like EVOS SG, they're feeling pretty confident about this matchup, and I think they might take this here. And based on personal-wise, I said I have a gut feeling it's gonna be a 2-1.
Oh man, 2-1, 2-0. Everyone is going to be throwing out all kinds of predictions and all their own personal thoughts, because both of these teams, like I said, very aggressive, very has huge, amazing personality and so much impact in terms of their play style and gameplay. But anyway, this is going to be your player stats for Team Red Reborn here, starting with their most favorite pick hero, or say not favorite pick heroes, mostly the most picked hero, and their current KDA from their very last game. And my god, we saw last week that 1v2 and 1-1 coming up from Mal, and by the way, 1-1 is Mal's most favorite ideal hero and of course best hero for his marksman plays.
Yeah, he's been stepping up for the entire week as well from last week, and this week as well. Yesterday's performance coming from him here on the Yishun scene as well as the 1-1 was just spectacular. He's been clutching crucial plays from yesterday's games and the following weeks as well. And today, the moment of truth. Like I said, the clash of titans. Can Mao step it up for a team? And will Mom's leadership initiating the fights outclass EVOS Esports? That's going to be something we're going to be looking forward to see later on. But from the player stats coming in from EVOS Esports SG, you can see on the screen here, we have Esmeralda, Hilda, Yishun Sin, Cecilia, Kali being picked as well. Seems to me very standardized meta is coming in towards the playstyles here. Very similar playstyles coming from both these teams now. So they are really contesting the Khalid for sure.
I mean, it's always, most of the heroes going to be picked here. Inside all the majority of the drafting inside this season, still going to be testing out mostly some physical composition as well with their playstyle too. But anyway, just look on that KDA. More iconically, I want everyone to be focused a little bit on Aeon on his Hilda. Seriously, from his last game when he played that Hilda and fully understanding the full perks of what and the cons of Hilda, understanding that they need to be as aggressive as much as possible. He was super aggressive, even forcing back the higher booster all the way back and not allowing to have this farm. By the way, boom, bang, bam, there is your team head-to-head stats here between both of the teams here. We're going to be having a head-to-head between players, but for now, let's just stick with the stats. But oh my lord, just look at EVOS SG, literally covering the entire horizons here. Like even the turtles, like they're so focused on like objective wise. Like sure, turtles not that many. It's just mostly an average turtle game, because there were some times where they're totally fine giving away the turtle. Not a huge priority for them, because they have pretty much their objective play is very simple: clear the first wave, jungle invasion, or take their own jungle, then try to go for rotation and ganks for that first few towers. And Team Red Reborn pretty much all rounder here.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, based on the stats here, EVOS SG has played 2 games, and Red Reborn has had a spectacular performance of 7 games played here, undefeated here, maybe 1 loss in one of the series here, but they still took the entire series for themselves. But besides that 1 loss, EVOS SG, will they be the one to stop their winning streak? Will they be the one to stop their dominance here this is the moment of truth here.
Yep.
Unique heroes picked 19, no surprises there. More games, obviously more varieties and more versatilities in terms of hero picks here. However, EVOS SG, they only played 2 games. Coming to this tournament, a brand new roster as well. Will they be able to step it up in this game here? And ladies and gentlemen, I can't stress how hard it is to predict who is going to take this game. I can't stress how intense, how hard to expect, because we don't know what we're going to be expecting here. Are we going to be expecting a grand final worthy match here? We shall see, but as of now, this is going to be the MVPs, the feature players from both teams here. It's going to be none other from Mao, the previous week 1's MVP, and also yesterday's dominant performance coming in from him. He's got 43 kills, 12 deaths, and 29 assists, compared to Potato, who's got 11 kills, 2 deaths, and 15 assists, which is no surprises. Only 2 games so far. Still a pretty good track record coming from Potato. 90% average kill participation and average goal per minute of 800. So we are looking at the best of the best going head to head right now. Both these KDs have, if you were to just tone it down in terms of average wise here and the ratio wise, they are both actually faring pretty okay, and I would say Potato has the slight upper hand here just because he only has 2 deaths.
But then again, he has only played 2. EVOS SG has only played 2 games by far. But the thing is, they have such a track history and even achievements as well. EVOS SG also not only did they have so many great achievements, they also got their own first championship spot back in MPL Season 4. That is such a huge achievement. And of course, like you say, if you guys are wondering who is the new member inside here on Team EVOS SG, it is going to be Aeon, and he was previously the, if I'm not mistaken, RSG.
Yes.
Oh man, Resurgence, also a really strong personality team as well, also very aggressive. So I believe with the addition of Aeon, it just fits the personality with this team. Like in terms of team synergy and coordination and chemistry, there's nothing wrong coming from the side here for EVOS SG. But Team Red Reborn, you cannot put them out of the dust for just yet as well, because very consistent, has great team synergy and chemistry as well. Now it literally just comes down who's going to be the hunter and who's going to be the hunted.
Yeah, and when it comes to this matchup as well, so far EVOS SG has been playing it extremely disciplined, and they've been playing extremely calculated as well. But as of now, the predictions, oh my goodness, 55% from the side of EVOS, and Red Reborn going to be 45%. Like I said, 50-50.
Yeah,
like I said, it's
about
close.
right.
It's about right here. But my gut feeling says EVOS Esports. But at the same time, it could be anyone's game. Because right now, in this current meta, we were discussing as well, Red Reborn previously played for Orange Esports in the previous season, from Season 5. They were one of the teams that no one expected to make it all the way to top 3. But guess what? With their meta of not playing majors as well, they've always been prioritizing on assassins and fighter style, which fits the current patch right now. They might be the one to be one step ahead of EVOS Esports SG. But at the same time, in experience-wise, EVOS Esports SG has one of the most experience coming into this entire season itself here. They've played almost every single season.
I mean, that is true. They have been playing for a majority of the season, especially most iconically, the amount of achievement they got was previously from Season 3 all the way to Season 5. This is going to be their ultimate, hopefully, and I believe their goal is going to be taking the champion spot here for Season 6. But it's not going to be easy because a lot of teams here really stepped up their game. New rosters, new lineup, stronger ones as well. And Team Red Reborn, previously who was Team Orange, they have been reborn with full of vigor, full of strength, ready to go to town as well. And they have not been underperforming at all, showing great performance, great skill, great mechanical plays, especially the remaining team. Silo, great playmaker. Mom, a beautiful tank. Seriously, excelente. Seriously, always frontline, always ensuring, always pulling for the team. There are some situations where he was a little bit over-aggressive. It's like, oops, like, oh, I overstepped myself. But that's totally fine and can be forgiven for. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the drafting of this first beer tree between Team Red Reborn and EVOS SG.
Well, the moment of truth, the match that we've all been waiting off here is going to be the drafting stage here. To start things off, the first few heroes are going to be taken out of the game here. It's going to be the tanks here. Kufra's out. Atlas is out. Uranus is out as well. We're not going to be seeing any kind of tanks coming in here. 1-1's respect ban coming from EVOS here. They know Mao has been performing yesterday game, so they do not want to take the risk in this matchup, so they won't let it off the hook. Hilda will be banned as well. Respect ban here coming towards EVOS SG, but at the same time, Yuzhong is in the pool. Nah, never mind.
Nope, not
Scratch
for,
that.
Not
Bye-bye,
for long.
Yuzhong.
Not for long. And especially I love the final ban coming from Reborn because banning out this Hilda, in other words, they're just really denying EVOS SG, like literally telling them in their face, like, Aeon, we do not want you being so aggressive with us in this early game. We want to set this tempo. We want to be the one taking this initiative here, especially a majority of the skills and heroes are still in the pool here. Kali is definitely going to be a priority pick and lockdown coming on Team Reborn. But now EVOS SG, what is their retaliation? There is still other picks into the mix here. Esmeralda is going to be picked and follow up with the Farsa. I was about to bring out the Farsa as well because they really want to get this mid tempo going.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually let the Cho slide here, considering that both teams actually play around the Cho as well. JPL plays a mean Cho, likewise for Silo coming in from Red Reborn as well. Do they want to pick up their Cho right now, right off the bat, or will they let it off the hook here? Because EVOS SG, they have a mean Cho player. JPL is known to be able to outperform a lot of teams here, and he has very similar playstyles to Zorn here coming from GeekFam. Arguably one of the best tanks in the whole MPL itself here. But as of now, they will prioritize on the Popo Koopa here, which is one of the almost more, I would say, the top tier picks coming into this MPL as well. Either picked or banned, so they are going to be prioritizing on that. Cho will be picked off from Red Reborn for Silo here.
The thing is, it could be either Silo or Mom. Both of them can also play with the Cho, but then again, we all have only experienced Silo doing such an amazing playmaker with this Cho. But what I'm more curious to see is JPL on this Farsa, one of his ideal heroes, and by far any mage support he has ever picked and played, it's always been devastating. And Farsa, one of the most strongest team fight competition and nuking spells in the entire game, he is absolutely going to be popping up. But in this case, they're going to lock down this Yi Sun Shin. Now, in other words, they have teamfight competition. They have one great initiator and also going to be a great lane harasser with the Esmeralda and the Vision Warfare with the global presence with his Mountain Shocker usage his ultimate. That is pretty much all secure. Now all they need left is a secondary initiator and also just try to deny as much comms coming from the side here team Red Reborn.
They have to ban off Mao's hero right now, and Roger is going to be the first one to be banned off as well. And I feel like the next one is going to be Ling as well, considering that Red Reborn does play, Mao does play that kind of hero pool as well. Because right now, if you pay attention to EVOS SG's draft, 1-1 and Roger is pretty much Mao's hero picks here, and the only remaining for him was pretty much Yishun Xin or even the Ling here. So once you take out the Ling, that's it for Mao. We've not seen a lot of heroes coming from him as well. Maybe the carry, but I don't think EVOS SG is that worried about the carry here. As you can see, the only tanky hero from side EVOS SG is only Esmeralda here. But now they have to figure out, what do they ban? Do they stick with banning off?
I think they're going to ban the Baxia. They will either ban the Baxia or the Loi or the Kagura here. Either one of these three here, because or even the Sicilian. Either four of these picks here, but end up they're going to go with the Harry, which is also a great idea too. Because
they're more afraid of Harry rather than the carry here, or the Ling here in this case.
The mobility that Harry is able to bring in this comp, although yes, this sort of patch and also with the drafting sort of suit him as well. So not to say he's like a major priority pick in this case, but he is able to come back and he fits with it so well too. Akai is going to be the final ban here, so that's going to be denying EVOS SG another playmaker hero spell inside this game. But Baxia and the rest of the heroes is still in the pool if they really want to try to get as offensive as much as possible, because remember, this is going to be Aeon's pick right now. Pokemon's going to be playing this Esmeralda, JPL on this Farsa, and of course, without a doubt, wait, hold on. Now that I think of it, okay, no.
Well,
yes,
I
Potato is going to be with the usage.
Banning the Harif is actually good. It's respecting Aaron as well, considering that he played a really good supportive Harif coming into the in yesterday's performance. But they will pick the Garokacha for themselves here. Two offlaners is pretty much secure coming from them. Red Reborn, what kind of offlaners can they play here? Because Khalid is the only one there, and they need another side lane to actually counter against the Esmeralda or the Garokacha. And what other? Tamos is down. Hilda is out as well. Uranus is not even in the pool. Yuzhong is also out here. They need something to actually lane against the Garokacha or even the Esmeralda here. So the Link is going to be out for Mao. No surprises there. I'm surprised they actually let it off the hook, but they are going to be respecting that instead here. But Sicilian pick up here, so they will play the Cho as an offlaner and also having the Khalid on the offlaner on the side lanes as well, and then having Popo Koopa support with alongside Sicilian here. So a little bit of setup here to play a little bit more control. So that's gonna be the idea coming from Red Reborn. EVOS SG, how do they deal with this here? They have the Farsa, they have Smells, they have the Yishun Sing. They need one more offlaner.
I can tell you this for sure.
Really?
I called out one of the Sicilian as being one of the options as well because it's just really good. They need someone to really control this Farsa. The Cho will not be enough to get a hold on JPL here. And the thing is this, I even talked to Arthur, or even the Bucks here. I called it too, baby. So good. But anyway, yes, I was talking to Arthur from our BM side, our BM caster stream as well, that our dear friend here is going to be so great. Seriously. The Gato Kacha will be a potential optional pick coming from the side of either EVOS SG or from Resurgence, because a majority of the tanks here and the playmakers will be banned out and controlled.
Well, the Boxia pickup here is definitely a good pickup here. It works with the regen as well, and it actually jumps up the wall to actually try and catch up the Link here. They did nerf up the Link a little bit in terms of the cooldowns to jump between walls here, which is good. So this is going to be giving a lot of opportunity for the Boxia to actually catch him off guard. On top of that, with the Gato catch up, that's going to be a lot of crowd control and also a lot of negation here coming for EVOS SG. And I feel like based on this draft, it's still 50-50, but it's going to be up on towards Red Reborn. Will they be able to win the early stage of the game? That's going to be something we're going to be looking forward to here. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the Clash of the Titans here in Mplmysg Season 6. Red Reborn going up against EVOS SG, game number 1.
Ooh, baby, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be so epic as we finally get another beautiful scene of the graphics of the Land of the Dawn right before the bloodshed that's going to be happening between both of these teams here. So now, those are going to be sticking with a casual and also pretty much similar 1-3-1 play style here. Galakacha is going to be going against Cho towards this battle lane, as Pokemon will be going toe-to-toe with Aaron in this top side.
Yep. Seeing us going 1-3-1 here, both teams they have to play a little bit aggressive here. Mom takes a little bit more damage here. The Koopa has been taken out of the pool. He doesn't have the opportunity to reset his fight, but at the same time here, he's going to take a significant amount of damage, so this is going to buy a little bit more time. So he's going to try and punish CeeLo here. Look at this offlane Gatogacha doing so much damage to begin with here, but Red Reborn, they are going to try and punish EVOS SG. They're going to try and poke around the bush here, and as they mow them all down, whereas they send Mao to actually solo the red buff and contest EVOS SG all by themselves here. And this amount of pressure from side Red Reborn is actually delaying EVOS SG. Mao managing to take the buff for himself.
Still going to be buying a lot of time, and now I sort of understand the amount of aggression that's going to be coming from the side here, Team Red Reborn, because they just want to divert the attention, just like, hey, we're here, don't suddenly think about where is Mal, maybe Mal might be doing blue. I want you guys to think of that, because now, especially see the mini potato goes versus red, they're like, alright, Mal didn't go for the blue, they invaded our red and they took it for themselves. So great start for their side here, but ooh, definitely not a fun lane for Pokemon against this Kali.
That's the thing about Popo and Koopa, right? You can leave one hero to actually do whatever he wants here, because you have an additional unit to actually punish that. And that bottom small engagement in the Cabbage Patch, that was what it was enough to actually push them to actually buy time here. But now Mao does have the double buffs here. He's going to go for the dive, but Tempest Blade, not enough movement speed, but it's going to be enough for him to go in for the additional jump. He will secure the first blood here, but at the same time, he will get retaliated here over commitment punishment coming in, and he will get destroyed. Nice stun there to follow up with Potato's ultimate.
Oh my god, like initially I thought it was like pretty great that Mao was able to get a beautiful first blood on JPL, but instantly gets punished and picked up by Aeon. Aeon has always been such a nuisance, even in the early part of the game, Terrence. We saw that he was literally frontlining 2 members in their face with the Shield Spirit, just constantly doing so much harassment, man. So it's really cool. And it's also really picked up, they managed to shut down or slow down Mao as who is the hyper carry assassin in this game.
Yeah, at the same time, that's a huge win there for EVOS SG. Without both the red and the blue buff in the picture here, there's going to be a lot of raiding room for them to actually make some farm here. Potato still going to be focusing on his farm on the Yushin Sea here, and despite the recent nerf here, Yishun Sin is going to be able to do a lot of damage here if he switches between his form here, between melee and also rage. He's going to be able to keep up his critical spikes throughout the team fight. But at the same time, he's going to be focusing on objectives here, as EVOS SG will be focusing on the turtle camp. As you can see, Farsa will get pushed back. Red Reborn wants to capitalize on this situation, but Mom, he's pretty soft here. But you can see Mao already making work towards the hitting the turtle here. And Aeon going to be trying contesting those Mom, whereas the Cavalry, How is he gonna go here?
And now we can look at it a bit as well. Here comes the Mountain Shotgun coming from the side here of Team EVOS SG. Turtle is gonna be taken from them as well as they secure it. And now Khalid Aaron, no choice, with the Quicksand Guard quickly transitioning to the Raging Sandstorm as he tried to escape, but will not be able to outrun Pokemon, who literally says, I'm gonna catch you all.
That was surprise enough. Red Reborn only lost one member here despite committing that objective without the buffs up on towards Mao here. But still, EVOS SG managed to capitalize this situation. They will win this fight. JPL will force a couple of rotations in here. A couple spells being used by Silo, but so far Silo has been struggling to find those kind of pickoffs here. But as of now, they need to buy time. Now, Mao does have the blue buffs here, and red buffs is going to be the next one down towards the south side. Potato will finish up his Raptor Machete, and he's going to farm a little bit more safely here. And as the marksman, it's always important to focus on objective, focus on the farm, and that's going to be Potato's main objective coming in from EVOS SG. Whereas Red Reborn, they need to find a way to slop down these objectives and this aggressions here coming from EVOS SG.
They're gonna be prepared as well. As we can see, 3 members already rotating and preparing for this gang towards this top side. JPL already committing his word just for a little bit of maybe just a little bit of zoning out. But here comes the Winter Dragon gonna be locking down our dear friend Soul. But Soul even powering out the blade, the blast iron fist, and even committing the avatar of the Guardian to even escape. Top tier towers gonna be fallen down and taken away. Aaron tries his best to do a little bit more damage, but will get picked up by Potato. Mom on the other hand, tried to zone him out with the Alpha Wolf, but is not going to be enough.
What a great clutch there coming from Soul as well. He managed to buy in over time, and on the contrary, wasted so much utilities coming from Red Reborn. And because of that, they were able to secure the top side and get the kill in Aaron here. What more can you ask? EVOS SG playing their minds out here. Mao, they lost the earlier engagement here. Now he's going to try and get the initial lead here as they are looking for the power spike up onto his Link here. They have nerfed the Link in the early stage of the game with the power spike, but in the later stage here, he still hits like the previous season. So this is going to be the objective for them. But bottom side, Silo over-tanking the tower himself, gets the tower but will pay with his life. So going to be a free kill there towards Soul.
Ooh, Mountain Shotgun committed just to give a little bit of vision to know where they are, because the turtle is currently up and ready for them to take as well, because Hilo is still out of commission for more seconds. Aeon committing all the way, trying to zone him out and hopefully trying to get a couple of kills for himself. JPL harassing and bombarding with his kills from the back line. And Aeon, ooh, the Alpha Wolf is going to keep Mom alive a little bit more longer as he's going to be colliding. Tempest Blade coming from Maul is going to be committed just to try to disengage from Pokemon. Now a majority of spells out of commission. Mal has to fall back. Every time the Guardian coming out for Soul is just trying to zone them out as much as possible, because they really want to get this invasion and control of this blue. Blue's going to be taken by Potato, and now we're going to be seeing a potential fight coming in for the rest of the team.
Nice bush control coming in from Soul as well, making sure that Red Reborn can't contest that blue buff. A little bit of safety net coming there, but well done indeed coming from EVOS SG. Red Reborn, they need to make some kind of plays here. They do not have the buff arm towards Mao, and so far, Mao is struggling against EVOS SG. EVOS SG, they're hiding here. They don't see him here. The wolf is there, but they did not face check it here. But Feathered Airstrike is there. They're going to be focusing on Mom. Mom will flicker his way here, and he's going to be fine for tomorrow. But Silo still hiding in the bush here, trying to get any kind of a disposition here. JPL showed himself here, but Silo, I think he wants to go for it here. He's going to go for JPL. Can he get inside? No, he will not get the Jikundo in time. The third proc was not available. But here comes Mao. He joins the fight. Can he burst down Potato? Drops in low enough. Eventually gets the job down with 1 HP. Surviving the team fight, getting the crucial kill. And here comes Silo with the Way of the Dragon, getting 2 in the process. And this is the kill that he needs. So overcommitting this fight. Can he go in for the team fight here? But Pokemon will come in for the saves. Will take down the Povo Koopa. But as of now, Mao will live to talk the tale as he takes down 2 by himself.
1 for 2. What a really big pickup. Although it would have been perfect and set in stone if Mom didn't get picked up by Pokemon. But either way, I believe it is a trade that Team Red Reborn was willing to give and take for themselves here. Once again, Mountain Shotgun is going to be committed, because this is going to be the exact same place that's going to be happening towards the entire game. The minute Potato has his ultimate, he's just going to pop it out just to get some information, especially when they have no idea where are the remaining members of Red Reborn. Now, we saw a couple of fights coming from the side here of JPL. He almost one-shot Mon. That was beautiful. And most importantly, he prioritized the Alpha Wolf first, especially because he just want to try to lock down potential initiation coming from the side of Red Reborn.
EVOS SG, they're going to be making a play, but as of now, Red Reborn, they got that kill. That's going to be a small breathing room that they needed from the start here, as Mao was struggling in the early phase of the game. That 2 kills is going to help them out, but as of now, the blue bomb is going to be up for contestant once again, as you can see. So they're waiting for the push. Mom is dropping a little bit low here, but he somehow survives and makes it to safety in the tower 1. And EVOS SG will survive this, but Mao will go in for the wrap round. He gets 1 kill, and he dodges with the 10% play, hits on the tree. Salo is there, keeps them all in check, but no one is dying. Can they go for the fight? Aaron is still tanking with the Kali. They can't seem to finish him off. EVOS SG, they can't seem to kill him off, but eventually takes him down. But Potato will go down once again. They could not kill Mao in time without the Yishun seed. He's gonna take a free ball for himself, but can he do it? Because here comes EVOS SG. Did you get paid with his life? The over-aggression gets punished. The greed is not good here. The greed is not good, Leonard.
It is not good at all, Terrence. But you know that was the most craziest part. By the way, here comes the Jikudo, followed by the winner of the drive. But the following up with the Feather Airstrike, even with the Mountain Shark Pokemon trying to run for his life. But that bad impact with the max range will seal his fate. As alongside with Aeon. But Aeon's going to be getting out alive. But even if the Wolf was chasing him, he still has his ultimate. Maxi already popped his ultimate, and the Wolf will die before he can even reach him. But Terrence, you think was the most craziest part in that last fight? Was the fact that Chakbu kept JPL in place. And JPL noticed but committed a better airstrike on him, but Chakbu constantly sidesteps, dancing with JPL and forcing him to miss all of his hits. And because of that zoning out, JPL was not able to commit all of his spells on the majority of the team, especially on Aaron, who was literally 1v3 with that quicksand guard.
What a clutch there from that engagement coming from Mao, but before that, the game progresses here. JPL almost get bursted down. Here comes the Sanguine Claw as well, catching Aeon. He's dropped to his half HP here. 9 minutes has passed, but Chakbu has not died a single time. So far, his stacks is insane. He's starting to hit like a truck here, and this is something EVOS SG they have to worry about as the game progresses here. As you can see, the ultimate being powered from Potato for a little bit of map control. The Lord is going to be the key objective here, but you can see on the minimap as well, Mom is already setting up tracks, preparing for EVOS SG. Meanwhile, Soul is going to apply pressure down bottom.
Now slowly setting the pace as well. But Chakbu, this time, he's trying to he's doing it again. He's dancing with JPL. It's like, hey, you can't touch this. But never thought of the gun.
The second
not going to be able to commit as well. But the second cost controlling them. Chakbu free flowing, but Sally will eventually fall to Pokemon. Look at the amount of shield of Pokemon. He's literally untouchable and unkillable at this point. JPL finally gets Meta Feather Airstrike trying to zone him now. Pokemon finds him and gets the triple kill. 4 men will fall, and including that tier 2 tower, and this mid inhibitor is not gonna last any longer.
The moment of truth that they needed here. EVOS SG needed Potato in their engagement here. Now, with him alone, immediately gets destroyed. Looks like EVOS SG found the pickoff, they bought enough time, and they will clutch this game 1. What a play, what a play. And my gut feeling is telling me I'm right here, Leonard.
I mean, you were never wrong. I never say you're wrong. You were always right. It's just that I was a little bit having these mixed feelings because both of these teams are just so amazing and so much aggression. And remember, before that game ended, we all thought that Red Reborn had the tempo. They were winning a couple of fights. They were winning a couple of clashes, those skirmishes. And then you had this thought like, okay, maybe Red Reborn might stand a chance to dominate this game number 1. But all it took was just one change, one fight. And EVOS SG just told himself, we're not going to drag this game. We're not going to try to push towards this late game. We end this here. We'd end this now. 30-second death timer, only left with one member. And he tried his best. Trust me, he tried his best to hold off between a 1v5, but there was no way he's getting up. We saw Pokemon. Can't even see his HP bar. Just pure shields for days, dude.
Yeah, it was super tough to actually kill him off as well, but at the same time, there were so many crucial moments that they actually needed to go in clutch. There were so many nice clutch moments coming from Mao, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough here just because of how they did not get the early win here.
Correct.
Great stuff coming from EVOS Esports SG because they were able to steamroll and slow down the aggression coming from Red Reborn here, and because of that, the control was amazing. But before that, let's take a look at a little bit of recap as we're going to be heading in a short video of how it all went down for game number 1 as we explain how the game is going to be progressing here for game number 1 here. Yodoli, before we go into the segment right now, what are the things that we want to talk about?
Well, first case for sure, I believe the most... it's so hard to talk about which one is the most important moment because there were so many moments where each player in both of these teams played their roles accordingly as well. We see a majority of the team, beautiful initiation, beautiful catching, Chakbu zoning out JPL, JPL trying his best to zone out Chakbu. Everyone was playing accordingly and just so systematically. But anyway, here comes the highlight currently brought to you by U2, powered by Cellcom. Terrence, let's take it away.
You know, I like this moment right here where they actually nerfed the Ling, right?
Yep.
Where early aggression, he was not as power spike here, and
Yep.
they reduced the movement speed for Tempest Blade, which forced him to overcommit for that kill towards Potato, and because of that, he was out of position and was punished from the side of Aeon. But if that was an early previous patcher, he could have just killed them and just backed out of that team fight. But before that, as the game progresses, because of that one kill, one death right there,
Yep.
he lost both the blue buff and red buff.
Yep.
And because of that situation, it led to this particular fight as well, where EVOS SG was in the lead, and they knew that, hey, Mao without blue buff is not going to be able to do anything. But
Yep.
at the same time, when they come into this fight, there was a clutch moment where Mao completely destroyed Potato with the jukes of the Templar's Blade.
I mean, that's because, like, you can see from the quality for all the hero spells as well, Potato didn't have his Mountain Shocker. Esmeralda Pokemon already completed his Falling Star mode to try to get this kill on Mom, which Mom already used Flicker to, no, sorry, not use Flicker, but he was just able to get out of that situation. Thankfully, with his Alpha Wood to control Pokemon by a little bit. And remember, even though there is the Avatar of the Guardian on Soul, it takes time to channel and really connect it, especially on the same spot, which means this just gives Mal enough information to know, and seeing Potato being so low, he's able to easily clean up and pop Potato before he could even try, and that bad impact coming in from Chakmo was amazing. You see what I mean? He just kept JPL in place, just constantly just reminding him like, hey, I'm right here, I'm low, I'm tasty, I'm a treat. Hit me instead the rest of this team. Can you imagine the amount of damage he literally forced JPL to commit on Chakmo, which literally did not connect? Can you imagine if all that damage was committed towards that team fight, towards that blue buff? It would have been, not to say a guaranteed change, but it could be a moment of opportunity.
Yeah, but slowly but surely you can see as the game progresses as well, Mom was constantly setting up traps, perfect traps towards EVOS SG, towards this team fight. But like you said, there's a Pokemon full shield all the way through. He doesn't really care. He's just mowing down, and Reborn was definitely not expecting a double HP bar Esmeralda coming out of nowhere joining this fight, even though they did not intend to actually fully commit this fight here. And the moment that Esmeralda caught them off guard, it was like a surprise factor. They immediately just shredded here because they had no time to assess the situation and just back off and not commit that fight. So that was pretty much a great surprise factor coming for EVOS SG. And them taking the game one here just shows that they had a better understanding compared to Red Reborn here. But hopefully game 2 will be a little bit different here. But showing respect towards Mao's hero picks here. Banning off all of Mao's heroes, put him in a situation to go for the Link pickup, which he's famous for from the previous season.
Yes.
But like I said, throughout the seasons here, it has been nerfed. The early aggression has not been as strong as before. And later stage, we can still see damage being dished out from Mao, but they understood the timings coming in. You know, like, if you want to compare it to a normal pop game, EVOS SG treated Mao as if they were fighting against a Fanny. A Fanny is, I was like, without blue buff, he's not going to be able to do anything. You know what, let's play him like a Fanny, and that's exactly what they did here. They punish him so hard, and I feel like the first initial dive to Mao got the first blood was what they needed, but the clutch from the side of Aeon to retaliate the kill, denying that blue buff and red buff to be active, just enabled EVOS Esports more breathing room and less pressure coming in from Mao early on.
And the best part, he literally sent him back as well. So this pretty much just like bought a little bit more time towards that early game. But most importantly, like if we look at about in this type of games, it's also a really great game for Esmeralda here. There's like shields all over the side here, Team Red Reborn here. So it's pretty much like a pretty much clear answer. Like, hey, you know, they got shields. I also take your shield, so that's pretty much in my favor too. And the amount of shield he managed to get towards that late game, he charged it out for so long. We saw Pokemon, like especially in that last fight before the game ended, he took his time with this. He took his time to wait a little bit to get the significant amount of shield and damage and started prioritizing that backline, because after that last fight, he noticed what was really the problem in that last few skirmishes. By the way, here is the post-game stretch between both Team Red Reborn against EVOS SG, as Rich Guy is still going to be Pokemon himself. Carry is also Pokemon. Sandbag is going to be Aeon because he's always constantly frontlining a majority of the situation at this time with the box here. And the forgotten one is going to be JPL, who had the most assists. I'm just going to say, if any aggressive hero being picked by Aeon, whether it's the Hilda or the Box here, right, it's going to be absolutely insane. He's so good at zoning out. The timing for him to really go for those rotation again is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Pokemon on the Esmeralda was just unkillable. He did so much damage in most of the team fights as well, and his AoE has been in control as well. I know I did not pay attention to Pokemon a lot because it's always been Mao just engaging, diving on towards the Yishun scene coming from EVOS SG, but Pokemon was always making Sakura plays. He's always zoning the Popo cool power as well, and there were so many times that Popo was put in a disadvantage where, hey, I'm just gonna use my Wolf to do whatever I can because I'm taking a lot of damage from this Pokemon, and Pokemon is trying to be the Pokemon master. He's trying to catch me with his Pokeballs, but at the same time, game number 2 is gonna be on its way, but game 1, who is gonna be MVP here?
Ooh, MVP, you gotta give it to your big boy himself as Pokemon with the majority amount of KDA and literally undying. Undying with the amount of shield. He only died one time in this game, but this was pretty much the early stage of the game where they were having a few of their first major team fight. They're following out as the game slowly started progressing when he has his Oracle. I mean, instantly, first item was Calamity Reaper, then followed by with the Oracle and then Enchanted Talisman. He's pretty much set in stone to go to town with the majority of this team here.
Yeah, who's able to sustain a lot of damage as well. Against Kali, they're definitely going to be trading 50-50 all the way through. And seeing how the game actually progressed, I like how they actually played it here. We did not see too much on the off lanes progression here, but most of the games right now in this meta, it's always the off lanes trying to make this kind of sneaky plays in terms of objectives, buying time, forcing rotations up top. And so far, Pokemon has been laying low on screen for the time. Most of the time, we were seeing Mao just engaging against Potato as well as JPL down the middle lane, Aeon as well. And we didn't see too much on the top side, but they were just trading all time entire game here. And there were so many moments where even in the previous game with Divinity Esports as well, like Khalid was like from the side of Divinity Esports was doing a lot of works off the map, off the screen. But here in this game, Pokemon was doing the exact same thing. He was just farming his way through, which took away a lot of tension away from Red Reborn. They kept him low, but as soon as he came out, it definitely caught them off surprise. In that final fight, with 2 fully stacked shields, it's like, hey, wait a minute. We've been focusing on the wrong dude. We've been focusing on JPL and Potato so much, we completely forgotten that Pokemon actually exists in the realms of Mobile Legends.
But anyway, this is currently your map prediction, which is basically made on how their previous playstyle and how they really go accordingly to each other as well. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Red Reborn actually went for this 1-1-3-1 instead of this 1-2-2. Then followed by with the 1-3-1 is still pretty much the same for the side here of EVOS SG. So pretty much in this game here, it's a very clear example what Team Red Reborn is currently trying to understand here. And it's also a really great input for EVOS SG as well, because they currently know, like, alright, even with all the tanks being banned now, there are still other heroes for them to go for. And even if we want to go into the mix, into the parts here, it's going to be so difficult for them to deal with. So now I'm trying to think here, right? In this second game, this drafting phase, it's going to be literally about counter drafts here. But when counter draft starts happening, heroes are going to be opened back into this pool here. And I'm pretty sure both of this team has a certain answer for a certain composition, but the thing is, do you normally follow this composition, or are you willing to just try something new to go against it?
That's the thing, right? Like when it came to the previous season as well, coming from Red Reborn when they were playing Orange Esports, even during the playoffs of Day 2, people did not respect Mao's playstyle at all. They actually let him play the Link here. But based on statistics coming from the entire tournament, so from Season 5 and Season 6, coming from Red Reborn here, if you take away Mao's hero pools, they are pretty much playable, and it seems to be that's the game plan coming from EVOS SG's drafts as well. From game 1's draft, you can see they're just banning off all of Mao's heroes. Even in the final phase of draft, I was like, do they ban Mao's hero? Do they let the Link slide? You know what? I think Aaron's Harif is a little bit scary as well. Take away Aaron's Harif and then leave it to his Link. Link is dealable now, and based on the playstyle, they had that game plan. They were solid, and I think Game 2 is going to be a little bit different here coming from Orange Esports. They might actually prioritize on Mao's heroes right off the get-go, and EVOS actually may need to respond to this here, because we have not seen Mao play any other heroes besides Ling, besides Roger, besides Yishun Xin, besides those 3, and also the Yeah, actually, that's
pretty much it.
That's pretty much it.
No, the thing is this, right? So when I was calling out the drafting interface, especially the last two bans as well, like I really noticed that okay, they need to try. They already picked their bans. Now they either want to ban or pick heroes that is really great against this Farsa. So instead, like you said, they prioritize this. They prioritize on banning out Miles heroes because they're so confident they are totally fine in giving one or two heroes that counters Farsa. Cecilia being picked out, like, all right, Cecilia's gonna be able to control the team and control this Farsa, which by the way, he did an amazing job in that last game. But instead of giving another hero away and seeing an opportunity that fits Aeon playstyle, they locate and secure this Boxia for themselves as the last pick. And I think that was a really amazing pick.
Yeah.
Because both Katokasha and Boxia, very aggressive hero, great amount of, not to say guaranteed control, but there is that presence for it. But anyway, let's come into the drafting phase to see how is it going to go down. Once again, Team Reborn is going to be on the blue side, so they're going to have first pick and first ban, and instantly banning the Kufra, the exact same ban they want to go for. But the real question is this: do they want to lock down this assassin for the since they ban out the Kufra once again?
They may consider that as well here, but at the same time, the hero that I was talking about from Mao as well was the 1-1.
Yes.
The 1-1 was the one that actually left out as well. They're on top of the hero, but yeah, once again, they're going to be respecting the power of Mao again. They're going to be banning off Mao's heroes again here. Very similar bans coming in from first game again here. I'm pretty sure Red Reborn has showed their cards here. Yesterday's performance on Mao with the 1-1 was insane.
Yes.
EVOS SG will respect that. They did their homework, and this time they will focus on banning off the heroes as well. But Red Reborn, they will take out the Yishun scene. This game, Yuzhong is also taken out as well, but Khalid is going to be up for grabs. Same goes for the Esmeralda. Does Red Reborn still prioritize that? It seems to me they are afraid of Esmeralda. They will grab it for themselves. EVOS SG, do they take the Khalid for themselves?
They're probably going to take the Khalid for themselves and maybe just lock down this Farsa if they really want to go for it as well. But they also need to take into account there is the Esmeralda. So it's also sort of like has a really great gap closer to really get the catch on JPL's Farsa. So either way, they had to make a decision whether it's going to be a Farsa or a Verlier, which they really want to go for. But then again, they're still taking their time with this because they're just deliberating, right? So Khalid is definitely going to be their first pick. But do they want to lock down their main support here or lock down this Roger? But no, in the end, they're still going to lock down and focus down this Farsa, and they're still totally fine even with the existence of this Esmeralda.
Yeah, I think the Farsa pickup is great as well, just because of how not many teams has been adapting.
Yikes.
Like throughout the season as well, not many teams has been able to adapt to play against a Farsa pickup here. And in this case, Red Reborn has fallen prey in that regard from the previous game itself. But game number 2, this time they're going to be switching up a little bit here. This time going to be prioritizing and picking Mao's hero.
Okay.
It's going to be the Roger. They have the Hilda. This is going to be Red Reborn's playstyle here. It seems like this suits their playstyle, and it's worked out for them in the previous weeks to come. And now picking the Roger, picking the Hilda. This draft itself, now it feels a little bit more than Red Reborn. The previous draft did not feel like Red Reborn just because they did not have Mao's playstyle. Okay, it is still Red Reborn's playstyle. It's just that it didn't work against EVOS SG. But now, playing it, their original things that wowed us, the pickups that they did to beat GigFam as well. Is it going to be the one this game?
Okay, so the thing is, what I'm seeing right now is currently, finally going to be locking down a playmaker skill hero for themselves. But the thing is this, right, now we can see Red Reborn, not only is he locking down the Esmeralda to just not allow Pokemon to take it for themselves, but they are playing around this Farsa, right? They say, okay, there's going to be a Farsa pick, we need someone to get a really great hold of it. Hilda is really great at catching Farsa. Cho is really great at catching Farsa. Anyone with great gap closer is really great at just harassing and preventing Farsa from doing her full potential here. So in this case, I believe EVOS SG, if they really want to really ensure that this Farsa is going to be really secure, they will have to ban out this Cecilia here for themselves, or they might still want to prioritize other bans like a Damus or something else. But in this case, I don't think they need to worry too much about it.
Well, based on yesterday's games as well here, it seems to me EVOS SG, they may consider just picking the Archive just because of how Red Reborn actually played the Archive yesterday against Bosskurr, and it worked out pretty well in a way. And when they picked it here, it was just so much crowd control. They were just buying time to actually make space for this case here. But in this case, EVOS actually picking the Archive kind of denies the hero pool away from Reborn. But at the same time, if you're looking at heroes like Roger as well as Hilda, these heroes are the type of heroes that's just gonna dive in your face. Archive's Hurricane Dance kind of just negates all of that. And Roger and Hilda can't really cancel off Hurricane Dance. Yeah, maybe the Hilda can still use the ultimate here, but do you want to use the ultimate against an Archive?
But the thing is this, right? Now with the Archive play, it's just mainly to either to initiate and lock down a certain hero, or mostly, I think more more of prioritizing this disengagement here, because Archive with a lot of engaging heroes here. With the Hurricane Dash, you're able to keep the majority hero in place, or at least a distance that allows their heroes to really, their hyper carry to really reset themselves here, reposition in a more favorable fight that we get to take down head on. So Reborn going to be locking down that final ban on this Damos, because they still are lacking in this one side lane. I wouldn't be surprised if EVOS SG tried to lock down this box here, or Cho, either one of these two, or maybe a surprising pickup. A Ruby would be a great pick here, actually.
Yeah, they may consider actually taking the Cho here, just because of how CeeLo does play Cho.
Oh no!
For now. But at the same time, there's already Esmeralda and Hilda. There's no point picking the Cho here, because like Red Reborn is not going to be picking it anyway here. So it's all up on EVOS SG to decide, what do we do now? We have an Archive, we need a couple more mages here. Seems to be Lunox is going to be picked here. So a little bit more disengagements here, fearing the power of what Hilda is going to be bringing to the table. Likewise, for the Esmeralda to be stacking the shield. So the Brilliance is going to be playing a huge factor in clutching in some of these situations for EVOS SG. But as of now, where's their main damage dealer here? Because Khalid is okay, there is some damage, AoE control, but their main damage dealer is not to fight against a Roger. That's gonna be a tough one here for EVOS SG.
This is really unfortunate.
Oh wow, they're actually picking Cho. Oh
yeah, of course, because they just want to get a lock on JPL, literally, because JPL is the only one. Because remember this, right? Hilda is a great tank early game, but when we go towards this late game, Hilda would not be able to take the full brunt of JPL's Farsas in terms of feather airstrike or energy impact. So they need a guaranteed catch on this Farsa, and then Cho is literally one of their answers, because Cho also is able to build not only just damage but also tank item as well to really sustain and really get a hold on this Farsa. But I'm a little bit worried on this final ban on this Hayabusa. We have seen before where Hayabusa literally gets zoned out and countered with this Hilda in this early game, because Hayabusa doesn't really have the best early game at all. He really shines when it goes towards his mid game, late game, where he starts split pushing and really great at picking up the solo kills with that shadow kill.
Well, the mind games are being played in Draft 2 here. I feel it's a tight one as well, and they were forced in a situation where they had no choice but to pick the Hayabusa here coming from EVOS SG, just because of how all the top tier mid hero picks are just denied. And on top of that, they are worried for the Esmeralda. You can see in the final two picks, they are worried that the Esmeralda will be able to stack a lot of shields, picking the Lunox to kind of deny one body to stack shield, Hayabusa to counter the shield as well. I think that's pretty much the main idea coming from the EVOS SG's draft here. But as of now, without further ado, the draft has been set. Game number 2, EVOS Esports SG going up against Red Reborn. Game 2 with EVOS SG taking game number 1, but this second game, will Red Reborn make a comeback, or will EVOS Esports strike back with a 2-0, denying their win streak away from Red Reborn? We shall see. The game has begun here, and
we're gonna wait.
Yeah, we're gonna.
But anyway,
we gotta take a moment to figure it out what's going on.
But anyway, just coming back to what we see in the drafting, especially in the placement as well. I guess this works for them as well, because initially I was a little bit worried because we saw Hilda constantly zoning out the Hayabusa, especially that was Aeon playing that Hilda and zoning out the opponent's Hayabusa. But in this case, in this game, I think they were totally fine locking down this Hayabusa, mainly because they just know this Hilda will never be this support. It's going to go to the side lane.
Oh yeah.
They're never going to send the Choda. In other words, this Hilda will not be there to face check and just zone out this Hayabusa. So they're pretty much in Potato's mind, just like, you know what, fine. We can lock it down. We'll just get this dominance towards this mid. We have quite the amount of nukes and control. Just we need to keep into the count on how this Cho is going to be playing, especially with that Jinkindo. We already saw the positioning, right? They started rotating towards, slowly all the way towards the bottom side of the river, when they saw the Cho going towards them, towards near their tower, and trying to zone them out and cutting their waypoint of escape. So in this game, it's literally going to be coming, like you said, mind games and positioning.
Yeah, speaking of mind games as well, I agree with the point where, hey, a Hilda going up against Hayabusa in side lanes, not the best matchup for Hayabusa. But Hayabusa as a hyper threat, I think it's a pretty okay one here, because as of now, you can see that EVOS SG, they have a little bit of control of the middle side. But I feel like in terms of the early aggression-wise, I still think Red Reborn is slightly up one par.
Yes.
In terms of the early power spike here, but whether or not EVOS SG can buy enough time for the 4, and this is where Hayabusa gets slowly out of control. Because if you compare like Hayabusa and also a Lancelot hits harder, but you have more room to work with in Hayabusa in terms of planning plan B, a contingency plan in terms of split push here, because the objective right now is all about whether or not we take the full head-on fight with Reborn, or do we play the later stage here where we lose out this fight. You know what? Let's play split push, punish their mistakes here. So that's gonna be the contingency plans coming from EVOS SG. But as of now, without further ado, let's watch the match on how it's gonna be going down here. With the Sicilian up on Chakbu from Reborn, this is something we have not touched on about as well. As the game progresses and scales, this Sicilian is gonna hit as hard as it gets.
Yeah, and the thing is this, Sicilian, the only downside about the Sicilian right now, his true damage really only comes out towards this later stage of the game. The other game is you have the control for the second class, but if you want the full amount of damage which we have seen from Dominus and even JPM from last week was pretty much towards the later part of the game. But Aeon finds one, although there's going to be jungling eventually, it looks like Aeon will eventually fall, and Mal will be able to take this red buff from the team. Although there is a rotation coming out from JPM and Soul, but JPM got to be careful because currently Mal is at his back. He has to control his, take into account of his positioning and try to back up. But remember, JPL still has his disengagement and will be able to get out of that situation properly.
Oh, that was a gamble right there coming from Aeon, trying to steal the red buff here, considering that Mal had the retribution available.
Yes.
So this time they are going to be taking another pause here to figure out what is going to be the game plan. They've lost Aeon right off the bat. Okay, with Aeon out of the pool, yeah, it's only an archive, but you still need the Hurricane Dance rather early to actually make a couple of plays to come here. But now, losing one level, I feel like EVOS SG, they have to figure out, hey, in terms of lane control, there's no way we're going to be able to win this early aggression here. Farsa does almost nothing before he hits his 4 here, before the Feather Extra comes off online. And early on, yes, you can get a couple of stuns here, but if you compare the both supports from both teams, EVOS SG, they have the Farsa, they have the Arca. Both of them needs 2 spells to get the initial stun or the initial engagement here, or disable to begin with here. You need to set up 2 skills. But whereas from the side of Reborn, we don't really care about the setup here. We just want to just dish damage you. We don't really want to stun you. We just want to push you back. We just want to destroy you. And that's pretty much the game plan coming from Reborn.
Oh man, now I'm just trying to think, right? Whether this game, EVOS just wants to drag this game out, or they just want to try to see if they can try to go for a couple of early game skirmishes to get that a little bit of advantage and assert the dominance in the majority of this lane. And the jungle was Soul with the Khalid doing so much damage towards Aaron, but it is typical. It is Khalid, and if you're not careful, he will really show you the world on the other side. But CeeLo coming in spots him out, and the thing is, CeeLo playing the Hilda. I mean, I mentioned a couple of times, early game very tanky. In most cases, you never see a Hilda dying in this early game stage here. Oh, here comes the rotation again coming into it. But they really need to try to get this control, and looks like they will get a beautiful kill, a nice pickup on Mal. So it looks like Team Reborn is going to be trying to get as much early game dominance and taking full capitalization on this Hilda and the rest of the team here before it scales out of proportion.
Yeah, as you can see right now with the Roger in his aggression here, he knows his power spike is going to be slightly higher than Potato. This is where he's going to assert dominance here. 2-0 so far, Reborn. They know they have the lead, but Sanguine Golf from Chakbo catches on JPL. I don't think they want to overcommit this here. Potato does have the double buff. He's got the shadow kill in the process as well, but seems to be they will focus on Aeon. He's only level 4, but so from behind, Sandstorm connects on 2, but the counter Sanguine Claw catches 2 in the process. Potato barely makes it alive. Shadow kills his safety, but Mao was already waiting from behind. Goes in for the double kill, gets the job done. So is gonna be next. Will he bow out? He goes for the Sand Guard here, but instead he survives. But the Hilda goes down as well, and there's gonna be a trade-off of blood buff. But Mao eventually gets another one, and Reborn will be the victors for this. And JPL tries to salvage his fight, but he cannot do it at all. 5 kills for Mao.
I know, this is absolutely amazing. This is what I'm talking about, right? The Team Reborn is going to be capitalizing this early game and all this rotation as much as possible. And when I mean as much as possible, I mean like a 5-man stack towards that middle tower. And I think what EVOS actually failed and forgot to take into the account is that the amount of commitment that Reborn is going to be committed to inside this middle lane. They probably expected 1 rotation, but they didn't expect all 5 men coming in. But here comes a Hurricane Dance coming up from Aeon. But Mom will be able to get out that scot-free. Even if he gets pushed back all the way, they just don't have enough damage or catch on this show as long as he has his Shimpo. And with such a, not to say a big gap just yet, just a 3k gold league gap, and the kill score is by 7-1. They do not want to take any more chances or risk. There looks like EVOS SG is going to try to turtle down, play objectively, and just try to avoid as much fights as possible, unless the fight is favoring their favor.
Oh, that was such a close call indeed here, because they had enough of small HP there, but so he's gonna get scouted out here. 3 members from side Red Reborn will surround him and taking out this fight. So will get taken out this fight here. The top tower will fall, and EVOS SG will trade off down bottom as well. Potato, they know they are not strong enough to fight against Mao. They are gonna go for the objective gaming, but at the same time, Red Reborn with the Hilda in the track here, they are gonna mow down towers relatively quickly alongside with Mao, who's already in the lead with 6 kills right now.
Okay, it looks like Silo's going to be starting out with his first item as the Blade of Heptasis, so he's going to be doing way more damage than usual. And remember, he has quite the amount of stacks for himself, but JBL finds him. Crescent Crow followed by the Energy Impact. Silo is not going to be able to get enough kills, but coming towards his turtle side, ooh, Silo finds Pokemon, drops the ultimate, but thankfully with the nice timing with his Luminous ultimate, he's going to be able to get out scot-free, but he's not going to be able to escape as Mom zones him down, locks him down, and he won't even take the kill for himself because he wants to donate the kill towards his cores. Show on the other side will be able to secure the kill on Aeon because he knows that kill is he is willing to take for himself.
Salo is out of control. 5 minutes in the game, they've got 10 kills from Red Reborn. He's already got the full amount of 8 stacks up on Salo here. And EVOS SG, they've got to be wondering here, how do we fight this? But here comes Salo, his ultimate, 1.9k damage! What damage is that? Salo just completely destroying the carrier, and he's not gonna let him off the hook. Salo goes in for the flicker, and he single-handedly destroys him. Oh my god, the amount of damage.
Oh man, this was so sad to see and hard to watch as well. Mom Divinity towards his tower, and Bittigo, here comes Roger. Pokemon cannot out-tank or even withstand the damage. Better Asher is gonna be committed to try to zone him out, but no, it's totally done. Aaron, just for fun and a little bit of a flex move, gonna be committing that Falling Star Moon to clear out their minion waves and just showing like, hey, we're totally fine. We're not going to be engaging towards you head on. And Silo doing so much pressure towards this top side. Objectives being taken. Jungles being capitalized. Members of EVOS SG forced to fall back because of such a lead that Red Reborn currently has. So they just need to continue to hold up. Soul finds him out. Better answer, but he has to stop his ultimate half midway because Chuckbull is there and is alongside with Silo. He has to fall back. This is a very hard game for JPL.
Yeah, this is extremely hard for JPL. I definitely agree here. But at the same time here, they are mowing down the towers coming from Red Reborn. EVOS SG, they're forced to defend against this fight here. Red Reborn, they've got objectives, they've got kills, they've got the money, they've got everything in their favor here. But how will EVOS SG make a comeback here? Because as of now, how can they even tank Silo's damage here? They need the Twilight Armor up to actually sustain any kind of crits coming from Silo. But to get a Twilight Armor this early in the game without any kind of damage item, this is going to be a tough one here because EVOS SG, they need to find a way to drag this for at least a good solid 10 minutes here before they can actually tank whatever damage Silo is coming in here. On top of that, they are setting up in the bush as well. EVOS SG is going to be having a tough one as well. Sanguine Claw to check the bush.
Dude, that timing of that execution before the Sanguine Claw fully even committed, they already started the charge, started the boost. Potentially, if should there be anybody, they will be able to be in range. But Mom finds Aeon. But then again, Aeon really great that he actually face checked that bush. Can you imagine if it was someone else or even JPL? Because JPL was very close to that bush. If he walks in towards that mix, that is going to be a dead Farsa for sure. But then again, he has Purify, but sometimes in some situation, even with Purify, you may not be able to get out of such a treacherous situation.
But as of now, Mom, he's gonna flex a little bit here. He knows what's up. They know EVOS SG is gonna be stuck here. And Red Reborn, they're just camping their way through. They know EVOS SG can't count them up to farm. And as the game progresses, Red Reborn, they are going to starve them out. EVOS SG's got to make a move eventually here, but what kind of move can they do? Because Potato, there's nothing much they can do. Turtle is going to be up as of now, and the red buff is going to be stolen away from Silo potentially here. And EVOS SG, they know their power spike is nowhere close, but the Q Sanguine Claw connects them too, but no follow-up available. They will secure the blue buff for themselves, but the Turtle immediately gets shredded by Mao.
You know, at this point, I'm like always hyping up for any small moves that's going to be made towards this game because every move could be just a potential playmaker. That's just how intense and how serious this game is currently going on between both Team Red Reborn and Team EVOS SG. Now, Sanguine Claw pulls Aeon back, followed by the bad impact, but Hilda on the other side finds Soul, locks him down, drops the ultimate. Soul with the quicksand guard, but he's not going to be committed as well because he will be able to sustain and get out of it. And I believe they're totally fine giving up their tier 2 tower. They just had no choice with the momentum and the position coming for the side of Team Reborn is so much in their favor, and EVOS SG knows, and also experience from the last game, that should you, if the majority of the members were to die at that tier 2 tower, then Reborn can end the game.
Cheeky plays from Silo. He's like, his sole objective right now is to make Potato's life miserable. And I'm telling you, every time Potato comes in, Silo is like, you know what? I'm going to be out here in your face. You can't farm, and I'm not going to make any kind of comeback potentials here. And this is how hard Reborn is pushing EVOS SG to the limits. But at the same time, EVOS SG, they're not giving any kind of room here. They're trying to drag this as long as they can here. They have double roaming masks available here. They've won on Pokemon, they've won on Beyond. They want a little bit more items to be farmed their way of their course here. They are trying to buy as much time as they can. And Reborn, they're finding any kind of opportunities here. And they're just not giving it here. But at the same time, 33 seconds left for the Lord. EVOS SG, they've got to make a move somehow, because Reborn, if they take the Lord, they're going to be coming down, smashing in towards the doors of EVOS SG with a sledgehammer.
It's really hard, because like the only way I can think of where EVOS SG could even take back or turn the tables back towards their favor is they literally need to try to avoid fighting this 5v5, this full 5-man team fights. They need to try to pick up members one by one, capitalize the amount of the majority of the manpower which they had, and just constantly dominate them with numbers. But in this case, Lord is going to be popping out. Aeon currently in the position of anticipating that someone might be coming in, saw the blue buff being engaged, instantly falls back because they really want to try to get the kill here on the top side. But Silo, drops on the hammer, but thankfully Soul was there, and Silo has no choice but to back out. But it doesn't matter, he just wants to zone him out, divert the attention, because Mal is currently soloing this Lord.
Oh, they need the red buff on Potato here if they want to fight the next fight here, but at the same time, is it going to be enough? Because Aaron, he's got a double shield available here. 2 HP bars to work with here. The Lord is going to get mowed down, and EVOS SG, they have to figure a way to actually shut down this Lord, because as of now, it's going to be a tough one here to clip here or even damage the Lord with the lineups that is going to be in form of EVOS SG. They have to open up the map. They have to push out here. They have to find some kind of pickoffs, but on the top side, are they going to go towards Silo here? Can they kill this off? Because they are going to be setting out for a potential gank, whereas Reborn, they're going to be waiting out for the Lord.
Now they're waiting for the Lord. Ooh, beautiful punish coming from Silo with the Hurricane Dance, going to be locking it down, following even with the follow-up with the Raging Sandstorm. Our dear friend Potato will finally get his first kill inside his game. One man being shut down here. Now the pace, now the spacing going to be opening up a little bit.
That's the kill that they need here. With 25 seconds on the silence without Silo here, it's going to make things a little bit easier to defend, but it's still hard. Mao is going to be out of control. Same goes for Aaron here, but this time Mom is trying to catch out one of the players out of position, but the Lord is going to be knocking the downs on from the bottom side here. With 10 seconds on the silence from Silo, Silo's not going to make it in time. They have to make a play. The Lord needs to go down eventually here, but Reborn, they say, you know what, we're going to split push. We're going to focus on the top side. They are going to be sending Pokemon and Soul here, but Pokemon, can he do it here? Brilliance is there. He's going to buy a little bit of time. They somehow defended this here, but Mao is going to focus on objectives here. He drops half HP. Soul is going to be the first one to go down. He tries to tank into the damage, but eventually gets taken out on the last tick of his HP. They manage to defend. They lose one tower from EVOS SG, but at the same time, they've lose one member as well. But Mao will going for the way of the dragon. The catch on Aeon. Hurricane does not available. He needs to back off, but here comes the shadow kill as well. But Silo is back in action. Reborn, they're coming to knock on the doors. They lose one tower, but EVOS SG somehow barely makes it out alive with only losing one member and one tower.
Beautiful defense coming from the side as well, although sadly they will have to give away this top inhibitor because they were just so committed towards this objective, but they were able to get a kill almost on Pokemon, and they managed to secure it on the Soul instead. Holy Crystal going to be picked up on JP, is going to be doing a little bit more damage here, although yeah, the kill score is currently 13-2 here. Team Reborn is literally 11k goal lead here. With the total towers taken, it's going to be 7 compared to EVOS, who has only with 1. Now this is going to be coming down to the final clash here. Mom finds an opportunity. Aeon gets caught, but he has a 1000-pounder. He's so confident he'll be able to jump across the cliff here and try to zone them out. Feather Ash committed to try to zone them out. Ooh, Soul finds Silo. Silo gets scorched and burned a little bit, less than half of his HP. Mom jumps in with
the Hurricane Dance!
The Hurricane Dance is going to be catching on Mao. Mao tries to run for his life, but instantly gets shut down by Soul, and Soul will tank his life. Mom follows up with a way to dragon, but sadly with his Soul tanking and Potato dead to re-assist him. He is totally fine, but check out Silo, still in the bush. He lives in the bush, waiting to see the core member he's trying to look for, but noticing that the majority of the members of EVOS actually slowly converging, falling out of the base to try to get a little bit of dominance back in their jungle. Silo has no choice but to fall back, losing both Mom and their hyper carry.
What a clutch there coming for Aeon, catching the timing with Mao on the picture here. That's the moment that EVOS SG need here. That's the breathing room that they need. They bought enough time, but is it enough? They still need to clear off the objectives here. The towers are still available for Reborn here. With Mao and Mom on the sidelines, the Lord going to be up for 45 seconds here. The next few moments is going to be the deciding factor here. Pokemon is getting fight against Aaron here, but slowly but surely it's going to be strong. But JBL, he catches Shangbu. They want to kill him, but can they get him here? The Winter Trucker catcher goes into the save. Soul will not be able to finish him off. The Sanguine Glock catches him off guard, and he's going to get destroyed. But unfortunately for him, he managed to steal the blue buff at the same time as a consolation prize.
Dude, he was just barely out of the range of the Desert Tornado. I'm like, yo, Soul. Even Slumberation, he's just like, I was so close. I even caught him too. Just needed one more slash, but he was just barely out of the range for this. Man, I can tell you this for sure. Our dear friend Chakbu really dancing with death today. Literally juking JPL's Ultimate Feather Airstrike and barely got out of the range of Soul's Desert Tornado. Absolutely crazy.
But still, what a sidestep god.
Really sidestep god. I mean, he could be a really great tap dancer in MLBB. But anyway, coming back towards his Lord Pit, they are constantly trying to counter Chakbu. Gets a little bit down low, instantly gets sniped off. That's big. But looks like Mom trying to punch it, trying to go for the trade-off. Will get the trade-off on Pokemon. And now it's going to be down to a 4v4. But it doesn't matter. Mao wasn't in this fight. His main objective is literally the only objective, which was the Lord. Aeon trying to sound him back, but here comes the way to trade. Locks him down, and Aeon with immortality won't be able to eventually come back, but there's no way for him to escape. Soul finds one. There's a tornado trying to do a lot of damage. Zalo runs straight for JPL's face, but still going on to the line here. He tried to fight back. Soul with a quicksand guard trying to hold out as long as possible, but Mao doing so much damage will instantly put him down to the ground, and Aaron with a Calamity Reaper will chase Potato all the way to the base, but Potato with a quad shadow will try to avoid and evade for the potential kill that is going to be happening towards him. But Pokemon comes back, locks him down, but he want to hit the crystal before the game gets any more interesting. Now the game will end, and our dear friend Reborn comes back in game number 2.
What an insane round here from game number 2. Reborn with an insane play here, and now they're tying it here. They could make it 50-50. Best of 1 now. Game number 3 between EVOS SG and Reborn. Who's going to be taking the game here? Because EVOS SG, you can see they played their best. They played out of mind, but the build up from CeeLo, insane. Look at the amount of damage he just destroyed Farsa. And like I said as well, they needed time to actually get the Twilight Armor. There were so many moments that EVOS SG, hey, you know what, we're buying time, we did the job, but like it felt like it was a moment where EVOS SG finally had a comeback moment.
Dude, I told you already, like, this game is going to be the most hardest Farsa game that JPL will ever going to be playing. There's Cho, there's Hilda, there's so many heroes that's able to catch on top of her, and Chakbu with the Sicilian that's able to control them as well. JPL couldn't even find the most comfort positioning for him to even try to bombard with a Feather Airstrike. And the amount of times with so many zoning opportunities, JPL just couldn't find the moment for himself. And Aeon, he really tries best to keep the control, because it's just at this point when the game starts going towards this late part of the game, everyone was super stacked, especially on the side here of Team Reborn. And literally, oh my lord, the Hilda instantly spotted the prime time. The minute he saw Aeon, he saw everyone away just trying to fight inside that jungle. He was like, JPL, you're mine, on my list. Ran all the way, even coming to the flicker to JPL, especially with no more disengagement, because he already disengaged once already. Gets caught, gets popped, and the sole case with the rest of the team as well.
It was a really scary moment for EVOS SG to play that here, but let's talk about how scary it was, because as of now, there is going to be highlight clips from game number 2 here. As we can see, to start things off in this early engagement, Aeon died rather early here, trying to take a risk to actually steal the red buff away, defend the red buff away from Reborn, but it just didn't work out. But this engagement right here was insane here, just because of how they caught up Aeon. Aeon was so close to level 4. It was actually a very, very small window, which Reborn had the initial EXP lead after getting the initial kill against Aeon. They went in for the dive, knowing that they did not have Hurricane Dust up on EVOS SG.
The thing is this as well, like, they also in that early stage of the game, they also didn't really, and they probably they expected it, but they didn't, like, they sort of underestimate the amount of commitment that Red Reborn is going to be giving towards that middle fight in that early stage of the game. And now with such a momentum and tempo that Red Reborn has for themselves, they're totally fine diving towards this tower, although this was a one moment of breather for EVOS SG because Mal was not able to really jump away from such a thick cliff as well. Literally with his back against the wall, gets picked out, and Soul here, he was so close getting the kill on Chakbo. He probably would have been fine if he got the kill on Chakbo, but really unfortunately with Chakbo going down there, they were not able to fall back, and now this is the prime moment, right? We see, just take a look at our dear friend Steeler, right? He's currently behind our dear friends between Mom, Aeon, and the rest of the team, right? He's just waiting for the prime moment to see where is Souls. The minute he finds out where Souls is, then he started deciding, alright, I see Soul, spotted him now, and look at what Steeler's gonna do, right? Once the way the dragon is gonna be committed, and he sees Souls, he instantly just go for the roundabout with Mal and started straight for the hunt down for JPL and committed the flicker, and after that diverted his attention towards Potato.
Yeah, at the same time, Potato has committed all his spells on the Zelo here, and at the same time, they've already lost the team fight here. Aeon was caught out in that final fight as well without the Hurricane Dance, which is very unfortunate here. The Hurricane Dance was used to actually zone out for the buff, and unfortunately, they were not able to engage that fight, but still, nevertheless here, Mao played an insane game of Roger here, because that Roger opened things up for Zelo to actually clutch his way through to get that initial 8 stacks, because he got 6 kills right in 3-minute mark. Like on the 3-minute mark, 6 kills right on the bat. And Zelo was like, what, by the 5th minute mark, he was already fully stacked up on all 8 stacks up on the Hilda. And there was no surprise. You could see, 5 minutes game, Potato couldn't even stand in the lane against Zelo here. Like, just 1 out and 1 snap. Bam. See, Potato was like on his 10% HP in 5-minute mark. That 1.9k crit. Ouch. Insane.
Very ouch and very insane. Mostly for me, it's just more like a big dice because, like I said, really hard game for GPL. And every time I see, like, no matter, like now, even in this itemization coming from all this amazing team, you can definitely tell the difference in goal leads of how much of a lead that Red Reborn really had, especially after getting that early game aggression, which totally they excel in it beautifully as well. They executed it fantastic, phenomenally, and that just really allowed them to really scale with all those itemization and coming towards this game. And most importantly, just look at Aaron, right? His prioritization, right? Once he got his Enchanted Talisman, he's just so focused on being a really tanky as Urelda, because his main goal is just to get all the way towards this back line. He has the Athena Shield followed by the Dominant Side, Brute Force Chestplate, and even the Oracle. And the rest, even look at Mal, right? Even though he built with, there's a normal comedy to see marksman going for all this damage either, but just for a little bit of security and also not to really underestimate Team EVOS SG's members, he even went for a Queen Swing for a little bit of sustain and some regen. By the way, this is going to be the post-game strats here. Let's talk a little bit about all these lineups here.
Yeah, and based on the stats, as of now, you can see EVOS SG and also the drafts here. Initially, in game number 1, it was all respect bans towards Mao. But in this draft itself, you can see that Mao was pretty much, Red Reborn, they knew exactly that, hey, we need Mao's heroes right now. And the link wasn't working out. 1-1 was pretty much taken out of the game as well. And you know what? Let's take the Roger. Let's ban the Yi Xunshin away, because EVOS, we had Potato playing the Yi Xunshin for game 1 was just fantastic. But in this game 2 stats, we saw the performance of what Mao could bring to the table. He was the MVP for the match, without a doubt. I'm not sure he's going to be showing out later as well, but the rich guy, the carry, is none other than Mao, and he's been pulling his weight here. The damage dealt was kind of 50-50 with Zelo here, just because of Zelo having that initial stack. But if you think about it, Mel, he got the initial 6 kills first, that's 1. 2, he was dishing out so much damage by taking lords and objectives all by himself time and time again. And he was picking fights individually with several other heroes, such as the Akai, such as the Lunok, such as Potato as well. All the players from side EVOS, he was just picking fights individually. He was just taking his way through. He doesn't even need the support of his teammates to actually pick up these fights. Even the Khalid came in with Sandstorm. You know what? I don't care. I have the damage to actually out-damage you here. Anything you do to me, I'm gonna lifesteal his way through, which was amazing to see. But the moment of truth, the MVP for game number 2. Who is it gonna be?
Boom! Oh, hands down, of course, it's gonna be your boy himself, Mal, with that Roger. Oh my lord. dishing out an amount of damage. We already seen the itemization going with the of course he started with the boost, followed by the Rattle Machete, followed by the Windtalker, Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, and of course to seal the deal in his fully stacked item here, it's going to be the Queen's Wing to give him a little bit of sustain. He had a KD of 10-1-5. This just shows to me that the amount of engagement coming from the side of his entire lineup just really assured that he would not actually die. The only time he died was because he was just a little bit too close to that bottom hitter, not exactly under it.
That was a great clutch from me. Like
very
that Hurricane Dust was a clutch
Beautiful.
moment who just opened things up. Like, you know what? That clutch right there was a moment like, hey, I have something to do. It's gonna be a comeback for EVOS SG. But besides that, I give you credit. He did it really well.
Yes. Really, really amazing coming out from here from Mal. But in this case here, when now I'm trying to think about it as well, like why didn't our dear friend Potato actually go for carry or any of these other picks? I mean, sure, maybe there is that hesitation because so many engaging heroes that he may not be able to escape our time, because remember, carry still only has one disengagement skill, which is going to be the Phantom Step, and that's pretty much it. But the Hayabusa, I guess he just decided like maybe with Shadow Kill I might be able to buy some time, maybe with the Quad Shadows, maybe I'd be able to escape or I'll juke some of the damage here. A lot of things comes down when it comes down to decision making coming towards this drafting. But in the next drafting, in this game number 3, I believe this drafting is going to be more prioritized in either minimizing the amount of control that EVOS is willing to give Red Reborn, or maybe they want to try to accumulate and take them all for themselves to use because they were really great in game number 1. Seriously.
Yeah.
But in the end, both of these games just very intense so far.
Yeah. And seeing how the game is going to be progressing as well, and I'm looking forward to see how game 3 is going to be going ahead here.
I'm
But
always excited. Oh man, it's really nerve-wracking.
Oh man, it's really tough.
Dude, there was like, especially game 1, it was very suspenseful because at one point we thought Team Red Reborn had the lead. Then out of the way, just one fight and the game ended. Just straight end. Like in most cases, like when one fight happens, then people start being passive, then there'll be like a couple of control in the jungle. No, EVOS is just like, we're here, we're under tier 2 tower. Let's just go straight hit the crystal, right? Let's just go straight end the game.
Yeah.
That's literally the true definition of what we've been saying the entire time. One fight that ended the game. This is the true definition of it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how game 3 here. I know you guys are excited to see what's going to be happening here as well. But here at the MPL, Mplmysg Week 2 Day 2, we promised you the Clash of the Titans. We saw Game 1's performance coming from EVOS SG. Strictly amazing.
Very
Game
intense.
2 came back from Red Reborn. I know you guys are excited. Game number 3, guess what? We're going to be taking a short break for now and we'll be right back. So see you guys in a little bit.
Yep, and of course, do not forget to drink water because the next game is going to be very intense.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With U2. Being with U2 is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the U2 app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Read my words. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With UDO. Being with UDO is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the UDO app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
And welcome back once again to the MPL Malaysia Singapore Season 6. I'm Len, also known as Yolali, and joining me once again is going to be Icy Baby 12, also known as Terran. But a quick question, guys, have you drank water for today? Because the game so far, very intense, and I can tell you this, we are both very satisfied.
Exactly here. So far, it's only 2 games, and it's going to be heading towards Game 3, the deciding match here. And so far, I agree with Yolali. I'm already satisfied watching these games because this is by far the best games I've seen today.
Mind-blowing.
And if I were to rate the match out of the game here, it's going to be a
10 out of 10. But of course, you viewers back at home, it's also 10 out of 10. Same goes for you, Terrence.
Hey.
But anyway, yes, this next game, number 3, very intense, a lot of things on the line here. It has always been like game 1 is always going to be like a quick check, right? A quick reminder, like, okay, what style is he going to go for? I researched you guys a bit, but I never experienced you guys firsthand. And game number 2 is always going to be counter drafting. It's like, all right, you play this very well, we'll ban it out or we'll take it for ourselves. Very clear example was the Esmeralda when Pokemon was playing game 1. Then instantly Reborn is like, you know what? Since we don't have the opportunity to ban you out, we'll take it for ourselves, and we're willing to give you the Khalid because Khalid strongly early game, but definitely is not overpowered, that kind of thing. You know?
Well, I would beg to differ here because
Hey,
he
we
was
saw
doing
it-
a lot of work though.
I know he did a lot of work. He did a lot of work, but not enough work with under the pressure of so much control and CC for the entire lineup of Team Red Reborn. So let's go back to the audience prediction to see if there's any difference. Still, crowd favorite is still on the hands of EVOS SG. You also sort of personally opinion, you also stated that EVOS SG is going to be taking this game 2-1 here.
Yeah.
I'm still 50-50 because both teams have been playing phenomenally, and I believe all you viewers back at home can agree that first game could have gone anyone's game.
Yeah, I think like when it came to the first game, it was anyone's game here, but EVOS SG, they definitely had the better experience. They knew how to play against Red Reborn here. I think this is the first matchup we've seen throughout the week 1 and weekday. It was not purely skills, it was pure on drafts and
Yes.
how well they understood the drafts and also execute them. Of course, execution is important here, but when it came to the drafts, first game it was literally outdraft in the sense where outdraft not in the sense of where the heroes are not great. It's more like the player's capability and the mastery of the hero itself.
Yes.
Like there are some teams that just prioritize on assassin. There are some teams that prioritize on mages and stuff like that. And they read it perfectly here. It was definitely counter bans, counter picks all the way through in game 1. Game 2, you can see Red Reborn bounce back. They knew that, hey, EVOS SG is scared of Mao all the way through. They're banning all of Mao's heroes from game number 1. That's the reason they won. Now, with Mao's hero in the game, game 2, it's in their bag. Even though that was happening, EVOS SG, they were struggling, but they were always planning ahead on how to take the win against Red Reborn.
Okay, but
now, seeing their performance in Game 2, Game 3, will they tilt from Game 2's loss? And will they bounce back from Game number 3? Will EVOS SG still maintain this consistency and mentality to outplay against Red Reborn? Because in the previous interviews we saw previously with with Bosskurr as well as Divinity Esports, they did mention when it comes to MPL, it's all about the mentality and it's the big boys lead. If you do not have the mentality, you're not caught out for this tournament itself.
I mean, I guess, yeah, that's true. But also I can agree until a certain extent where they just prioritizing this ban on Mal's picks, but I don't think it's too much on the Mal pick, but just the kind of lineup and composition they were able to bring in that last game, number 2, because there's just so much control they were building around this Farsa on how to catch it, how to get to this backline, how to control a majority of these heroes. But anyway, yes, this is going to be our ban phase between our both of these teams here. So Red Reborn is going to be starting on the blue side once again, so they have first pick and first ban. They went with the Kufra, Atlas, and Yisushi, and EVOS went with the Esmeralda, Uranus, and the Yuton. Now Red Reborn, seeing the Esmeralda being banned out, they want to, ooh, they will lock in the Hilda. So now the real question is this: is EVOS SG still going to lock down this Farsa from themselves or not? Or would it, or at the same time, even will they lock it down with? Will it be a Khalid and Farsa, or will it be a Khalid and Cho?
I think it might be a Khalid and Roger just to actually deny the pick away from Red Reborn here, because right now Red Reborn, they might be worried about Mao's pickup here. They actually let the option here. They banned off the Esmeralda. They let the option where, hey, Red Reborn, pick. Do you want your Roger? Do you want your Hilda? Or do you want something else? Do you want maybe even the Popo Koopa in the pool as well? Because they're giving them the option to plan ahead. But it seems to me EVOS SG will take away the Roger away from Mao. So this is where things get a little bit tough here, because Mao, what other hero pools can they play here? Because we've seen Mao play Hilda, Roger, Yishun Sin, and Ling, but the 1-1 was completely ignored in this game 3 here. EVOS SG, are they considering 1-1? Yes, they are going to be picking 1-1 here. They're afraid that EVOS SG is going to be banning in the next game.
Okay, this is what I'm going to be saying, right? Mal is going to go to the side lane, this is off lane, and with the 1-1, Aaron, our dear friend, is going to be taking this Harriet towards this middle lane. And mainly because they did Red Reborn did this exact same thing the other day as well, because they just know that not only is Mal really great on this 1-1, 1-1 is not only mobile, but has a personal purifier, so she will be able to sustain herself inside the lane by herself that 1v1. Don't forget, she has an ultimate that just really pop things off and really make this really difficult for the opposing team laner. Now EVOS SG has to try to think of a retaliation back. How are they going to control both of these heroes here? Cho is still in the pool here, but don't forget to follow by with the remaining hero as well. Do they want to be engaging? Do they want to counter initiate? Or do they just want to play it so safe and just bombard them from the backline with their magic support? Because there's two very soft heroes on the other side here of Team Red Reborn. But if I was EVOS SG right now, I would try to lock down either the Cho right now, or even try to go for my fighter lanes here. Khalid is still in the pool, just want to say that.
Khalid definitely still in the pool. It's something you can do. Yeah, definitely not in the pool anymore. It's pretty much picked by EVOS SG. As you can see,
still coming down towards the line as well. Now we're going to be moving towards the second ban phase. We're going to be going towards the second ban phase where now EVOS SG has a better chance on trying to figure out on what's it going to be banned for. They realize it is going to be a 1-1 in the side lane, and it's just for good measure, preventing that early game potential. Because can you imagine if Selena paired up with the Hilda? They're going to be absolutely dominating a majority of these lanes. Now coming back in towards the games here.
But as of now, we're going to see a couple of picks here, as they are going to be banning the Selena away from this pool. And as of now, they have Aaron's Harif here, which may or may not play as a secondary support here, but they are going to be banning the Gato Kacha off lane. So they have the Khalid available, they have the Roger, they have the Farsa. This is the first time for us to see EVOS SG to actually pick this. But for those of you watching here for the screen, we do have a couple of amazing things happening up later on though for you guys.
But anyway, still coming into this amazing Terrence. Just check it out right now. Team Red Reborn is just trying to deny as much playmaking hero. They're totally fine if they want to force EVOS SG to bring up the Akai once again. Because let's be honest, Akai doesn't really have a good hold unless he has a really great positioning to really get on top of a majority of his hero. But it's going to be really hard for them to catch the 1-1. With not only will he have his personal purify, but he's super mobile as well. So many of them too.
they may consider banning of the Cho here just because of how JPL or maybe even Seoul can actually play it here. But it's going to be a respect ban here if they actually give them the respect. Red Reborn may consider picking the Cho for themselves here, but they need some sort of front line right now. But they are going to respect Aeon's Archive. It proved to be a problem for them in game number 2, and it was indeed. So they're going to be denying more tanks away. But what other tanks are in the pool here? Because as of now, EVOS SG, they're not really tanky here. Farsa can't really be in the front lines. They have the Roger, they have the Khalid, but like you said, there is still the Baxia to worry about. But from the side of Reborn, do they worry about the Baxia? They don't really care here, because if you think about it, they don't have a lot of HP regen except for the Hilda. But the Tamus was always banned from game 1 and game 2 from Red Reborn. This time will be slide in towards the DMs of EVOS SG.
I was literally looking at either Thanos or Jawhead in this case if they really want to try to go for this fighter, because they are both not only great at dishing out so much damage, but they're also great at popping off both of these side laners here. Seriously, they're really soft, they're really great to pick off, but because they're prioritizing the damage towards this game here, Red Reborn is going to capitalize the amount of control for themselves, which they did the exact same thing in game number 2. You have the Hilda, this time following up with this second case with the 1-1 and the Harif. In this second phase pick, they want to get as much control here as much as possible to lock them down. For sure, it's definitely not going to be easy to catch this Roger, but they have prioritized exactly the same 3 heroes here. JPL not going to have a fun game at all. Even if they can't get a call of JPL, it's still great on controlling both the Roger and even our dear friend Thamus and Johnson. Whoa! This will be the first Johnson if it gets locked down here as well.
I don't think it's going to be a Johnson here, but at the same time, I feel like Red Reborn is going to struggle a little bit here because they're putting all their eggs in their baskets for the front lines here on CeeLo, as well as I think Mom is going to be playing the Cho as well, because in terms of front line tankiness here, we have Tamus from side of EVOS SG. EVOS SG to tag the front line, which is amazing, but in this case, they will pick the Basia, so they have a pretty solid frontliner coming from EVOS SG with a lot of diving potential here to make sure that the Farsa will stay alive more often here. So in this case, this is going to be the lineup from EVOS SG, but I'm worried for Red Reborn. Will they be able to pressure this lane? Because they are riding all their baskets up onto CeeLo and Mom making the plays now.
I mean, that's pretty much why I said earlier that EVOS SG can opt to go for the Baxia pick here, mainly because it's not because they try to counter anyone in particular, it's just because it suits the play style of A on the rest of the team. They like to engage, they like to be initiative, they never like having their back against the wall, they never like this kind of situation. It looks very uncomfortable in their play style as well. So with the Baxia, it just allows Air to be at least move around freely. Sadly, he was not able to capitalize his Hilda, but now they have a general idea, right? Game 2, they are willing to commit 5-man in this early game, despite very weirdly, but they don't care because they just want to get as much control, capitalize it, get as much dominance, and then slowly stomp around the game.
Yeah, and seeing how the game is going to be progressing as well, I feel like it's going to be a tough call, but it's going to be a close one here. But like I said, you know, I have a rough feeling EVOS SG is going to take it. Like, it's a gut feeling, but like I said, statistically wise, Red Reborn seems to be undefeated.
Your personal one or by facts?
No, by facts.
Okay.
By facts, they've been on a winning streak all the way through here. EVOS SG, the Titans of the Titans are here today. They are going to put a full stop, and I think now is the time for them to put a full stop where they are going to be reigning supreme above them all. But that's a personal prediction here. The audience says so as well. Leonard says otherwise. But let's see the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are going to be in towards game number 3 in this day 2 for Mplmysg week 2. Red Reborn going up against EVOS SG, the decider match. Who is going to be taking the series here? And we will have Red Reborn on the blue side and EVOS SG on the red side.
Oh man, now things are just slowly taking the receiving, but now you see EVOS SG just applying a lot of pressure, a lot of aggression. Now this is going to be their moment of time as well. Even Potato coming and Pokemon coming from the top lane, just really want to ensure this jungle invasion. But here comes the mirror match, the vertical invasion. They want to try to dominate and try to make sure they try to get even trades here, but it's not going to be happening with the Resurgence going to be secured by Aaron. So both sides will be able to secure this Luba. But look at Pokemon hunting down Desert Tornado, doing so much damage. Aaron out of position and instantly picked off first blood for the team. But they're going to be diving even more. Aeon coming in with the Shield of Unity, allowing so many teams. This is EVOS actually saying, hey, last game you want to commit 5 men in the first 4 minutes of the game? We are going to commit 5 men in the first minute of the game.
This is insane for EVOS SG because I would not expecting this kind of regression coming from EVOS SG. 5 people in running your face, getting kills. Yeah, that's pretty much the strategy here. It works out because Red Reborn was definitely caught off guard. They were expecting an objective game here, but EVOS SG is, you know what, I want kills. Can I steal this red buff? No, they cannot. It's going to be in favor of the Harif here. So 1-1 from Mao is not going to have a great time. He's died once. He's going to be under farm. And EVOS SG, you know what, we are going to apply more pressure towards Mao. We're going to make sure that Mao has the worst time possible in their life. And EVOS SG is doing exactly that. No red buff for him. In favor of Harif, it's all up towards Aaron to make the plays now for Red Reborn.
Now applying even more pressure. You see Aeon on the minimap just constantly rolling around with the Shield of Unity. Just want to see if you can not only get information, but try to zone them out as much as possible. Here comes a potential rotational gang coming from the side of the team here. Mom gets zoned out, but he has Triple and Jit Kundo, and this gang will fail. Aeon barely gets out alive with a save of his HP, but Mal, a little bit greedy, wants to get that kill for himself, will continue to go for this hunt.
Now, speaking of which here, we are going to be seeing CeeLo on the top side here. He's going to try and make controls, but as of now, Red Reborn, they've got 0 kills whatsoever. EVOS SG, they cannot die unnecessarily here. They do not want to give any kind of stacks to CeeLo here. From game number 2, we saw how powerful CeeLo is going to be able here. And CeeLo, you can see, he does have the high and dry available. He's looking to go for the kills here. Turtle Camp is in this vicinity, but as of now, it's going to be contestants here. Pressure after pressure coming from Seoul.
Still holding down the line as well, especially the turtle is going to be spawning towards his top side. Going to be favoring EVOS actually a little bit more. Ooh, Sacred Claws catches JPL, but he has his disengagement, and Chakbo just going to commit that bad face just to see if he was able to get the catch. But look towards his top side. Sela was trying to TP back to base for a little bit of security, but the rotation, the ganks, the aggression on Aeon will not allow him to go back home safely.
Yeah, that was the kill that they needed here. They've got 1 kill on Mao, they've got 1 kill on Silo. This is going to slow down the tracks coming from Red Reborn, and this is exactly what EVOS SG is looking for here. But Soul is going to get caught out here. They get dived in here. They will get a nice pick off to a Soul, which is the core important one here. But look at this, Aeon is taking so much damage available here, and Mao was able to pop the ultimate here just like that. They take 2, and that's going to be the consolation prize for Red Reborn. However, the turtle is going to be the main objective for EVOS SG. That death from Soul is well worth it, because this is going to give Potato the opportunity to steamroll his way through. But as of now, he does not have the blue buff and the red buff here, but he does have 100 seconds to plan ahead what's next for EVOS SG.
I mean, everyone's still trying to take their time and just literally trying to reset things as well, because not only does EVOS SG is currently in the lead in terms of objective, goal lead, not much of a big difference. A little bit of just a 100 goal. But anyway, hey guys, check it out for you viewers back at home. You guys, this is the Q&A for our superstar for today. So the real question is this: you guys gotta go to the MLBB Facebook page to sign inside, fill up that form to figure out what is CeeLo's favorite hero. If you guys guessed it correctly, you're gonna be able to win skins worth of 899 diamonds. Ooh, absolutely amazing. The skins, I'm going to tell you the rewards later on, but here comes the fight coming in with Soul. Managed to get a nice call out with his Trample Chasm, and now JPL with the Fat Airstrike, with his disengagement. Ooh, he was going to kill Aeon, finds him, but he's taking the time a little bit too much. CeeLo's Spirit is not going to be able to connect, and Mao won't be able to sidestep the victory. But Potato dives in, gets a little bit greedy, got to be careful. Silent finds him, locks him down, trying to find a kill for himself. Soul a little bit trying to back him up, Potato will be able to escape, and thankfully enough, they will be able to get out alive.
Dude, the sidestep from Mao was insane. The game is not over. Chakbu once again closing his life, but here comes CeeLo. He shuts down the Soul. He gets destroyed. The power of the wilderness will shut him down. And fear not, for CeeLo is here. 1-2-0. Finally getting his first tag from side Red Reborn. But what an insane clutch from Mao here. If he died then and there, that might be a tough call for Red Reborn. But now, with that small clutch and small victory here, they equalize the economy. Mao is slowly but surely farming his way through, and this is going to be a huge win. EVOS SG, they have to be careful now here, because Chakbu is starting to hit like a truck as well. Here comes Aaron. Aeon taking a lot of damage here, and Revitalize is there, but what can he do? He can't run. Where's the follow-up? Potato is there, Farsight is there, but that's all. Pokemon also engaging himself, but here comes the engagement from the rest of the team. He's baiting for the team here, but he will get destroyed. Pokemon down for the count. And EVOS seems to be at this array here. The positions are compromised, and with this miscommunication here, Red Reborn will capitalize on the situation and take the tier 2 down mid.
Man, they're taking a lot of control and momentum as well, but anyway, coming down to the mix, they know there's no Zaman Force as well. They're going to be trying to see if they can force a fight. Aeon finds Aaron, popping in with the Shield of Spirit to try to slow things down, but Aaron with the slow, he's going to be able to control, but on the other side, Potato was able to not only zone out Chakbo and going to be picking him off, but Mal doesn't really care about it as long as his team is able to zone out the majority members of EVOS SG, he will be able to solo achieve and accomplish their first solo objective. But, by the way, guys, I just want to update you guys for the question and answer just now. If you guys fill out the question and answer correctly on CeeLo's favorite hero, then you will be able to not only walk away with skins with worth 899 diamonds, but beautiful cash coming in from our dear friend with the Way of the Dragon. But Pokemon still going to be alive with the quick Sand Guard. But here comes the Feather Airstrike, blocking it now, bombarding. But Jimmy had to stop halfway because the majority of the team slowly closing in towards his position, and instantly Pokemon and Aeon will get picked off and shut down.
EVOS SG, they walked into the trap. Mao was holding in the ultimate for quite some time. He know he's going to be able to proc it, but as soon as Aeon went in, that was a done deal. But guess what? Here he comes again. Unstoppable for Mao. EVOS SG, they can't do anything here. They need Potato to make a play. Silo is baiting here, a huge one. He goes back to stab as well. So he's tanking his way through, but he cannot tank that. Aaron is out of control as well. And Red Reborn, they made the comeback. EVOS SG, they're getting pushed back here. What can they do? As of now, this is going to be Red Reborn's play to make here, as they are going to be going on a steamroll here. Mao 5-1-2 at a deficit from the early stages here, but making a comeback now. With Chakbo going for the Sanguine Claw, they have to make a play here. EVOS SG with Soul out of the sidelines as well. They have to push them out the lane in order to get third control. Here comes the Way of the Dragon. They go over the catch as well. Feather Airstrike is there, but guess what? Aaron is already in the backlines here. He's going to clean out Pokemon, and he's going to go down for the count.
Oh man, really unfortunate as well. And Aeon definitely going to be following soon after. If he doesn't really get his shield unity up in time, he's not going to be able to, and he will eventually fall, giving the mega kill for our dear friend Aaron. Chakbo still towards his middle lane. The rest of the members of EVOS SG still able, despite having multiple losses, they're still able to get a little bit of control in their jungle and still able to farm out with it. Potato hasn't died this entire game too, and it currently has a level of level 11 and pretty much same level with Mal and Aaron. So that I'm still, despite of all things that's happening, he's still able to maintain this level and farming with him. That's really cool.
Oh, he does have the Corrosion Scythe as well, and now on top of that, the Demon Hunter Sword available here. So Mao is going to be mowing down the damage coming out through here. But Ceylon, he's all by himself here. He's getting focused down, but look at the speed here. But Aeon is there in the vicinity. He's trying to sidestep his way through, but looks like he will eventually go down. So there's going to be small breathing room here. But JPL, there's going to be the eyes of targets here. Purify has been used. He's not in out of position. Aeon will get destroyed. JPL with the Feather Strike immediately gets cancelled here. He mistimed his way through, but that's going to be a downfall for him because Soul is going to try and make it work. He still survives, but here comes Potato doing a little bit of damage. Pokemon going for the snipe as well, and he will destroy Mao. Could not proc the ultimate in time. They sidestep it in time, and they finally take down Mao. EVOS SG, this is the opening again. This is going to be back and forth coming from both these teams here. Oh my god.
I mean, this is pretty much what happens when Team Red Reborn just gives a little bit of a leeway and just a little bit of free space for EVOS SG, because they will definitely see an opportunity which they can capitalize, and they will definitely take it for themselves. But see, right now they're going to be sticking a man out in this situation because they know they're quite strong. They know Mal's not going to be here in this next fight as well. They're going to be trying to see if they can force one. Go for the invasion. Silo not going to be engaging Silo because they really want to go for this backline. They find Chakbo. Pokemon committing the Raging Sands, not be able to connect on Chakbo, but Chakbo will commit that bad phase. They will be able to secure this blue buff. Ooh, Potato going to be careful. Silo getting ready to engage, but they don't want to jump right into the mix here because Mal is not there, and I'm pretty sure Mal also gave the information to his team, that communication to say, I do not want to join this fight just yet.
CeeLo close call for there here. He wanted to go in for the dive, but unfortunately for him, he actually debated. I think I do not have enough stacks. I do not have enough stacks. I cannot kill Potato. Okay, let's take a breather. And fortunately for them, they still get the blue buff. So that's going to be a small win for Red Reborn. But EVOS SG, their backs against the wall as the lanes are pushing in. The Lords is going to be spawning in 5 seconds now.
This Lord Pit is going to be a major fight as well. It's literally going to dictate how this game is going to be going for either side. So depending on how the positioning on the rest of the team is going to be really crucial. That's pretty much why you see Potato and Pokemon slowly split pushing this top lane and seeing CeeLo at the same time having the same idea like, alright, even if we go for this long fight, I want at least to have one of the lanes being pushed in that way just to give a little bit of a reminder that says, hey, we're gonna be, if you want to define us as Lord here, then you're gonna be losing the top lane. Now we're gonna see CeeLo already push out a little bit, rotating towards down here as the rest of the team slowly set themselves out for this Lord.
This is gonna be a tough one here. EVOS SG, they have to make a play. The Lord is gonna be taken down here. Silo is trying to buy a little bit more time for the team here, but as you can see, they are making way towards the Lord. Lord is down to his last final bar. Can they go in for the dive? Who's gonna get in here? Eventually they go in for the down, but a huge slam by the Lord catches onto all the members from EVOS SG and Reborn, and now he's out of control. Mao is still alive, and he's jumping around, he's going for the kills, and eventually he guts them down. He pops the ultimate, he gets the job down, he cleans house, he gets the maniac. They're all dead. EVOS SG, they lose all 4.
No, absolutely amazing. That's going to be his second Maniac inside this entire season as well. And it was really, I thought it was a little bit close. Oh, coming in for JPL. Instantly telling Mal, you may get the Maniac, but I will get your life. But the Lord is hitting it. The rest of the members not going to be able to come out in time.
It's over.
Soul is here.
It's
Lord
over.
is hitting it. And looks like T-Red Reborn takes game number 3 with the Lord in the front of the game.
It's over. It's over. The Clash of the Titans, Red Reborn, topping the charts. They take the win. But what a clutch by
Dude,
Mao
I told
once
you.
again.
I told you, this Lord is going to dictate and decide how this game is going to go. And literally, and amazingly as well, like when the Lord knocked 3 members, not 3 members of EVOS, 3 members of Red Reborn. I was like, oh god, is this really happening? Is the Lord supporting EVOS or not? But again, with Mao's great positioning and also with the timing of his ultimate, barely saved his lives because Potato managed to get the caught on Mao, try to slow things down and try to pick them off. But with the beautiful timing with his ultimate, nails him. Shredded him. Potato couldn't do anything about it. He could just stand there and stare.
You know, you have to give credit to Mao. He has been extremely patient with his crossbow tanks all the way through.
Yes.
Extremely patient, waiting for the right moment here. He could have popped it way earlier.
Yep,
he was
way
super
early.
patient, waiting for commitments, and there were so many times that EVOS actually fell in, took the bait. And dude, I feel like here's the prodigy coming from Mplmysg.
I mean,
If you think about it, Mao is undeniably the prodigy for the entire MPL itself. From previous season, he was MVP. Now coming this season again, he's playing this kind of performance. Who is this guy? Who's this kid? This is one of the best players here. But before that, let's tone it down a little bit here.
I mean,
We're
yeah,
gonna
it's
be recapping from game number 3.
Now coming back towards this highlight, which is currently brought to you by UDU, powered by Cellcom. Now this is going to be the beautiful engagement coming from the side of Team Red Reborn. You really can tell that in this case when they were switching with this jungle invasion. Great information coming from the side of the team here of Team EVOS SG members, telling like, hey, they're invading our blue, trying to trade things off. They immediately rotated, and since they already spotted out there's this top lane, there is no members of Red Reborn there either. They decided, alright, they're sticking this 5-man for this invasion. We stick 5-man too. We pick this fight. We have a little bit more better damage in this early game and better catch with the Shield of Unity and of course the Desert Tornado on this Khalid. Let's keep going, and they went with it. Look at the amount of damage just from the Desert Tornado. Boom! Instantly, all these members were chipped all the way down to less than half an HP. First blood was drawn, but that was not the end of this carnage. They kept looking for more and picked off almost 4 members at that bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just insane here because who would have thought EVOS actually commit 5 members out of nowhere, and they were just greedy for blood. Things would have went south for EVOS actually even more if they didn't go for that here. But at this stage here, like I said, they were all making sure that Mao doesn't survive this. But look at this clutch from Mao. 1 HP. He sidesteps Aeon with the creeps. He sidesteps the second skill, and he did not die, and he eventually got that final kill as well. And that was the moment of truth where Mao made his small comeback, because that sick play from Mao is what brought them the opportunity to give it over the fight as well. And even in this fight, he was holding down the crossbow tanks for quite some time. He used Pokemon as bait, and he was able to bait not just Pokemon, he bait Aeon to come in and fight and eventually take that double kill as well.
still a lot of majority of this fight, so especially this Lord Pit, right? We can definitely tell that beautiful knockup coming from the Lord. They had a really great catch, right? Just prioritize at where Chakbu is, right? Mal, of course, he's the master. He's definitely going to be trying to position away from the majority of this fight and damage. But Chakbu constantly zoning, controlling, preventing, and ensuring that every time he throws the spells, it's going to be peeling and ensuring that Mal is going to be having a great time of his life. But anyway, let's check out the scoreboard here with the itemization coming from both of these teams here. So definitely Mal, there's nothing to talk about because this is one, but this is pretty much a typical itemization build. So with the Wrath of Machete, Corrosion Side, Demon Hunter's Sword. Mainly, the Demon Hunter is just to shred out the majority of the tankiness coming from the rest of the team of Team EVOS SG.
Yeah, and based on itemizations as well, I think it's pretty much standardized here, coming from the team.
Everyone.
But for me, the one that I really want to talk about was Aaron, because he was kind of in the low profile all the time here. We've seen a lot of EVOS SG just diving onto his Mao a lot of times, right? Aaron was actually doing a lot of work for this the other lanes here, because on screen we did see a lot of moments where Mao was getting dived constantly from EVOS SG. Salo was making some sort of plays. Mom was also going for those kind of cheeky plays, and he did not even die a single time here. His Way of the Dragon timings has been on point so far. But Aaron was actually one of the key factors where I buy time for Mao? Okay, you know what? Let's buy time for Mao. But it seems to me no one's paying attention to me. Okay, I'm just gonna keep on farming, and eventually when he farmed up his items here, he was a force to be reckoned here, because EVOS SG, it left a decision for EVOS SG for Potato in particular. Do I go for Mao or do I go for Aaron? This is a tough call because, like you said as well, Chakbu was constantly zoning them off, and if I go for Chakbu, the Winter Trunkion was there to actually
save his life.
And we've seen through game number 2 and game number 3 in experience as well, Pokemon would actually go for the dive. And if they go for a dive and do not kill Chakbu, Chakbu is gonna set up for a trap. And like I said, the only I felt like game 3, Red Reborn set the perfect trap for EVOS SG to walk in.
The thing is this, right? No matter how many times I see between both of these teams here. Anyway, this is going to be the post-game stress between both the team here, Team Reborn and EVOS SG. You can definitely see the rich guy is definitely going to be the Mal. Carry is also Mal. Aeon who tanked the most, yes, he was the boxer, constantly going back and forth. And the forgotten one is going to be Mal, who has the most assists with 10. But now we're looking at the entire team lineup, right? This is exactly the most I want to talk about, right? The reason why Team Reborn was really able to take the last two games to win here, the most crucial moment you can definitely tell is control. There is so much control coming from the side here. Team Reborn, they are prioritizing even in terms of the drafting. I know controlling Mal picks is definitely one of the factors which I agree, Terrence. But in this case, Reborn didn't really care on what Mal is going to be playing. They know whatever we pick for him is he's still able to deliver the performance. What they needed to know is how are they going to be able to control EVOS SG. In game number 1, after experiencing the game, they realized, okay, control, we need a little bit of control on a certain amount of heroes. In the second game, they started diverting their priorities, their attention. Don't look at their hyper carries. Look at what is their mid support. If they go for Farsa, we pick control heroes. We pick gap closers. We pick someone that can literally zone out this Farsa. That way, he's not going to be able to divert or deliver full amount of damage. And even if Farsa gets zoned out or was not even in the fight, they're still able to control the rest of the heroes here. And EVOS SG lacking of control here.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that part as well. Like dodging Farsa's spell is like usually we expect a lot of damage coming from Farsa. In this game, look at him. He's only doing 26k damage in the output here, and I agree on the fact that, hey, 1-1 can sidestep Farsa's Feathered Airstrike, Harif can sidestep, Cho can sidestep, Sicilian can sidestep. Well, Hilda kind of like just walks out of whatever Feathered Airstrike here, so it's understandable they don't exactly have a lot of control. I agree on that point as well. The moment they try, because it's understandable from EVOS SG, it's like, why do we need this hard CC the 1-1? Like, there's nothing we can do to hard CC him. He can just immediately get like a free Purify from his spells. And on top of it, he gets another Purify for himself instead of any other Retribution or even the Purify here. He's going to get out. He's pretty much untouchable here. It's just matter or not they can buy enough time to get the farm here. So you have to give credit where credit is due. They made the attempt. You know what? We're going to punish Mao.
Yes.
But things only went south because of one thing. It was an insane personal mechanic skills by Mao, none other than the MVP, with that clutch down bottom that made them the turnaround despite losing the early engagement against EVOS SG.
Yes, it's really well played coming from Mal as well. And the thing is this, he really just capitalized the entire situation where because EVOS SG was, their entire drafting was so prioritized in getting certain amount of heroes to try to amp up the damage. Now Mal, in his mindset, was just pretty much like, okay, you got damage, I just pretty much have to juke you. And like you said, a lot of them very mobile, able to juke the fastest feather S, right? But how I see it is that, yes, juking is one thing, but I feel in this case, because they just want to dive at him, and that's just pretty much why he only had like a 26,000 damage for Farsa in that magic game. But Mal, absolutely fantastic. KDA 926. He only died pretty much twice because of that first early engagement with that 5-man gang. And it's funny, the second time was pretty much he was just a little bit out of position because it's just like I said, the entire team so much burst damage, literally. Can you imagine if EVOS had a little bit, or at least 1 or 2 heroes with a little bit of control, then I'm pretty sure this game would have been either longer or maybe the result might have been a little different.
Yeah, and seeing how the game has progressed as well, I feel like it's been a long way coming from Red Reborn here, because we did not, like, we knew that Red Reborn had so much potential coming in Season 5, but in this season as well, I've mentioned that, hey, this patch suits the playstyles.
Yes.
And you can see there was so much of variety. Despite having 10 bans in the pool, they have so much variety where they can actually play a lot of variations of heroes here. Yes, we understand Mao is there, but let's take a look at what they actually think here, as we are going to be going into the interview here with Lafel, our godfather, giving the interview.
Take it away, boy.
Kemenangan ini. Hello, Mame.
Ya saya.
Okay, betul, Mam. In case kalau aku salah nampak macam sikit kan. So, Mam, soalan pertama. Kita dekat sini sebagai caster, sebagai analyst, ini antara game series yang paling best kita pernah tengok. Tapi sebagai player dalam game tu, apakah perasaan korang?
Saya dalam game tu sebenarnya berdebar juga sebab kita orang ni macam di pressure tau. Di first game tu kita macam down sikit kan sebab dia main zoning map apa semua. Yang tu buat kita orang susah nak roaming lah. Itu kita orang cuba reset untuk game kedua dan game ketiga lah.
Yap, reset tu menunjukkan yang korang memang team yang experience. Tapi disebabkan dah sentuh game pertama, rasanya adakah itu boleh dikatakan problem disebabkan semua hero Mal semua kena tutup?
Saya rasa kalau hero Mal macam 1-1 tu ditutup, kita orang tak ada masalah pun. Sebab nak kata percentage daripada meta ni 100% win lagi. Tak ada kalah lagi.
Confident yang tinggi. Tapi yes, kita cerita pasal confident. Okay, sekarang ni team ni daripada season lepas, rasanya ramai orang nampak team ni macam setakat middle tier ataupun bawah. Tapi sekarang ni, season ni Red Reborn nampak sangat-sangat kuat. So, I nak tanya sekarang, selepas kalahkan EVOS, apakah you guys punya confidence level untuk menjadi champion Mplmysg season ke-6?
Saya rasa untuk menggelar sebagai champion MPL season 6 ni saya rasa boleh. Sebab kita orang training boleh kata tiap-tiap hari lah. Memang penat tapi berbaloi lah dengan usaha.
Ya, penat tapi berbaloi, kita boleh nampak. Boleh dikatakan tim-tim yang kuat semua you guys dah kalahkan. Tapi saya tak nak ambil terlampau banyak masa daripada Mam. Saya akan bagi masa untuk cakap apa-apa dekat semua fans-fans Red Reborn.
Kepada fans kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada korang sebab supporting kita orang daripada bawah, daripada kualifikasi lagi, dan terima kasih lah kepada yang support kita orang. Teruskan support kita orang hingga dapat angkat piala season 6 punya MPL.
Alright, terima kasih banyak Mam daripada Red Reborn. Buat masa sekarang ni nampak seperti tim yang paling kuat. Dan seperti dia cakap, ikutkan meta kita orang ni masih 100% win rate. And sebenarnya memang betul. Harif dekat mid lane, 1-1 dekat bottom lane. Nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Tapi yes, sekarang ni kita akan pass balik kepada kita punya English caster, kepada kita punya Malay caster sebab kita ada game lagi selepas ini. So guys, please take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, LaFell, the godfather of MLBB, for that amazing interview with Mom. But anyway, for you guys who are wondering what their interview was pretty much about, was pretty much LaFell was just asking how was the game like, because all of us casters behind the scene agreed this was by far one of the best games we have seen for the past 2 weeks, and very intensifying and very satisfying. So in that first game, we saw Mom suggesting that first game was a little bit hard for them because they like to go for this roaming gang style, and in that game one they pretty much got holed up. But anyway, if you guys missed out during that mid game, this is going to be the question for itself for who is CeeLo's favorite sports superstar. And if you guys guessed it correctly as well on the MLBB Facebook page, you will be walking away with Lancelot Flora Knight, Holly Great Inventor, Noe Saber Regulator, Hanabi Venom Nafila, and of course last but not least Grog Venom Monitor Lizard. All these skins are pretty much worth a total of 899 diamonds. But anyway, coming back to what the interview was happening as well, that even though Mom said that first game was a little bit terrible, they tried to go for the reset, and then they realized that, and LaFell followed with the second question, which was noticing that the amount of games coming from EVOS SG started banning out Miles Hero. And then Miles literally replied back instantly saying, it doesn't matter because Miles Hero, whether it gets banned or not, we still will be able to bring out the play. This brings up the point which Gideon said last week, where no matter how many times you target a certain player in a team, this is still a team game. So if you still have great teammates, you still can bring out the play.
Exactly here. When it comes to team plays as well, here, I think the one of the unsung heroes is definitely Aaron here, coming from Red Reborn here, because he played the Harif here. He was actually respected as well as a targeted ban from multiple teams here. But like I said, there's only so much you can ban. The more hero pools you have, the more diverse you are, it's going to be better here. But as of now, pushing the top leaderboard here, looking as the strongest team coming to Mplmysg from Season 6. Likewise from the interviews as well, started from the bottom, started from the quarterfinals. Now they're here, beating every single team as of now. 100% win rates, 4-0. And arguably as well, even on our desk as well, and with LaFell mentioning here as well, all the tough teams are pretty much in the back for them. Will they maintain their 100% win rate here? What do you think?
I mean, it's really going to be really tough. I know they want to maintain it, but it's just really hard to tell, because even today's game, despite Red Reborn winning against EVOS SG, it was very, very close. Even though you can say maybe the drafting had some play in it, in a certain amount of heroes, but it always comes down to the skill and the mechanical plays which you can bring towards this game. So if you ask me whether Red Reborn will be able to maintain their spots, I'm going to say it. I don't know. Because there's so many great teams out there in this MPL Season 6 regular season, anything can go. Anything.
I feel like the next challenge would be Todak for them, but no. Todak, they have not made against Todak yet here.
Yeah.
But as of now here, for those of you who are joining us today, as of now, just joining us here, we're going to be having more matches to come, because previously we watched Team Bosskurr going up against Divinity Esports here. They took Divinity Esports managed to take 2-0 against Team Bosskurr, and that insane round before this here with the interview with Red Reborn instigates that, of course, Red Reborn did take the win against EVOS SG with 2-1. But next up, our final matchup for the day is going to be a very, very interesting one as well here, because today we are looking at Malaysia versus Singapore. We had 1 point for Singapore, Divinity, 1 point for Malaysia for Red Reborn, and now who's going to take the last one here for today? Because SMG going up against the previous season champion, Season 5 champion Resurgence here. Oh, this is going to be a really, really, really tough one to fight.
It is going to be a really tough one for them as well, but it is definitely within their expectation as well when they come into this league, that they have a lot of walls that they need to break down and climb over, and one such of walls is going to be Resurgence in this game. But Team SMG looking by far the strongest lineup and roster inside this season, so I think they're going to be doing great if they play their cards right, focus mainly on team and do not panic too much. They're going to be doing absolutely well. Terrence, anything else you want to say before we close this out?
Well, I'm looking forward to see the next matchup here. I hope you guys enjoy the game so far. We're going to be taking a short break for now, and we'll see you guys.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With UDO. Being with UDO is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the U2 app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Killing spree!
The higher
Legendary! Ally has legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Mplmysg will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this is to make my
Shut down! Killing spree! Unstoppable! Double kill! Godlike!
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With U2. Being with U2 is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the U2 app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now we had a very fantastic 2 games for today, and the 3rd game of the night is gonna be just getting even better. And all of this is thanks to W2D2, which is our official digital telco in Malaysia, and everything is currently brought to you by Moonton. So Terrence, last game of the night and possibly even rumored to be the most intensive one as well.
Well, speaking of intensive here so far, we are talking about today's matchup here in W2D2. It's going to be Malaysia going up in Singapore, and so far Malaysia has 1 point, Singapore has 1 point. 1 point secured by Divinity Esports and 1 point from Reborn. So based on the region-wise, we are going to be having our game tree. I would say today's matchup here is going to be between Resurgence and SMG. Who's going to be taking one here? Is it going to be Malaysia or is it going to be Singapore? But based on the schedule, for those of you just joining us here today, we are going to be watching Team Bosskurr going up against Divinity Esports early on. We already saw that. Divinity won by 2-0. Second game, just now as well, we had Reborn going up against EVOS. Reborn take 2-1. And last but not least, we had Resurgence going up against SMG, which is going to be happening right now. And this is going to be the deciding match, whether or not
the big one.
Singapore going to win today, or is Malaysia going to...
It's literally between the clash of the nations here. But anyway, let's bring up the standings for any of you new viewers who just joined in to figure out who's currently the top dog here. And that is going to be our Malaysian team, Reborn, with a total score of 6 points, followed by Todak in second place with 3 points, equally with our Singapore team, EVOS SG. GigFam with 1 point, and Divinity Esports finally managed to get back that win and back to the starting line alongside with Forsaken.
Yeah, and follow on the bottom side here, we are going to be watching Resurgence going up against Team SMG. This is going to be the bottom of battle of the gatekeepers down below here. And like I said, only the top 8 will make it into the playoffs. And on the bottom side here, we have Orange Love Esports and also Team Bosskurr here. Team Bosskurr currently at the bottom side here. This is quite worrisome for them, but still, it's only the 2nd week. So there's going to be a lot more games to come. Tomorrow is going to be another day as well. Today, for now, momentarily, we are going to be watching Resurgence and Team SMG. I'm a little bit worried about for these 2 teams here because Resurgence, they were Season 5 champion.
Correct.
And currently coming to this meta, coming to this season, they seem to have a little bit of a small falling off here.
I mean, I wouldn't say already a fall off because there are a lot of things that come into the picture. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you our player video introduction. Hope you guys enjoy. Take it away.
Minggu kedua ni kita orang akan face dengan tim Resurgence.
Fighting against such draft teams, right? I think there's no difference.
Jadi mereka punya gameplay, aku tak kasih I punya member semua tahu pinjam lah. Jadi, baiklah.
Smooth lah.
I think they will take out our captain.
Sebab Smooth hyper carry kan dia yang buat game apa semua. So saya rasa Smooth.
He lead us around the map. So without a captain, we are all headless chickens.
Vincent, dia bermain sebagai support yang sangat baik untuk RSG. Saya Goten, saya pemain baru MPL.
To Team SMG, I heard that recently you acquired a new player that we are very familiar with.
Saya tak takut melawan champion.
I think last split he got maybe 8th place. So you get an 8th place player. Are you aiming for the 8th place as well this season?
I could feel the aggression, that hidden agenda between both of these players inside this introduction video, especially KZP. Typical hands down It's the same thing, guys. There's nothing new. There's no difference at all. But anyway, here is another beautiful graphics coming for both of our team player lineups. We're going to be starting on our right side here, being the MPL Season 5 champions, Team Resurgence. They have KZP, followed by Sana, Sync, LY4, Jason, and of course, Fossa. Looks like they've been doing really exceptionally well. Sadly, like you said, not to say a really major falling last week, there is just a little bit of a disappointment for some of their fans as well. Just wondering like what went wrong with the start of their gameplay into the major last week. But hopefully this week is going to be their redemption for the worst team. But I don't really want to hammer them too hard because this is still week number 2 in Season 6.
Exactly here. It's all hands on deck indeed here. Then their opponents from Malaysia. We have Team SMG playing. In the roster here is going to be Smooth, Sayajin, Zaim Senpoi, Goten, Long, and Rin. Will we see the new and upcoming player here coming in towards Team SMG? It's the Goten. We did see Jason did mention as well. Coming a new player, he trash talked a little bit here. Oh, they finished on 8. Yeah, do you want, you know, to get 8th place again? Because they were the previous champions here. So now it's going to be them, the bottom, going up against the champions. But both of them currently are not doing so great. I know you're not going to be hammering on Resurgence here, but now this is only week 2. Anything can happen. So it's going to be a battle between the gatekeepers here. Who is going to be the better team? But eventually, it's only the regular seasons. You only need to make it to the top 8 to make it to the playoffs.
And I think this is the best part as well, since we're talking about new players or not, we have, if you notice, 2 players in particular inside Team SMG. That's going to be Long and Rin. They were both previously from Axis Esports in Season 5. So the major issue that right now we were discussing about all the casters as well in this Team SMG, which we have stated as well with full confidence and pride, the strongest roster we have ever seen in Team SMG. Will they able to maintain this team synergy and chemistry during this entire season? But anyway, here comes the player stats for Team Resurgence, the winners from MPL Season 5. So of course, once again, these are their most picked hero, followed by the last KDA score from their last game, and LY4 with my boy Yi Sun Shin 10-0 and 5, dominating that Vision game, and of course the entire warfare onto the front lines of the Land of the Dawn.
Yeah, that's the thing about LY4, right? We have known through the past seasons here, he is an extremely farm-oriented marksman. As compared to any other marksman as well, he's super objective-based. He's super farm, like he's super greedy in terms of his farm. He always prioritizes his farm and rather than anything else here. And considering how Yishun has taken the sick buff and how objective the hero is going to be here, it definitely suits LY4's playstyle here, so it's no surprise with him getting his 10-0-4. But if it gets banned off, you can't play Yishun.
The thing is this, LY4 has been very unique, especially because the thing is, he is a farming hyper carry, but the most important
he's a farming machine, man.
Yeah, he's a farming, yes, he is a farming machine, like Russian. We're talking about like literally Terminators, machines, okay? This guy will farm all day, but anyway, coming down, this is Team SMG, total lineup and plays that most big hero followed by the last KDA. And the thing about this, amazing as well, is that SMG really they went toe-to-toe with EVOS last week. And the thing is that even though they lost 2-0, it doesn't really matter. But anyway, let's bring up the head-to-head for the team stats between both of these teams. And woo, man, look at the big difference coming for the side here as well. Because as I told you guys before, Team Resurgence and even Terracity as well. Resurgence has always been a farm-oriented team. They all have always been playing and drafting around LY4, where they prioritize a little bit more in terms of their small objectives, but mainly because the objective to amplify that farm for LY4.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be playing as well, because they have been switching up their roles as well, especially about Jason here. Occasionally we do see him playing core roles, occasionally we do see him playing as support, occasionally we see him switch up a little bit here, and I'm looking forward to see who's going to be, what is going to be happening here, because Resurgence right now, they have so much flexibility. They have just 5 games, they've got 60 unique heroes picked already, whereas Team SMG, they've only played 2 games, nothing too much to brag about. But this is quite worrisome here, because I've known to see Long as well as Sayajin playing here, formerly known as AX back in the days here. These 2 players, they are very, very, I would say, objective driven, or in this case they love split pushing a lot here, so it's no surprise to see their average kills is rather low. Average kill participation is rather low as well, because they really prioritize on making moves on the other side of the map here. So Smooth and also Long, they definitely have a very similar playstyle, so it's no surprises they are still going to try to make it work. But besides split pushing wise, in teamfight potential, will they do better here? With Goten in the picture, will it fit their current meta?
I mean, that's pretty much the question, like, which I brought up just now, whether they're able to maintain this synergy as much as possible. But we're going to be seeing, because this is just week number 2, many more to come as well. By the way, here comes another round of the head-to-head, but this time it's between both players, LY4 and Long. Literally comparing between hyper carries here and Long being the fighter here. Now, really amazing plays coming from both of this team. Like, do you have anything to say between both these players before I add on my points?
Well, LY4, he's, like we said, we know he's a farming machine, undeniably. But Long is more of a split pusher. So, in terms of playstyles, we're looking at two different players playing very similar roles, but different kind of playstyles here. Whereas LY4 is for farming machine, Long is more of a offlaner, a space creator, or even a kill trendsetter here. In this case, he's known for his Natalia from time to time, and also his Hayabusa. So he's known to be making space and always buying time for the team. Whereas LY4 is going to be very selfish, very greedy, and is going to be a farmer here. So when it comes to these two players going head to head here, I feel like it's all up to these two players to decide and dictate the entire tempo of the game for their teams.
Now, when we come towards this game as well, like if I have to recap for a majority of the members here last week between GeekFam and Resurgence as well, was that GeekFam was mainly able to take the win because, like I said, LY4 farming machine, they play around LY4, making sure he gets this farm. And whoa, that honest prediction between Resurgence and Team SG, and 86% they're gonna be taking this win against SMG. I mean, okay, sure, you know, fan favorites and everything.
No, that's the okay.
All right.
We're here on the
whisper.
studio as well. Like, we know the Malay cast. You know, we have their former player Arta all the way back.
Yeah.
So
Coach as well.
I think coach as well. So it's like without him, it's not surprising that everyone decides to Resurgence. But at the same time,
oh wow!
I know we're just trash talking that side, but at the same time, Resurgence, previous champion, know the undeniable 86%, and I don't know. I feel like it's hard to actually predict who is gonna actually take this win here. But for me, it's hard because I've not seen RSG stabilize yet. Hands down, I've not seen them stabilize in this current match, just because of how the meta has shifted. And most of the heroes that we know RSG for is not in the meta at all.
That is true, but also at the same time, like with this patch, we see the return of Resurgence, which is, by the way, LY4's favorite pick back in the day as well. But of course, it didn't fit Resurgence back then during the previous season. But now it's slowly coming back with a gold present and a little bit of a revamp as well. But most importantly, just want to recap with you guys between their game between GeekFam and Resurgence. GeekFam was able to take that win because Resurgence was playing around LY4 with his farm. And then when Resurgence decided to try to end that game in the middle game, they couldn't do it. And when they couldn't, they go back to farming in late game. But when they diverted back to farming, so will the enemy. So as GeekFam was always farming back, they were able to capitalize the situation and the advantage that they had and just took the win for themselves. But anyway, in this drafting here between Resurgence and Team SMG, they're going to be taking the blue side here and instantly the same ban which they did the last few games they've been playing, instantly banning out the Diggy.
Yeah, seeing the Diggy strat here, we know SMG. I'm surprised they actually first banned the Diggy here, considering that Resurgence is known to play a lot of Diggy back in the days here when Lun and Aeons was playing here. But without them here, I'm surprised they're still feared of the Diggy. But Team SMG, I don't know, man. Like, the Diggy pickup here, like, so far only Divinity's Esports has experimented it by the feeding meta, but I don't think this feeding thing is something you want to be messing around, especially on MPL. Yeah, maybe in the MPL Indonesia side, we did see it, but who has the balls to actually do it?
If you talk about the
well, Divinity did it, but they dropped the ball.
No, but the thing is this, if you talk about who has the confidence and the boldness and daring to do it, the daredevil in this team here is definitely going to be either EVOS or Resurgence, as they have the most confidence and very aggressive plays. But many reasons of why they still ban out this Diggy, because the Diggy is still very strong. Sure, there is a risk, but the risk is a little bit more dangerous compared if you put it in the right composition, because if you have the right pairing with this Diggy, even though he is feeding, he is able to capitalize within the entirety and they will be able to scale. But anyway, yes, coming back to the drafting, Diggy ban out, followed by the Uranus and Selena. And SMG, Popul Cooper and the Khalid. Last ban, will Team SG try to ban out this Yuzhong? Although I have this feeling our dear friend Long really wants this Yuzhong for himself, but because they are the second pick here, are they willing to take this gamble to let this Yuzhong go or not?
Yeah, they may consider actually just backing off at the same time, but I've not seen Team SG play the Hilda, nor did I see Resurgence play.
Oh yes, no.
But I think like when it comes to SMG, right? Like there are a couple of heroes that is quite out of meta. There are a lot of heroes that has been buffed up in this patch as well.
Yes.
And one of these heroes that I know is definitely the Veil, the Natalia, and also the Ruby, which is occasionally we do see a couple of teams pick here, but from SMG side, they may consider the Natalia for long period, and he's known for it. But seems to me we're back to the normal meta, obviously. Esmeralda being prioritized from Resurgence, Yishun being picked from SMG, and Nana still hovering his way through, but
no.
Yeah, I don't know about Estes here, but for me, the Philippine meta is definitely the Estes. If you play in the Philippine pubs, pretty much Estes first pick, Espes first ban on the pub rank games, it just doesn't make sense for me.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to opt for that pick as well, because Team SMG has been doing multiple scrims with Philippines and Indonesian team, and that's pretty much why they got their game, literally, they got caught off guard when they go up against EVOS SG as they lock down this Hilda. But Team SMG prepare for this, locks down the Hilda for themselves, as they're going to be engaging and already anticipating a potential Farsa pick going to be coming from the side of Team Resurgence, since Farsa was still in the poll.
Yeah, having double mages already being picked up from the side of Resurgence, they still need some sort of front lines. The Esmeralda is a great pickup here, but they need to find an off lane that they can actually defend against this year. They have the Yujin, they have the Roger, so it's pretty 50-50 in terms of mid side here. Not going to be biased when it comes to mid lane compared to the previous games we've seen here from today, where it's going to be like, oh, S tier mid player, mid hero going up against an A tier mid hero, which is really, really tough to decide here.
Yep.
But seeing now S tier, okay, fine, SMG Resurgence, they're happy with this. But what's next? Another offlane? Okay, Balmont. We did see the Balmont pickup coming in from Divinity. Sorry, was it Divinity?
No, it was not Divinity.
Early on.
I believe it was the first game or... no, it was
Divinity.
It was Divinity.
Yeah, Divinity Esports managed to hell on themselves here, and they were able to make a comeback against Bosskurr. So maybe it seems to me it might be still a viable pick here. Belmont was able to do... I don't think it did too much, but as a sustainable fighter, as a tank, semi-tank fighter, it was pretty good.
I feel Balmont has always been a very situational pick. It depends whether it fits the meta or not. Mainly because I guess they went for the Balmont because they just realized, okay, there's going to be an Esmeralda, there's going to be a Roger, there's going to be diving in my face, and potentially other heroes as well. They just want to pick heroes that just will be able to contend with them face-to-face, head-on. And also with the Hilda pick, they're going to be trying to make this early game play as much as possible. So anyway, coming down for the final ban, a couple of the final ban phase here, Team SG started off with the Akai, trying to deny any playmaking heroes, but Resurgence, remember, Atlas or Altars, that's what KZB always says, is still in the pool, followed by the Kufra. But Resurgence instantly bans out the Kato because in terms of the initiation that's going to be able to bring from the entire kit of Gato.
Yeah, seeing how the game is going to be progressing as well, we are going to be figuring out what kind of be the final ban here. Gato Kacha being banned, they need still... I'm surprised they actually banned Gato Kacha because, like,
really?
if you think about it, SMG, they already pretty much have their offlaners in a way. They have the Hilda, they have the Balmont already. I don't think they want a Gato Kacha as a frontline tank. It may work, but they need some sort of magical damage output right now, and Gato Kacha doesn't really do as much as compared to what Farsa and also the Esmeralda is going to be dishing out here. So you need some sort of magical damage output. I like the Atlas ban, but the Boxer is still in the pool as well.
So is the Kufra.
Yeah, so is the Kufra, which is, surprise enough, completely ignored.
But the thing is this, right, they went for this Gato Kacha ban mainly because like they already picture, right, okay, Balma's going to go to side lanes, Hill is going to go to side lanes. What is going to be really messing up this Farsa, right? They're trying to get a control as much as possible. Don't forget, Cho is in the pool as well. this first pick coming from the second phase, pick phase, is gonna dedicate and also allow Resurgence to know what kind of composition SMG is gonna go for here. Now, a lot of mage picks are still in the pool as well, following the Lori and the rest of the pool, even the Popo Koopa as well. Popo Koopa will be really great, but that's gonna be. But sorry, Popo Koopa is not in the pool. Sorry, he got banned out by Team SMG.
This is tough here because
Kagura is in the pool though. But
Loi is still in the pool, so Cecilion
I completely forgotten about it.
Is going to be in the pool as well, so this is going to be good pickup here. But I'm really curious here, what is Long going to be playing here? Because I've known him to see
he's a
previous
fighter.
season, he's always the guy, the assassin. The guy that makes the move is either mid or is either off lane here with the assassin. I rarely see him on the fighter. Last week you did see him a little bit here, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it entirely. But I'm looking forward to see what is going to be the final pick from SMG and what Long is going to be playing.
I believe this is going to be Hilda is going to be. Long is going to be on the Hilda, but mainly because like I can't believe I forgot about Cecilion. I've been talking so much about it in the second game as well. Like it was a counter for the Farsa. But yes, Ruby, I was about to mention Ruby. Ruby is going to be really great because you'll be able to control majority of this hero. They're able to be initiating as well. And if they want to go on top of them and control, Ruby is going to be a really great frontliner in those side lanes. Now the real question is, Team SMD, this last pick, their secondary initiator or potentially a support one here is going to be the Troll because they really need to get as much control. This is a very similar, three heroes are very similar lineup compared to the previous game as well. Prioritizing and getting a much control, a lot of mobility. And don't forget, when it gets to the late game, they are pretty much prepared because there's also the Cecilia and the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, they need catching potential from Troll as well, considering that the Hilda acts as a secondary pick-off potential here. So they need two different pick-offs here to split out of the fight. And I think SMG's game plan is very... Oh no, it's Natalia. That's not Natalia. Yeah, this is Natalia I'm looking for here, and it's buffed. And like, compared to back in the days here, the RNG for the critical strike from Natalia has been reworked, so it actually is no longer RNG. It's still RNG, it's just that the spike of it is not as insane as before because they actually fix it in a way where the critical is great, but it actually has more consistent damage on the physical rather than the critical side anymore.
And don't forget about the entire kit that really comes out with her as well, the ability to just go in V. And don't forget about the smoke bomb. It's quite a big radius as well. But of course, it only affects her only where no one is able to physically hit her. But that doesn't stop him from magical damage. But still, into the mix here, Natalia, I believe Long's main goal in this game is just, while everyone is trying to prioritize the situation, Long is going to capitalize this confusion and go and hit where it really hurt. It could be the Farsa, it could be the Roger, whoever he can get his hands on, he's gonna dive in, pop the smoke ball if it gets a little bit dicey, to buy a little bit of time so his team can be able to reinforce it. But anyway, Terrence, final BO3 of the day, the first game as well between Team Resurgence from Singapore and Team SMG from Malaysia as they go head to head in such an intensive game inside the land of the Dawn.
Yeah, it's going to be game one here. I'm looking forward to see how the Natalia is going to be playing here for Team SMG. Because if you think about it, the Natalia is going to set things up a lot here. They can tower dive so much, and the damage will not increase due to the smoke screen here. So how will SMG play this here? Are they going to go full aggressive or not? But as of now, we can see Resurgence Sync is back on track on the offlane row, where he's going to be playing the Esmeralda.
Zion, looks like we're going to be going down the list as well. Smooth is going to be the hyper carry as usual with the Yisun Shin, but Saiyajin. If we look at about the roles, right, looks like Saiyajin is going to be pairing out with Smooth in this 1-3-1 lane, so does the Siam Sempo with the Sicilian. And look at the amount of damage with the Bat Impact, constantly connecting on Jason, trying to force him back. Little Wonder is going to be taken away at Jason. With the rotation coming from Girl 10, Jason has no choice but to disengage and bird transformation.
Yep. Continuing with cheer, bottom top side here. Jason's going to be playing on the supportive role, but bottom side, Singh will outplay Long here as he gets a solo kill and destroying Long right off the bat. But on the middle side as well, a huge Sanguine Claw catches on the 2, drops him pretty low from the side of Resurgence, but fortunately for them, KZP's Revitalize will save the day.
And the thing is, it's like really close. I mean, it's never fun to be leaning against an Esmeralda, especially a player who knows how to capitalize and utilize the entire hero's kit. But coming back to this Talia, Sana off-laning with the Ruby. We know how scary Silent is and the fighter lane because he's just so good at capitalizing certain situations, knowing where to really hurt you where it really hurts and benefit the team at the same time. And Cyajin just trying to give out a lot of information towards his team, like, hey, I'm holding out blue, try to invade their jungle and take as much buff as possible, but coming down towards his bot lane, Sing doing quite the amount of damage all along, popping out the smoke screen just to buy a little more time for this potential rotation that's going to be coming down towards his bot lane. But also on the top side, a lot of skirmishes, a lot of rotations. Zion was not able to connect Sanguine Claws or even bad impact, but here it comes, lock him down. Smoke coming into the mix here. Same probably didn't anticipate the rotation coming from Smooth, and that's going to be a beautiful pickup. Whereas towards his top side, Silence rotation would not be able to bear fruit because, come on, Belmont, Goten, so tanky.
Speaking of which, Sayajin playing the supportive role here, so it seems to be this is a tank Hilda, so we are not going to be seeing a lot more action or damage coming in from Sayajin. It's going to be up onto Natalia, but as of now, nice steal there. Here comes that Feather Astra. They do catch it as well. The Ruby will catch 1 and 2. That's going to be double kill for LY4 as they are looking for more. Zame Sandboy couldn't make a run for it here, but LY4, he does have the double. He's doing a lot of damage here. He will get the triple as Resurgence will get that team fight. Nice catch there coming from Sana, and nice play there coming for LY4.
Definitely great new vigor we can definitely see in this terms of game because most of the time we normally just see LY4 objective, jungle, and farm, but in this case he's participating in the majority of this fight as well. But Long gonna be popping up Dahan. Very funny, by the way, the ultimate name is called Dahan as he tries to escape away from Sing's Esmeralda. Feather Astra is going to be committed to try to zone them out, clear the minions away because they are fully committed. But there goes the ultimate skill of the Ruby. I'm offended as he takes down Goten down the sides.
Nice pull there coming from Sana, and as of now, the Turtles will be out for grabs here. Smooth is already invisible, but he's all by himself. Where's the backup? Can he make a run for it here? Now, they are going to flicker his way through, but he will crit his way with Long, annihilating Sing, and he's going to be safe for the count. But here comes the Feather Strike, and Long will go in for the silence as well, but KCP is there trying to shut him down. Long, his enemy is up. They try to catch him. Can they catch him? They pick him off, and here comes the smoke, and Long will make it out alive. Maybe, yes, barely. Will they go? Yes, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's
It's
fine.
like Terrence, you're like building up the suspense for me, you know, and the viewers just like, oh my god, is he gonna die? He's gonna live. Oh my god, he is gonna live. By the way, coming back to this turtle, as he's slowly trying to take the turtle for himself, Cyajin getting ready to engage, but thankfully with the retribution on LY4, they will casually securing it for their team.
As of now, you can see SMG, they haven't made a couple plays here. They've got a couple of work to work with. Jason will force to use Feather Astra to clear the creep wave here. They want to set up for the lane control, but at the same time, what is that to set up for? Because the total buff is down, and you know Mplmysg, they are going to try and contest this as of now. The blue buff is going to be out for grabs, but no, on the contrary, Sadana will get caught out, and he will get destroyed. The Ruby has proved to be a bigger nuisance, and it seems to me that's going to be a great win there for Team SMG. But now, a pause momentarily here. And I think this pause is much needed here. As in normal sports, we do have our occasional timeouts, and seeing how this timeout is, Resurgence, oh my goodness, we've just lost Sana. Without Sana, they're going to be contesting blue buff. What do we do now? Do we fight this fight? Can we fight this fight?
I mean, it definitely depends on the situation as well, whether they have a better proposition, whether they have the hero spell to really commit into it as well. But let's just talk about that one turtle fight, right? Oh my lord. Our dear friend Yisu Shin, he almost got sniped there, but thankfully, with his passive, if you guys have no idea what Yisu Shin's passive is, well, he's able to go between both range and melee form. And instantly, the Grand Admiral, when someone gets close to him, he draws that blade like a samurai and slashes himself. But of course, he is still a current Navy Admiral, so...
Yeah, when it comes to the passive ability, right, he's able to switch between both melee and range, but for each 2 hits, he's going to get 100% crit rate. So to juggle between melee and range is going to be a tough call, and that was not the right play there because you know he's hitting from range, and as soon as you come close to him, he's going to hit a pure 100% crit towards you. So that's going to make things farming and reaching out damage exceptionally easy for the Yishun scene, especially in Smooth right now, who's not died a single time. And you can see he's going to go in for the melee as well, as he's going to be focusing on taking down towers here. And this is how strong Yishun scene can be when it comes to switching out, taking down towers in this kind of situations.
Anyway, beautiful. Now that I think about it as well, Yisu could just be like an anime character, you know, with that final move with that sword attacks or sword arts. But anyway, coming back towards this game and his lane, Cyajin rotating towards his bottom lane, not anticipating Sing was in the push. As they come forward, here comes the Mountain Shocker, ultimate and forcing Long and even Cyajin to commit their flickers to get out of such a dicey situation. The remaining members of Team Resurgence here are constantly, even though they want to invade towards the other side of the jungle, but they're currently man out.
Zing
Try to run away, commits the flicker, tries to go for the hump, but Long is here to shut him down. LY4 in World Transformation gonna be here to save the day and hunt Long down.
LY4 making it the plays here. He's going to be carrying the team, and this is the first time I'm seeing LY4 personally being so aggressive in the game, and so far he's been getting kills after kills. He's dictating terms for Resurgence, and it's working out. But can he keep it up here? Because as of now, Team SMG is all up to Smooth to make the plays here. And both of the hard carries here have not fallen out, but here comes the better airstrike. Saeji will immediately go in for the cancel, but LY4 is in the vicinity to go in for the fight, but nope. They will back up and reset the fight, fortunately, here, as the turtle is going to be the main objective, the grand prize as of now.
The thing is this, right? This is pretty much what I said. There's like literally 3 heroes that can get on top of this far side. Literally stop it as well. And in the early game, Saiyajin with the healer is pretty much unkillable at this point. You need to commit quite the amount of heroes. By the way, KZV tries to zone on Saiyajin, but here comes the pull from Sana with I'm offended. Gets Goten, trying to hunt him down. This is the Belmont. No matter how tanky it is, he will eventually fall to the claws of the Wolf King LY4. Long on the other hand, bottom side lane is going to be split pushing this lane, followed by Smooth, who is still trying to keep himself on this front. But ooh, beautiful clash with the claw dash on KZP. Finds out in a little bit of tricky situation. Upping the hunt, but bad face. What about the Sangry Call? Going to be catching LY4 and KZP. But they're still alive. So many control spells committed into this, and they still managed to get out of this fight scot-free. And this battle is going to be picked up by LY4, and it's finally falling out with the I'm Offender. The pull on not just 1 but 2 will cost his MSG their first tier tower.
Sana, what a play! He's been making it work here, and so far it is paid the price here. Now they will take the tier 1 in the middle of the side here, so it's going to be opening up the map for Resurgence as TMSMG. They have to make a play here. Sing, he's got his decent items and levels here. He's got the breastplate here. He's going to play a little bit more aggressive and in this kind of team fight here. SMG, they have to find a way to deal with Sing so far, and currently not only 1 stack available up on Saiyajin. This is not looking good for the Hilda, and Goten hasn't been able to do anything here. But this time they will see up Sing here. A couple of attacks coming in, but look at this. Sing, he's super tanky. He doesn't really care about this here. 30 seconds on the turtle. Saiyajin is going to say hello to KZP.
Oh man, they're so cute, you know, they're just checking on each other. Hey, this is my bush, that's your bush, don't come into my territory. But same goes for the rest of the games, right? You see at this point, Sana with the mountain shocker as well. This is going to give a little bit of information. While Goten on the other side is going to be engaged by both Sing and KZP. Goten popping in with the cycle suit to try to hold on as long as possible. Even dropping down the little counter, but he's not going to be able to connect. And Goten, with the soul low, almost got out of the way. But thankfully, Sing with the flicker will seal Goten's fate in the top side. But as he slowly rotates towards his bottom lane, we see Jason gets caught up by Long. No more Frosta, no more magic nukes. LY4 caught in an unpredictable position, but he was able to tank it out. But here comes the reinforcement. Saiyajin finds LY4. Certainly LY4 was able to sidestep it out of the mix. KZP, unfortunately, will eventually fall.
Look at this.
Now we see Long trying to get ready to go for the side flank, but seeing the unpredictable positioning and no idea where Sync is, they're gonna fall back and disengage.
Yeah, at the same time as well, they're trying to wait for the opportunity for Long to go in for the dive here. Long can't seem to find an opportunity to actually snipe off LY4. Slowly but surely, both the carries, they had a couple trade-offs to begin with, but I don't think Team SMG wants to throw the lead here. They need to figure out the better plan here because Goten is pretty underfarmed. But now, the turtle being contested here, they are getting pushed back. Team SMG, can they fight this here? Saeji gets scouted up. Here comes the pull from Senna. Nice flicker from Saeji. So they bait out the Feather Strike. They are going to try and re-engage his fight, but seems to me they do not want to fight this here. Long has not been able to find the proper kill.
A lot of skills was committed as well, so majority of the team is going to be disengaging. But in this case, Team Resurgence having new vigor as well, deciding like, you know what? We may not have our skills, but so do we. But here comes the I'm Offender. Pull Science Zamp all the way back, but thankfully with the flicker, he'll be able to get out alive. But Sing, with the falling storm, jumps into it. Maybe a little bit of an overcommitment that instantly gets hammered down by the lethal counter and locked down for the rest of the team. When Long still split pushing, but Saiyajin maybe a little bit too close for comfort, gets picked off, and now it's going to become literally it turned to a 4v4.
Look at this, the cancel towards Sana here, where else Long, he's gonna be doing his famous things here as he's gonna split push as well. SMG, I've told you right off from the bat as well, they're famous for their split push potential, and this is gonna be a free objective for Long, and that's exactly the game plan. He gets pulled back, but this is a Natalia. Do you think, can you kill him? Sana, he does have the high drive. Is he gonna go for the bait here? Long is looking for the opportunity. Can he go for a second dash? Yes, he will. Sana, is he gonna pop the flicker? No, eventually he will get the kill, but the job has been done. The objective secured. SMG has done their part, but now the minions are gonna be constantly pressuring to the bottom side towards Resurgence.
Even though they did have to commit the bottom inhibitor, they managed to get 2 kills on themselves and even was able to secure this Lord. So in terms of objectives as well, we can see the goal difference that currently Resurgence is still in the lead, but with just a little slim amount of 4k gold. In terms of towers, Team SSG is very objective, especially on those towers, and they will take it with 4.
Now the reply here, they have the Lord from side Resurgence here. This time they are going to try and secure here and make sure they get as much objectives as they can. But for now, you can see the ultimate being popped here from the side of Smooth as they are trying to open up the map a little bit more. But this second tier is going to drop like a fly, just like that. Swing have from the axis coming in. LY4 going to go in for the push as well. Miss Sana missing the ultimate here, but the Sync will catch 2 from behind. But where is the follow-up? The setup is not there. Tier 3s are going to go down for the count. But Goten goes in for the dive. He's going to get destroyed by LY4. They dropped half HP, but Team SMG, they somehow managed to defend. They lose the inhibitor, but it seems to me RSG will not stop with their assault.
They're going to be pushing down as well, especially managed to trade out both inhibitors. This time, both top and bottom is going to fall. But in this middle, a beautiful second call followed by the bandit by Sana looking not that great, but then thankfully, he building a little bit of time. He should be able to escape. But the assassination coming out for Long with the claw dash will seal Sana in towards the Middle Earth.
We need the assassin here on Long here. And so far, SMG, it's been a tough one here. They have KZP always on their guard here. However, LY4 has not died a single time here, whereas Smooth has died once so far. But itemization here, you can see LY4 is getting pretty strong here. But Smooth getting caught up from KZP. Baxia is just a Baxia. Nothing to be worried about yet. There's nothing to be worried about yet, but Team SMG, they are going to be looking for the proper targets here. So far, it's so hard to catch Jason here. 0-1-8, he's only died a single time, and that was Long able to catch him off by himself.
I mean, sure, there's a lot of things not to worry about. Ooh, KZP spotted out, charging up that Shield of Unity, getting ready, revved out, ready to go. Still pushing down into the mix as well. Long is just chilling.
Look at this. Long is just making sure he's just running around, just trying to
he's
bait
cutting
out
creeps.
movements here.
He's cutting creeps.
It's insane.
He's ensuring that this bottom lane, which is their only opening with this bottom here, they're falling down. He's gonna be cutting creep to make sure no one else is gonna be pushing in.
Team SMG, how are they gonna play this here? Goten is all by himself. Is this the right move? Is he gonna be okay? Yes, he's gonna be okay for now. Sana will pop the ultimate in this situation here. Saiyajin needs to make the reply here, but it seems to me the recalls are coming in. Can they stop him in time? Goten, who is he gonna stop? Smooth is gonna be pushing from the top side as well. Meanwhile, Long is going to be cutting the mid creeps as well. They're going to be continuing to push the pressure coming in, and this is what I'm talking about. Team SMG applying pressure from the top, applying pressure from the bottom here. They don't want to fight this. They only want to split push. SMG spans for split moving gun.
Then it's still going to be coming down as well. KZP popping the ultimate, but here comes LY4. They spawn out 4. They're going to be coming to see if they can get any more kills. Things going to be disengaging as Smooth was totally unable to pick it. But I'm offended followed by the flicker. Come on, catching 2 members. Goten and even our dear friend. Still moving on towards the count. Goten still alive. Federer right. But sadly, thankfully, with the cancel coming out from Saiyajin, that's going to be stopping and ending that Feather Ash, but it's definitely going to be coming off cooldown very soon. Saiyajin so tanky, holding out and delaying as much as possible because Long is still pressuring this bottom lane.
As you can see here, to Resurgence, they have to back off and push out the creep waves here. As of now, the Lord is going to be out for contested here. This is going to be the hardest decision for Resurgence here. Do they contest the Lord? Or do they make sure that Long does not snipe them and backdoor? Because SMG, they are in full control of this split push potential. They know they cannot take a full-fledged team fight. But you know what they can do? They can split push here. Resurgence do not have the mobility as much as what KCP has, but besides KZP, it's only a tank. It's only a tank.
Yeah, it's only a tank, but it's KZP. You cannot really underestimate this man at all. But still, everyone taking the time with their lives. Now we're just literally switching in between to find out how they want to go about this. If they want to fight for this Lord, then there's a potential time where Long is going to be pushing in. But I think he got spotted out by their friend Sing with the exclamation mark popping on his head. He knows that Long is still dancing around one of the bushes towards his lower part of the lane. Now they're trying to decide, do they want to cut the creep here or they want to just commit for this Lord? Either way works, but depends on how fast Long is able to push down this bottom lane. Should the Lord be taken now?
Well, you can see that Sing is already made his way down bottom as well. Long is going to try and cut the creep wave down mid here, but the creep wave from the side Resurgence is going to be pushing from the downside here. Lord is going to be still baiting here. Sayoji is still scouting the information from side SMG, but itemizations are coming up here. Major items are already being picked up in this case here, but at the same time, Team SMG, can they buy enough time here? Because they are looking for Zamsim Point to make the plays. He's got a big damage items here. He's got the stacks. 60 minutes have passed. This is where Team SMG's Zamsim Point is going to hit the mark here. But Long, they won't got Sing all by himself. They had the information. Sing will flicker his way, and he's going to be fine for now. However, on the top side, Sana will get the kill here as Zamsim Point gets focused down. He's down for the count, and here comes the clash as well. Goldtain unable to do anything here. The control from Sana is insane, and LY4 will get the legendary. Smooth is there, but where's the cavalry? Can they defend against this here? Here comes Farsa, but where's the creep wave as well? Resurgence, they can't do anything. Long is getting chased from Sing.
And absolutely well played as well. Like seriously, the minute, beautiful timing with the execution as well. The minute Resurgence noticed that two members, both Smooth and Long, was on top of Sing towards his bottom lane, they instantly force a fight and get a bit of a two pickup kills to not only give them a little bit more space, but allow them to achieve this Lord without sacrificing any objective for any of their members. Now, beautiful catch coming from this top here. Saijin has his immortality, so should he even go down, he should still be fine, but he will be able to get outscored free. Along on the other hand, not only is he cutting crits, but he's also taking as much farm as possible, popping up the hunt. He's ready to go at any time.
This is quite worrisome here coming from Team SMG. Saiyajin only has 4 stacks thus far. In 17 minutes of the game, he's not going to be able to do much damage here, but he's done his best to open up the map, which is a fantastic job for him. However, Resurgence, Sing, they will scout out Smooth. He's all by himself, and he's going to get burst down. Was beautiful solo kill here from Sing, and this is what they need to close out the game. Without the main damage dealer here, the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side now, and Resurgence, they're looking to close out this game.
Still holding down the line, so they're trying their best to go for this defense as well. Sana hitting down the middle inhibitor with LY4. The Lord is here. Sanguine Closet doing everything they can to buy enough time. They even try to defend for this. Saiyajin trying to dive all the way towards his backline. Here comes the Feather Airstrike. No one there to start him. Saiyajin can't even do it either, but they're going to hit the crystal and end this first game with style with the Lord.
Great play there, and Resurgence will start things off, taking the first game here against SMG. And from start to end, it felt like they were struggling here from side SMG, and RSG had full control. They were troubled and puzzled with Long on that Natalia pick here, but
yes,
I've seen Sink talked about this situation before.
Yes.
In the previous season, he did mention in his streams as well, he's seen Natalia playstyles all the way
Correct.
through. And it's really tough, but if you're talking about Natalia as well, the Japanese team is one of the first teams to actually bring the Natalia into the meta here.
Okay.
And besides those servers, not many people have experience with Natalia, but after seeing it here, it was no longer a wow factor for the side of Resurgence. Like Sing has mentioned this time and time again, we know how to do it. And if you pay attention to how it was actually happening here and how they tackled Long from start to end, Long was constantly trying to find an angle to actually snipe out the Farsa or even snipe off LY4 in this situation, but he just could not find those angles here. Every time he tries to go Farsa, KZP with the box is always there, standing by to go in for the assist. If he could not find him, you can see that Sing is always constantly making sure he's split pushing as well, alongside making sure that Long does not do anything funny.
But anyway, here is the highlight currently brought to you by YouTube, powered by Salcom. Now, this is going to be the first few early fights into this game as well. Now, you see that the majority of this fight as well, some majority of their heroes has already hit the level 4, has their ultimate, especially our dear friend Jason with the Feather Airstrike. Already engagement coming from the side here of Saiyajin, who actually got who actually got caught out in the mix as he was trying to face check this boost. And remember, Sana still has his ultimate. He's ready to go and catch at any time. So, and especially, don't forget, he still has his flicker spell as well. So should any of them try to evade or escape or fall back in this case, he's going to be doing this flicker combo, catch that pull all the way back. And even if anyone were to disrupt our dear friend Jason with his Feather Ash right now, it wouldn't matter to him at all.
Yeah, it was too late as well here, because if you think about it, Sana had the upper hand. He went in for the pull, he went in for the disengagement. There was nothing much they could have done here, because if you think about it, Gold 10 and Saiyajin, it was pretty much caught out of position. He was forced into a situation where they had to commit this fight. And Smooth, despite having a level 5 here, they need some big CCs, and there was not much CCs they can work with. So Cillian is not at the stage where he can just destroy everyone. And as soon as they went to try and make a play here, they got caught out. 2-man down, 4v2. Why not? Let's just go for the dive. And we know Roger has one of the insane movement speed and rotation speed when it comes to tower diving or even chasing backlines here. In this case, they just couldn't do much here. And on top of that, Sicilian doesn't have... He needs to play from safe distance, right? But if a Roger runs in your face, there's not much a Sicilian can do to actually outrun a Roger, though.
Then also coming back towards this game as well, you see the initiative coming from the side here of Resurgence member, although there were some moments where a little bit of over-aggression and over-commitment as well. And even towards this fight, they had no choice. Resurgence also spotted that Long was split pushing. They had no choice but to go for the fight. We saw Sana trying to TP back towards the base, but it beautiful cancel coming for the teammates of Team SMG. Now this was the one fight which I really wanted to talk about, right? So there was one engagement towards this bottom lane where Singh was trying to stop Long, trying to zone him out to see where was he at. And Isley Smooth was there at the same time, and they both jumped Singh at the same time. And when they realized that they could have killed this Esmeralda, 4 members of Resurgence realized 2 members at bot lane. We're gonna punish them, dominate them, get this Lord, and then slowly get all this dominance towards this map.
Yeah, you can see as well, they were kind of split off as well. SMG was caught out by this ambush being set up from RSG. And LY4, he was just performing out of his mind here. And undeniably, he may be the MVP, but personally, I think Sana made a lot of clutch plays throughout this entire game itself. But I'm not sure who's going to be the official MVP, but there's going to be the itemizations coming from both the teams here on screen as of now. We can see pretty standard pickups here, but on the contrary, from Sana's pickup, usually we do see the Warrior Boots being picked up here, but instead it's going to be the cooldown ones instead coming from Sana. So you can see he's constantly spamming his spells here, giving a little bit of mobility and a lot of crowd control in a lot of these teamfights here, which was amazing because if you think about it, every time Saiji gets close, he's going to get mini stun, mini stun, mini stun, mini stun. Same goes for the Natalia, which we saw is having a hard time to actually reposition as well. Likewise for Goten, goes in for the dive. When he goes for a spin, gets mini stun, and he could not do the entire damage intended for, which is chasing towards LY4. And you know Sana is always making sure that LY4 is in a safe distance. And I feel like this Ruby is annoying, super annoying. Super hard to kill as well. Look at the amount of life steals for him as well. Having Claw, which I feel like amazing as well, because Ruby is one of the exceptional heroes that can actually take life steal regardless of what kind of nature. Instead of getting for the Bloodless Axe, Claw gives way much life steal in the lower stage of the pool, but it works for his spells. So this is where the Claw helps the Ruby sustain his team fights very well, and you see countless times Sana was just unkillable.
No, that's mainly because in Sana, his main role inside this game, and he has been playing the same exact role and throughout his rest of the game as well, because he knows he is going to be around to stop ganks. He's so good, he knows exactly the rotation behind the gank time, regardless of which hero. And if you interview the rest of the team as well, they will say the one thing, especially roaming heroes, roaming players, they will say the one player which they do not want to go head-to-head with is Sana, because Sana just knows where to stop you, when to prevent you, and if you give such a control hero like Ruby on top of him, he's going to ensure you're never going to have a great time. But anyway, here is the post-game strats, and of course LY4 going to be the rich guy here as he was farming the entire time, but really great adaptation coming from LY4 in this game compared to last week, where instead of farming all the way, he was participating a lot more into the fights, and then once there was no fight going on, because with the farm, when there's an opportunity for a fight, he dives back in. And we're coming down, carry is going to be Smooth, as he was going to be farming with Yi Sushin, followed by our Sandbag is going to be Goten. He tanks so much as he was
there was nothing much he could actually do here on the Balmer, just because like we needed the offlaners to do way much more. Like in terms of damage output here, like SMG, they drafted the Hilda, they drafted Balborn, but things just went south here because if you think about it, they did not have enough damage to actually catch off any kind of pickoffs. And because of that, you have to give credit to Resurgence because they made sure that Gotan could not do anything at all with that Balmon. They kept him in check. He was just taking so much damage. He was not able to sustain all the team fights here. They made sure that all angles are covered. And in this case, RSG gave them credit here because they had the experience. They know what they needed to do. And I liked how they actually switch up their lanes and switch up their roles in between games.
Yes.
Here. Like there are moments where, hey KZP, you need to do this. Hey Sync, can you do this for me? KZP is not around. Hey, Sana wants to do this. Sync, can you do something else? Hey, KZP, do something this. Sync is not here. And they always rotating between who's going to be on the front, who's going to be in the back, who's going to be split pushing time and time again to balance out the economy from Resurgence from that game, which was beautifully done here.
No, and the best part about it as well, like, it wouldn't say that Balma was having a hard I'm sure he's gonna be having a hard time being gang rotated as well because they were just prioritizing who will not be able to escape them. Natalia, they want to gain the Natalia as much as possible, but there's going to be a lot of commitment. So they decide, alright, if we want to shut down somebody, if we want to gain from somebody, then we go and get on top of Balma who cannot escape. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the MVP. It's gonna be Sana on that Ruby, doing a fantastic job controlling. Sure, his damage per minute is definitely gonna be as high compared to the hyper carry marksman, but in this case, he achieved the MVP because he just does his role and job so well inside this game. Seriously.
Oh yeah, he set up so beautifully here in the matches as well. Even in the highlight clips as well, we saw the first few kills. He managed to get a beautiful hook there, catching not one but two to allow LY4 to just start getting free kills after free kills, and it just enabled LY4 to do his job as much as they can. And time again, Sana was constantly making the plays all the way through here. I think out of 8 out of 9 hooks, 7 out of 9 hooks in that game itself was super on point, and it was a clutch moment for Sana. There were a couple of hooks that missed out a little bit here, but most of the time, he got the job done. He got the kills, and there was nothing much SMG could have just dealt with here. And having the Natalia pick here, they needed damage here with the Balmon pickup, despite having the Balmon pickup, which I feel was, it just didn't match up here. Like, they needed something, but the Balmon and the Hilda pickup, with the Hilda being in his tank, it feels like Hilda is not being fully utilized at all.
Yeah, I can agree with that until a certain point. The Balmon, he was literally on top of the fights. He achieved his role where, okay, I want to be in the front line doing a lot of damage. But the problem was that even though we saw Hilda, they got so prioritized, right? Let's get this Farsa. When they get on top of the Farsa, they notice LY4 diving towards their back line, and when they want to engage, there's the pull ultimate from Ruby, there's the control, there's the hold back, and then they realize that Balma, his only engagement has already been used to get close to this Farsa, and once already used as well, including with Sayajin with his dash, there's no way they're able to get this back line with the amount of control coming from the team here. By the way, this is the map prediction according to how they're actually situated into this last game. I say it's just about right, it's correct as well in terms of positioning. It's just when it came to that early game aggression, they didn't really stay in the lane too long, especially Resurgence this time.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate to see what actually happened here because right now, in terms of playstyle, I'm not used to Sayajin playing on a tank role, considering that previously he was AX, right? Like, I'm used to seeing him playing the core important role. He is the man of honor, like the clutch player here. Like previous season, his land slot was always on point, and seeing how Smooth plays it as well, it's kind of like, I feel like they're just clashing in terms of their playstyle right now. I'm just not used to seeing Sayajin, or formerly known as AX, playing the tank role, and he's done his role. We argue that he's played it pretty well, but at the same time, the draft was a little bit sloppy for me. I felt like the Balmon pickup and the Hilda tank just didn't work out, and Resurgence was able to capitalize on the situation. And pulling the Natalia pickup in the final pickup here, and Resurgence being able to understand that, hey, this is how we're gonna play. You have to give credit here because this is where experience comes into play. And playing a lot of Natalia and playing it through scrims here, it's not something you have the kind of experience to begin with here, and you have to give credit, they're doing well.
The thing is, it's really great they have been playing it like this. But the thing is, I was always concerned that it's great to split push. It's always great to divert attention. But I feel that Long just took a little bit too long to do it, especially when Singh started rotating down towards his bottom lane. And there were so many times where even if he wanted to show himself, he either might get picked off or get zoned out, and that's not what he really wants to go for, because the minute he gets picked off and zoned out or even forced to go back to base, then Resurgence is going to force a fight. Right now with this uncertainty, that's pretty much why you see Long always in the shadows. He's not really showing himself because he just wants to give the idea towards Resurgence that I might be behind you guys, you just don't know about it. But the entire time he was at bottom lane, and it's really unfortunate when Smooth came down to assist to get the kill on Singh. And come on, it's an Esmeralda. Regardless, even whether he has the hero spell flicker or not, he will use Falling Summon to get out of it. Even if he doesn't use his ultimate, he's able to get so much shield and sustain and tank. And when that happens, Resurgence Singh already give the clear execution communication. Fight this now. Force a fight. Two of them are here, no hyper carries, no damage dealers, just meat bags who barely has any great disengagement. And I'm pretty sure why that's why they didn't really opt for this Kufra pick either, because like Kufra has always been one of those great initiative heroes, and of course it's a favorite pick for our dear friend Saiyajin as well. But they didn't want to go for Kufra mainly because he's a very committed frontliner initiator. Once he goes in, he can't get back out. So that's why, folks, if you really want a dedicated boyfriend and husband, look up Kufra, the Desert Tyrant. Seriously, he's very committed, alright? But anyway, yes, coming back to the game here. He's very competent. Once he gets in, he can't get out. His disengagement is really terrible. And can you imagine if he gets picked in this game? You rather see him getting control. Maybe he can lock down a fast.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he can stop her as well. He
Nah,
also really
I think when it comes to the playstyles here, it's always about the split push potential, right?
Yes.
If we're talking about rotation between lanes and transitioning, how quickly you are, that's why Khalid has been favorable among all the teams here, because how quickly they are able to rotate between objectives, between the jungles, between the turtle, between the mid lane, and etc. here. But in this case, the game matchup between SMG and RSG, you have to give credit that RSG, they played style like, hey, we're gonna play it off lane here, we're gonna play it, try whatever fighter meta you're gonna be dishing out here. Okay, we are preparing for the Hilda pickup, which eventually that was the main initial idea. But after the Natalia final pick here, it definitely caught them off guard momentarily here. But at the same time, they had a plan. Hey, let's abuse Baxia's mobility. He roams extremely quickly here. Let's ask him to run around. And there were a lot of moments where he was just running around, making sure that KZP just making sure that he always checkers the bush, looking for the exclamation mark as well, and making sure that they protect Jason on the far side to make sure that he's able to dish out his damage here. So that's a lot of map control and map awareness and information here from side Resurgence, which we always talk about when it comes to vision here. And Team SMG, they had the vision control coming from the Yishun scene, but they had to compensate regardless here. That's how they compensated from that game, and I felt it worked out tremendously well for them. So
now they
them
just
taking
drafting.
game 1, amazing. Game 2 in the drafts here, Popo Koopa being banned, Yuzhong being banned. What's next?
The thing is this, right now Team SG is going to be starting on the blue side, so this changes things a little bit, because right now they're going to be having priority first pick and first ban as well. Resurgence definitely is not going to be allowing priority heroes going to go away inside their pool. That's pretty much why you see them instantly, their declaration to say like, hey, since you're starting blue, I'm instantly going to be the one to ban Yuzhong, because normally it was Team SFG who banned the Yuzhong in the last game, and now in this game, Resurgence doesn't want to give Yuzhong away. We might see a potential Khalid ban as well, but that just depends on what the other few bans is going to be coming out from Team SMG. This is going to be the counter draft phase. So after experiencing the other game, do they want to ban out this Farsa, or do they want to take it for themselves?
I think the Farsa ban is a little bit too much, because there's so many OP heroes that is still on the pool as well. We saw how powerful the Roger and the Yishuns can be, right?
They could take it for themselves.
Yeah, SMG and Resurgence, they're okay with just letting it through. Each person takes one, it's fine, but now on towards SMG side. The moment they ban it, Resurgence is going to counter ban it here. This is where it's going to be grabs for the Esmeralda, grabs for the Hilda once again. But SMG, it did not work well for them with the Hilda tank. Like so far, the Hilda tank has no succession. Even in my pub games, I see a Hilda tank. Yeah, it's just not going to do what it's intended to do. In this case, which we are expecting in the damage output department here. So in this case, do they ban it off? That's the question right now. Do they ban it off, or do they ban the Khalid because Yuzhong is out of the pool?
But the thing is this, right? The reason
Or
why
do they ban the Esmeralda? So
Ooh,
now, okay,
no,
Atlas again,
no.
very similar bans coming from
It's
first game.
okay. Right now, Resurgence has to make a choice. Do they want to ban this Khalid or just let this Uranus go? Ooh, no. And then they're going to be banning on the Esmeralda. So this might be a potential pick, though.
You can see the faces of KZP. Oh, like, oh, I wanted to play Atlas. Oh,
Yes.
they knew. They knew.
Altas. No, it's not Atlas. It's Altas. That's what KZP calls it, by the way. So first pick here, call out your voice. Uranus, Khalid, Farsa. I'm looking at one of these three here. Gonna be the first lockdown.
Yeah, Uranus
here.
is being opened as well, and I think it fits Team SMG's playstyle play Uranus, considering they
Khalid,
like the
never
split
mind.
push. But Khalid has proven himself to be one of the strongest offlaner in terms of damage output, requirement, and sustainability. But Resurgence will reply with the Uranus on top of that. And this is gonna be a sync Uranus, and I feel like
I thought it was gonna be a Sana actually.
Nah, sync Uranus for sure. Sync Uranus.
But either way, coming back to the mix here, I love that 3 of the first pick is instantly going to be prioritized, especially since they are open in the pool. And some are very clear to tell as well. Most people, like, some people might ban an Esmeralda because they're just like, oh, you know, it's just a really hard hero to deal with. But players like this, they just want to bring out this Uranus. And at the same time, it could be a bait from Resurgence as well, because they're like, you know what, if we ban this Esmeralda, we give them the impression we want this Uranus, right? But at the same time, Team SG, they could be thinking like, we could lock in the Uranus, but we prefer the Khalid more. Instantly locks in the Khalid, that way Resurgence will be to capitalize this Uranus for themselves. Now Team SMG still gonna prioritize this vision game and followed by this Hilda. So this early game still gonna be the same lineup they gotta go for. And Roger lock in for Resurgence.
So next up, they have to ban, from side Resurgence here, they need to ban a couple of majors here. SMG do have not a lot of pull to work with here. Selena's been pretty much taken out here.
I say Sicilian for sure.
Yeah, Sicilian is some... I don't think they worried that much about Sicilian here. They didn't make such a huge impact from previous from the game number 1.
It's gonna be either a fighter or
I think
they
may consider banning off the...
Ruby? No, I don't think they're gonna go Ruby. There is the Uranus as it is.
I'm talking about mages. Mages.
We have Kagura.
Kagura is something they banned from the previous game as well, and I think Kagura is okay for a little bit of control, but they won't ban the Lunox here, so yeah, it's something that really goes well here. The penetration does break through the armors of Uranus here, so in this case, the Lunox is something they want to be avoiding here, so maybe they are going to be considering banning off the Loi as well, but I don't think Team SG would want to play Loi considering of how mobile their roster is here. And Loi, yes, arguably you have the ultimate with mobility, but in the team fight here, Loi does not have strong mobilities in team fight. He has a lot of burst, but not a lot of mobility. And we have seen Lilia being picked up for quite some time, and the only team that picks Lilia is pretty much GigFam.
Still coming down to the poll, this is going to be the final ban coming from Resurgence. Now looking at the lineup of Team SMG, they're lacking one primary initiator, followed by even a mage support as well. One is going to be able to disrupt the entire floor. If they really have no idea what they really want to try to opt for here, they can either ban out the Sicilian or ban out the Thamos. It's either one that's going to be going for here for themselves if they really want to go for it. Boxia is also still in the pool too.
Yeah, they're gonna be banning the Cho here. Seems to me I'm surprised they actually the Cho as a tank is okay.
I thought they were gonna take the Cho for themselves. That's why I didn't mention the Cho, but okay, this time they'll ban it out. Alright.
Okay. They just don't want to get caught off here because right now the Archive being banned, the Ruby also being banned here. To think about it here, there's a lot of heroes that can actually counter this kind of counter engagement towards Roger. Is going to be pretty insane here. We can see the smiles of Resurgence. Oh, they're respecting the power of Sana. They're respecting. They know how powerful it is, but they will leave the Gado Kacha up for grabs. So
Arta owes me so much after this, because I told him either EVOS or Resurgence is gonna lock down this Gado Kacha for today, because the majority of this band is gonna be banned out as well. So Gado Kacha, but the thing is, I didn't really think Gado Kacha was gonna be inside this game because Ruby was still up for the pick. But knowing that coming from the side of Team SG, banning out the Ruby just tells us that the next pick that Team SG is going to go for is going to be a very engaging hero. Boxia coming to the pool here, Hilda, Khalid, 3 diving into the mix here, and Ruby on the other side, they will be able to control. Come on, bring it in. There is the jaw here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see our dear friend Sana popping people. one-shotting all the way.
Yeah, this is not a great time for Chang'e as well. Chang'e is gonna dive so hard here. They have so much engagement coming from Resurgence. I'm worried here for Team SMG. You can see Long is already scratching his head. What do I do now? Jawhead, Garo Kacha, who do I pick off here? But at the same time, how will they play this here? We shall see. But as of now, I'm favoring the drafts coming for Resurgence in game number 2 right now. I'm liking the Jawhead final pickup.
Yes, I love the Jawhead too, seriously. I really want to see Soul on the Jawhead from EVOS SG. But anyway, I just have to take this Jawhead from this game for now and just savor it as much as possible. But anyway, lineup-wise, we both will agree Resurgence has it better when it comes to being initiative about it. But remember, it's not always about the drafting, it's always about how well the team or player is able to utilize that hero to its utmost potential. And we've seen it multiple times as well, and I don't even need to talk about the audience prediction as well. We have seen it so many times, it has been broken, it has been thrown. Whether drafting has a favor into it, we'll see it all later on. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into game number 2 here, or maybe the last game of the night between Team SMG against Resurgence on this beautiful land of the dawn.
And the game begins here as the blue team will be Team SMG, and the red team here we have RSG here. Goten will be playing the Boxer here, so Goten this time he's gonna be playing it on the offlane road to match up against Uranus here. It's not the most ideal matchup that I was gonna be expecting here, but at the same time they're gonna be playing tanks up onto his Hilda and also the Boxer.
Dude! KZP is the Jawhead! KZP is the one that's gonna be pumping people off! Ladies and gentlemen, KZP is about to go on crack here! Oh my lord! This is absolutely amazing!
Yup, Long gonna be playing the Khalid here. This is gonna be a little bit aggressive from him here, and Long is not afraid to punish this here. And saying he's not worried about his Boxer pickup. He knows he's gonna outclass him here. Yes, you reduce my HP regen potentially for the setup here, but when it comes to creep clear, Boxer has one of the worst possible creep clears possible. And I was expecting maybe the Hilda to play the creep clear here, but it seems to me Team SMG, they're going to prioritize on the tanks here. As you can see, Goten is trying to go for setup here. Information gathered, they will back off for now. Team SMG, they are going to buy a little bit more time here to make sure that Smooth gets his farm.
Oh man, I just don't know why I was just so hyped for it. Just seeing KZP playing all these kinds of heroes has always really psyched me out. So sorry guys, if you guys just realize how hype I am. It's just KZP. Oh, there it is! Ejected, but thankfully with the nice timing, with the Purifier, that is gonna save Saiyajin's life. That's pretty much how annoying the Jawhead is going to be, right? He literally just gets in your face with the Unstoppable Force, or even if he doesn't need it, if he's in such a great position, he can literally reposition you, and that's like the most annoying thing inside the entire game. Goten tries to run away from his life, but with the repositioning and the positioning of the entire team of Resurgence, they're able to achieve this first blood in game number 2.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? That's a horrible matchup to begin with here. Beating in the offlane here, I would rather have the Hilda down bottom here, and with no escape mechanism, he's gonna get destroyed, and RSG knows that's the weak link here, and they've been punishing Goten not once, but twice. This time, Goten will re-engage this fight here, but he's only level 4. He doesn't have the tortoise for points, but Long will join in the fight. He goes into the standstill, but that's the damage here. Meteor Shower is there. They won't drop down low here from side Resurgence. Sync get destroyed, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off. But not much is going to be committed here. SMG, they commit a full 5-man down bottom. Meanwhile, Resurgence is going to split push down middle here.
Still taking with the time as well. We can see Sana instantly, just for a good match, will rotate from the top lane towards his bottom lane. Ooh, but spots out Long. Unbreakable going to be taunting him down to as well, just to do a couple of trades on Long. Whereas the rest of the members of Resurgence getting ready to prepare to get this blue buff for themselves. Poseidon getting ready for the invasion. Spots out Sing, but they want the blue. They try to go with the Meteor Shadow, and oh, they almost got it. But Galo catch on the other side on Sana. Was able to follow up even with the Avatar on the Guardian. Sadly, will not be able to connect it on anyone, but there's a smart missile coming up from KZP.
Wow, a lot of space being bought here from side Team SMG, and that's a small win for them. But unfortunately, say they will disengage here. Nice attempt here coming from SMG, but Smooth will secure the blue buff for themselves here. Resurgence getting pressured a little bit from the blue buffs just because of how LY4 has secured their first kill for themselves. But meanwhile, Smooth has not gotten a kill yet. This time, they're going to make a move towards Sana. Does not have the ultimate available here. Sana is going to back off momentarily. momentarily here as Team SNG, they're going to be grouping up along as he goes for the bush. Sana taking a little bit more damage here. He goes for the top, but Smooth gets scouted out from KZP, forced to flicker away, and he's going to be fine. LY4 going for the dive as well. And here comes the save, but unfortunately not going to be enough here as LY4 will shut him down.
Ooh, still looking for more as well. KZP, I tell you, with the joy, it is just such a nuisance to deal with. And now Cyajin spotted out by the Feather Airstrike. Jason getting ready to zone him out. KZP, he has to eject this. So if Cyajin really want to try to make a play, he's going to be thrown all the way back, but the turtle will fall. The first turtle will be taken away by Resurgence, as currently the goal worth they have is a total difference of 2k and 1 tower.
Speaking of which, you're seeing on the middle side here, Resurgence, they have turtle buff available. LY4 is still out of control. Meteor Shower's going for the creep clear here. SMG, they're going to buy a little bit more time here. They're going to rely on the power of Hunger to buy time for the for Smooth to come up online, but so far nothing much has been happening here. LY4 from side Resurgence is going out of control. He has a red buff, unfortunately the blue buff from thanks to the pressure from Mplmysg, the blue buff gets secured by KZP instead. And this is where KZP, he's gonna try and go in for a couple of ejectors and more ejectors apparently.
Yeah, more, man. We need more. We need KZP just throw people in midair and just watch them die, right? But anyway, here comes the initiation coming out from Goten with the Shield Unity. But Jason still has his own disengagement spell, so he will be able to escape out of it. And Goten will even pop out the ultimate just to clear this middle lane. But ooh, KZP coming in. Flicker. Ooh, nice dude coming out from longer side. That's going to keep him alive a little bit more longer. But I can't say the same as our dear friend Sana trying to hold out 3 members. KZP pops out the smart missile, trying to find anyone he can catch to throw them all the way to the back here. Jason holds down low, but beautiful with a quicksand guard. It's going to allow him to sustain a little bit longer. And Cyajin, disengagement. Catches Jason. Jason has to fall back. Ooh, there's the energy impact. But I don't think it's going to be enough to kill long, as Jason will eventually fall here to Cyajin.
Oh, and at the same time as well, the fight is not over. Resurgence will get a consolation prize. They will shut down Goten, and they are forced to go back in that team fight here. But still, unfortunately, went there for long. He needed that kill for that fight there, as he pops the ultimate, but was kind of animation block from the wall. So that's going to be pretty unfortunate coming in from Team SMG. However, Resurgence, they are going to be picking up the pace here because 8 seconds left on the turtle. They are going to buy time for LY4 to secure the objectives here. The setup has been made here. They are going to be trying to apply pressure towards the top tower here. SMG knows this is going to happen here. Mplmysg is going to provide the assist.
Yes, and now that I think about it, with the Jawhead pick as well, not only are they able to be a great engaging and initiator as well and pop any of their soft supports or backline as fast as possible, but they were able to save Farsa with the ejector should anyone be a little bit too aggressive. But anyway, coming down to the bottom lane, Sing, who's gonna kill Smooth? Will he get it? Flicker combo, will get it as well. Beautiful slay. If Sing falls here, I think it's a demise. But Uranus, he's sustaining, he's healing, and he's even outrunning. But eventually, thanks to the assist coming from Mplmysg, he will eventually fall. But he held up a 1v4 and got a kill on the hyper carry. That's so big. But the ejector coming out from our dear friend KZP is going to ensure Goten will no longer be able to run away.
With Resurgence now, so much space has been created by Sing. Now they took the top tower. They are going to look for the middle side. Sana going for the push as well. The meteor shower from the side is going to push them back. But here comes the catch from Sana. He gets 2. He gets the job done. The control is there. They lose the meat tower. That's the win that they want from Resurgence. And they are going to open things up as the red buff is going to be up for contestant here. What a play from Sana.
Really well played as well as he drops down the superhero smash to set up the team and achieve the kill, and even allowing them to get this jungle invasion with such smooth plays. Still coming up towards this top lane, we can see once again Sing split pushing, ensuring that control, making sure the Team SG will not have the comfort or even trying to go towards this jungle. And come on, this is Uranus, he's still being him. Sing gonna be popping out with the Transcendent Ward and even forcing out the ultimate off of Goten. So currently Boxia will now have his ultimate, and once again Sing with the Oracle pickup, he's gonna be able to sustain just way more. Cyajin, here comes the Shield Unity.
They need Durance up very soon here as the effects of the HP reduction is slowly wearing off coming in from Goten here. And on top of the Oracle is not going to help in this kind of in terms of killing Sing here coming from Team SMG. But as of now, KZP, he's setting up for the ejector here. Who is he going to catch here? But here comes the jump. Sana going for the balls as well. He's going to soak up a lot of damage for the meteor shower. But the ejector save from KZP. He's going for the save, and SMG forces disengage and fight here. But Resurgence, What a save from KZP.
KZP just doing an exceptional job as well, not being too greedy for kills. His entire mindset is not only to put the hurt to the enemy team, but also be the savior of his own, as LY4 will be also securing the second turtle for the team. Sing being as usual, harassing Long. Jason even picking up the necklace of Durance. Now the remaining heals or any shield generation on the side here, Team SMG is gonna be having a really tough time.
Resurgence now, they have the map control. KZP once again, he's looking for the key targets here. He's looking for the dive, he's looking for the ejectors here. And Team SMG, they force the turret up at base. Sing meanwhile being Sync as the Uranus. He's gonna make so much time here. That's the reason why people don't want to play against Uranus and how annoying he is despite how the nerfs has begun. But look at this, as the game has become later here. Goten going for the jump as well. He's poking around, they're just messing around right now. And we are going to be playing Poke the Tires right now, but it's not working out here. They will not pop it flat. But Sing, once again, he's going to soak up a little more here to build up his stacks. He's not afraid to take damage here to build 20 stacks here. Long is going to go in for the dive as well, but Sing, like I said, he's doing his right job. He's trying to make space for his team here, but here comes the dive. RSG will eventually take down Saiyajin down mid.
It's so satisfying to always see just KZP just tossing people right into the Feather Asher. There's just no absolute way for you to escape. And finally, Necklace on Duro is going to be picked up by Zion Sempoy. So Sing gotta be a little bit careful, but still, Consecration on the Uranus. There's only so much healing and regen you can only stop. But anyway, coming back to the big Feather Asteroid, zoning them out, followed by even with the Meteor Shower. Both teams having both great offense and defense in towards this lane here. But Smoke gotta be careful as Sana is getting ready to jump in at any time. KZP too, he has his flicker, so he can go with a flicker ejector combo should he try to commit for it. Even Sing picking up the Necklace of Durance.
Well, the Lord's gonna be up on 15 seconds here. Resurgence, they may consider going for a kill, pick off potential here, or maybe even go for the objectives here. But the map control from Team SMG, they scouted him out. Smooth is out of position here. Here comes the jump, doesn't connect. KZP can't seem to go for the ejector here. A defensive middle shower has been used to clear the creep wave. Meanwhile, that's happening. Sing is going to be pressuring the middle tower as well. SMG, they're taking some serious heavy fire towards their base here. Sing getting dropped at half low here, but he has a lot of regeneration here. Once again, Resurgence will commit a lot to this fight, but the damage has been done. A lot of things has been made out here. The Lord is going to be key component here, but RSG seems to be, they don't really care. They just want to stop SMG. Goten going for the backlines here, can't catch him off. Meteor Shower once again catching her fifth, but Saiyajin a little bit overextending there. Gets punished and will get taken down. And because of this, RSG, they take the middle inhibitor, they take the top, they want to close this out. Can they do it? Team SMG, what is next? Can they defend? Smooth is trying to poke to a Sing, but look at this Uranus is unkillable.
Yeah, he's definitely unkillable as well, as they try to zone him out as much as possible. But the thing is, Resurgent not underestimating their opponent too much, realizing like, alright, fine. If you guys want to hide in base, totally fine. LY4 and KZP is going to be hitting towards this Lord because they have enough damage, able to sustain, able to hold down the line, and Sing just has to be Sing. Seriously, it's not just the Uranus plays, it's just Sing. Sing is just absolutely insane with the Uranus pick by himself. LY4 even taking his time to take this Lord. Oh, but he made beautiful Avatar. The God is not going to be able to connect though, but Sing will be able to punish Long for that overextension.
Yeah, as you can see, Sing here, he's going to apply the pressure, making sure the Team SMG stays in the base, and without doing anything here, Team SMG, they can't shut him off. They need to make a play right now, as the Lord is going to be knocking down the middle side of the game here, with seeing how things are going here without the inhibitors to tank the initial damage here. This may be it. TSMG, they need to make a play. Jason's just starving them out here. Goten not gonna be able to do anything out of this fight with Long on the sidelines, no buffs available. This might be it for SMG, as Resurgence is thinking to close out this game.
And we're holding on the line as well. They try to dive into the mix as well. They are fully committing all the ultimate, the Raging Sandstorm, but it's not gonna be enough. As LY4, they're hitting the throne. They don't care about anything else. They're gonna end it here with a clean 2-0 against Team SMG. Look at all the players smiling and happy, especially as KDP very satisfied with his ejector plays for the entire time in this entire game. He's even laughing, poking out LY4. It's like, hey, check, you saw my ejector at bottle lane? It was so fun.
that was fun. Like, you can see Resurgence just having fun. They're all smiles and joys all the way through here. Game 1, Game 2, they were like, oh, okay, Sana made an insane play in Game 1. Yeah, respect ban on the Ruby. Open things up. They opened up the Uranus for them. They opened up the Jaw hit as well, which previous season, Jawhead was one of the most favorable pick in the matchup here. Did not actually had a big nerf into this patch here, but it's still one of the strongest hero you can consider here. And Resurgence, somehow, they've managed to figure out, hey, maybe we can still bring this meta. And this game, 2-0, very, very convincing stuff coming from Resurgence.
It has always been a great pick at the same time, but the thing is, the reason why you don't really see it as often as the rest of the heroes pick as well, because of the kit that it brings towards his team. But in this case, it fits with their lineup, mainly because not only has majority of the picks has been banned out and toggle out, the last pick for Resurgence was literally, do we want more damage or do we want to save and have more better initiation? And their thoughts was pretty much, they have a Hilda. They have so many engagement heroes. What can we do to reposition that? And I'm pretty sure at that point they're like, Jawhead, we can eject her. We can eject her either to initiate or to even save. We saw a grand example in that game as well. Not only was he able to save, but initiate as well. And even if he wasn't trying to engage, he can still pop off anyone as long as he has the items for it. But anyway, here is the highlight, currently brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcon.
Yep, as of now, we're going to be seeing the highlights coming in, how it all went down here. Resurgence was able to take this game number 2 very, very convincing here. But starting off in the early stage of fight here, we can see it was a little bit of a really tough call to make here because Resurgence, they had to back out this fight here because they got themselves a first kill. They got the kill initially in the early stage here where Goten was overcommitted here. But after Goten died, look at how quick the respawn here because of how early the aggression came in, right? Goten was able to re-engage this fight, spinning all the way from base, come in to this fight with Resurgence having no ultimates available on the Farsa with not enough abilities. LY4 shifted to the human form as well. KZB does not have the unstoppable force to work with. It was really a tough call to begin with here. And things looked a little bit different for RSG. It looked like things were going to go south here, but at the same time, you pay attention to the minimap where there was a small circle at the top left side here. You know that KZB was always making sure for a backup plan. He was there in that bush, in particular, to scout out information here. Hey guys, there's people coming in here. Let's buy time. Let's make a little bit push here. Oh no, they're coming in. What can we do? What can we do next? And you can see that RSG, Sana, and KZB, they're always constantly opening up the map just to make sure that they have whatever information. We've talked about this about game 1, right?
Yes.
You know that with Yishun Scene, you're going to be able to have information of where the whereabouts here as long as they pop the ultimate here. And Resurgence compensate by opening up the map control, by spreading out the forces here, making sure there's a backup plan. Hey guys, there's reinforcements coming. Can we back the hell up? Yes, we are. And that's exactly what they do, which was beautifully done coming from Resurgence.
And even in this fight as well, you can see definitely from the circle and the arrow engagement, we can notice that KGP was able to get a beautiful catch also, forcing not only his disengagement skill, but also his flicker as well. Now Smooth is in a situation where he could have a choice to turn around the fight because Zion Sunpoy is on the way, followed by Long, and Saiyajin is already in the thick of things. But sadly, LY4 initiation will be there to shut him down before he can even try to make the play. And now doing this mid-tower dive as well, which Resurgence was so prioritized in getting this tower, and the damage coming out from Gadakacha on Sana, he was so confident even if he were to die there, I will be able to get a kill and secure my team a
the win conditions really well here. They know if they catch out Smooth, game's over. They catch out Smooth, game's over here. And they've targeted time and time again, despite Smooth having those kind of information to work with. But you must understand, KZB is always going to be roaming around.
Yes.
Sync is always going to be applying pressure. Same goes for Sana. And these 3 tanky heroes here, they're opening their map presence in the game was extraordinary just because of how hard is it to just even take one down here. And I felt like Sana's Gatakaja was like the key component to link up between the Uranus and Jawhead from being very over-aggressive here. Anything happens, Sana's able to pop in ultimate from time to time again to go for the follow-up in case of any kind of reinforcements or engagements to come here. And we saw a couple of engagements coming in, even in the middle fight there. Hey, we overextended here. Can you help us? Sana waiting for the dive. Boom. He caught 2 members from SFG. I will sacrifice myself as long as we get important kills. In this case, the important kills coming from SMG was 1, it was Smooth. 2, it was Saiyajin and Goten, because Saiyajin has not had the greatest time in the entire game with the Hilda, and they understood that Hilda needs the stacks. If he survives the team fight and gets stacks, that's not good news for us. Why not just kill him off?
That is true, but anyway, coming around back to the scoreboard itemization, you can definitely tell the discipline in the members of Team Resurgence. Trust me, like, look at it. Most of the time you see a Uranus, especially on Sing, you see Uranus going to pick up the enchantment talisman for themselves. Maybe some will get a little bit greedy, get a little bit more magic damage. But in this case, Resurgence, Sing and KGP, they already classified their role. They're dedicated, like, you know what? You are guys going to be doing the magic damage. You're going to do the physical damage. We're going to mainly be as tanky as possible. Sing, getting up the Brute Force Chestplate, Dominance Eyes, Oracle, Necklace Endurance, just to try to slow down the regen on the other team. And KZP, we've talked about this many times, where Jorge, when he picks up an Endless Battle or even a Blade of Hephaestus, he can actually pop someone. But in this game, he's so prioritized in saving or initiating, getting the Athena shield and the Sakuras and everything else. But this is the post-game strats. Now we can see the rich guy as usual, LY4, who also managed to keep up with the farm despite of how much engagement is happening inside this entire game. The carry is going to be Jason. Ooh, Jason! Yeah, our big man himself, and Sing on the sandbag. I mean, you ran it.
That's the power of Farsa, right? Like, we compared this game and the previous game as well, where Farsa is not going to be able to do damage, right?
Correct.
Remember the game between EVOS as well as Reborn?
Correct.
That Farsa game was a hell to play with here because there's so much mobile heroes that just can't do much in this kind of situations here. And you talked about how the ejector setup for the Feathered Airstrike is just like the perfect combo. And because of that, having Jason doing all the damage and bursting out whatever SMG is going to do here was pretty much the game plan here. Because if you think about it, yes, you can argue that Hilda can escape because he does have the passive, he does have the shield. But Baxia, how can you escape if you get caught here? You can only rely on the first skill. Ulti, yes, you can tank through that damage here, but can you tank the full force of the damage coming from Farsa? Because that's not an easy thing to do here. We saw from time to time again that Long used the Kali to actually tank it up just intentionally so that his teammates don't exactly take too much damage here.
Yes.
But do you really want to do that for a tank? What's the point of having a tank if you have a Kali who's tanking it for you? You need the Kali to be doing damage here, and it was super hard to do because if you think about it, RSG's Jawhead, Garokaja, and Uranus, you had these guys just opening up the map time and time again. It was so hard for SMG to actually fight that here, and RSG was just literally flexing their drafts. They understood their drafts, their reach as well. And even Divinity's esports game, right, where Garokacha was able to extend their reach so far ahead,
correct,
it makes it so easy for them to reinforce or provide assistance for his teammates here. Whereas Chang'e is gonna be able to forced to play in the same distance. Hilda can't provide the most immediate reinforcements. Baxia as well. So they extended reach. They understood the play styles from Resurgence. They just abused it. And knowing that Uranus, it's hard to kill Uranus, you know. It's hard to kill Gatot. It's hard to kill Jawhead. Yeah, Jawhead may be a little bit easier, but the way Sanan played it, what?
No, I know, but the
That's
thing is
insane.
But the thing is this, right? So you're able to see a lot of the things into the mission because there's just a little bit lack of control compared to the side here of Team SMG. Right now, I'm just trying to think in this post-game trap, in that entire lineup composition, could there be a better pick besides that Chang'e? I'm just trying to think. Okay, fine.
No.
Chang'e.
Could there be a better pick than the off-lane not being Hilda? That, for me, that's it. Not being Hilda.
No, the thing is because they, like I said, SMG came into this game with an idea where they just want to dominate this early game and just kept engaging as much as possible. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, bringing up the MVP is LY4 of Singapore with the Roger play. So, and in the entire game, KDA 4-0 damage remaining. Of course, it's definitely not as significant or as high as usual, but just look at the amount of gold earned in the entire day, 23%. I think this is by far the highest we have ever seen today for the amount of the MVPs here. This just shows that L1 despite engaging in the majority of the fights as well, which is really great adaptation compared to last week, but he's still also able to keep up with the farm. And just look at the amount of sustain, right? He didn't even need to go for the Queen's Wing at all. He just has full confidence that his team's going to be frontlining into the thick of things, and he just prioritizes on getting a lot of damage. Wind Talker, Raptor Shady for the jungle camp farm, and even with the Endless Battle and the Blades of Despair. Ooh! This Roger is definitely slicing and dicing in this game for sure.
Yeah, LY4 is one of the farming machine, right? We've known him to be the farm oriented here, and I like this is my first time actually seeing LY4 this team fight oriented as well. Like he's gone a long way, you know, from being the farming machine, the selfish player here, now being the one to lead the team, farm his way through and just destroy people here. And I feel like this is a huge improvement, and like to see LY4 grow all the way throughout the season here, and now being able to show himself like I can still farm and fight at the same time. But for this matchup, enough of talking about his history, okay? Let's talk about the present issue here. In that fight where he killed Smooth on the top side here, delaying the potential comeback needed from the side of SMG, getting that crucial kill on the Smooth when he got caught out and everyone had to back out, he went in for the kill, and that was pretty much his window of opportunity to snowball his way through here. And after having the lead, what's the point of getting a quick win when you are so far ahead? And to apply pressure, getting the Windtalker is definitely a better choice here, because you only get items here. Like, we're talking about itemizations, right? If you are playing, you are losing from behind, you're playing 50-50, you get the Endless Battle first. But if you're so far ahead, get the Blade of Despair first, because it gives you more physical damage here. And LY4 is able to progress throughout the entire game, snowball his way through. And I agree, it comes down to choices of what you need to do.
But in this case, like, I mean, of course, I wasn't mentioning him get Queen's Ring second either. Definitely no way, none of that nonsense for sure. But I'm just saying that because there are some itemization we are seeing among the players where even though they are in the lead, they still want to figure out their sustainability, because that just shows that some players are very humble. Some players are still having the fear because they are still expecting. Because never underestimate this other team here. But I'm just trying to point out in this game, Y4 was just so assured with the plays made by all of his teammates, with that synergy as well. They don't have to worry too much about his itemization or trying to sustain. But anyway, we're going to be passing to Ayman Lafel, who's going to be doing a beautiful interview with Resurgence. Ayman, take it away.
Hello, Singh. How are you?
Hello. Hey, we are feeling good, feeling good.
Hey, that's the most energetic hello I've ever gotten. Thank you very much, and I love the hair.
I love you too, man.
Oh, you're the best. You're the best. Anyways, first question first. What is going on with your camera? Not this one, but just now it was very shaky. Like, I hope there's nothing going on in Singapore right now.
Oh, no. There's nothing going on. Maybe just some minor earthquake for myself. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so let's get serious about the game, right? Last week, we can see that Resurgence was a little bit shaky, but today you guys seem a little bit more confident. What happened between last week and this week?
I think it's very obvious that you guys can see that my team did some minor role shift. Yeah, I think it's very obvious because maybe it's just better this way. Maybe we just felt that way. Yeah, that's why we swapped back. Yeah.
All right, looks like with just a few tweaks here and there, RSG is looking pretty good. But yes, now that you guys sort of figured out your roles, right? Just now you guys were fighting against SMG. They looked a bit lost. How did you guys feel fighting against SMG just now?
Actually, I felt that the game was quite okay. Yeah, because like somehow we felt that we studied them enough already. So yeah, so our draft we already won the draft. So from there, we just executed our plan and everything went smoothly. Yeah, could be luck also maybe.
No. I could see the pun. We did smoothly. I see what you did there. Yes, indeed. There's a player named Smooth. Yes. In case you didn't notice as well. So yeah, the final question I gotta give you, this is just a very generic question, which is, we're moving forward with MPL. How do you guys feel your chances of winning MPL Season 6 now that you've seen most of the teams that have already played?
I feel we have already seen many teams play. Right now, there's Reborn, who is looking very strong as of now.
Very strong.
EVOS also. Then GigFam also quite decent. But then, I believe you guys can see that we are maybe like dropping in the rankings and all. But we are working our way up as well. So I always feel that in the game, it's always 50-50 because everyone starts on the even ground. So
yep.
I feel, even though we were the champions for the previous season, but it doesn't mean that we will have a higher chance of winning. A new season, a new fresh start. Everything is 50-50. Yeah.
Yep. I only have to disagree with you just a little bit. It's not 50-50. Whoever I vote against, the chances is a bit higher, you know. I'm just saying I have pretty bad luck in terms of that. But hey, I really love this interview. You have been very friendly and you have been really open with your thoughts. And now I'm gonna open the floor to you. Is there anything that you want to say to all of the Resurgence fans?
Yeah, from here, I would like to say a thank you to all Resurgence fans out there, and we will continue doing our best. Thank you for supporting us and MPL SGMY. May we solve for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sync. As all of you fans heard, even though they've been pretty rocky, but we can see that RSG, they are a very solid team. They will get back on their feet and they will continue to grow and they will continue to get better. Even though it's a fresh start, everything is 50-50 except for the teams yang I vote against. And sekarang saya akan continue balik kepada Malay sebab lupa I'm a Malay kind of guy. Anyways, now we're going to go back to the English caster, to the Malay caster. Guys, let's go home and let's take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Love Film. And of course, saying no one does it better than Resurgence when it comes down to interview. Really, be humble.
I know, right? I know, right?
Be humble.
Yeah, it's always fun to actually hang out with Sing as well. He's always very vocal about his things as well. He's very he's always willing to share his thoughts on a lot of scenarios as well. And there are times it's like, hey, he feels about this. It actually makes a lot of sense as well. And we have a better understanding of how Resurgence plays here. But like I said as well, 50-50 is going to be the way to go. They are going to be making their way up here as they are on the top 4. But in the regular seasons here, it might be saving strats here as well because only the top 4 will be in the upper brackets.
Yes.
So in this case, will they be able to maintain the slot? We shall see. But the standings right now, they will go up. Whereas Team SMG will bow out at 9th place.
Things is looking not to say very grim for Team SMG. This is only going to be week number 2. They still have a chance to come back into the game here. But ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. The 2 games that the 2 BO3s they have been playing in this past 2 weeks has been with top tier teams, and I'm talking about like EVOS SG. With Resurgence, it has not been an easy ride for them at all. And also you can see in the majority of the interview, they also say that Team SMG is looking really good as well. So currently this is the basic standing. So after witnessing and experiencing week 2, day number 2, definitely tomorrow is going to be another change in the standing to see what else the team is going to be going for. But for now, I believe Resurgence, or Sing and the rest of the team, is really happy to what they are because they are still going to work their way towards the top with all their might and skills.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how tomorrow's game is going to be coming here. But today's game, well, undeniably here, among every single platform here, it's undeniable the best match of the weeks here in MPL Season 6 here. It's undeniably the match between Reborn going up against EVOS SG. Because that was just, like, we were discussing on breaks as well. It was like, that was playoff material. That was grand finals material then and there here. But I really want to see if it's going to be a best of 5 series, how it will go down.
Yeah.
However, all things considered, we are going to see more matches to come tomorrow here. To start things off for day 3 in the second week here in Mplmysg, we are going to be having Geek Fam going up against Divinity Esports right off the bat. Same time, same place tomorrow here at live at EG Network as well, and on Mobile Legends page, of course.
Yeah.
And next up as well, we have Todak as well as Forsaken going to be on a second match here. For the first time ever, Forsaken will make their debut here in the second week. On the third day, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Forsaken a lot, and they will be playing for now. Whereas the final match to close things off in day number 3, we will have Resurgence once again, and this time it will go up against Orange Love Esports.
Yes, and just want to add on to what you said about where you can find us and support all your favorite teams on our social media tags. You can find us at various locations. One, our Facebook tag, which is going to be at Mplmysg. Our Instagram tag is going to be at mpl.mysg.official, and of course you can find us at Astro Arena and of course EGG Network. But of course, all these teams here finally really dedicated of all the clash between the nations today. Singapore still takes the most points, 2-1 here among our 6 teams here for today. But everyone has been performing exceptionally well, very phenomenal. I'm very satisfied. You're satisfied. The BM stream is probably having the time of life. I'm hearing them go to town with this as well. Arthur, I probably have to go like give him a pat on the back because you know SNG also gives me such a. But he's doing really. But they did a really great game. Sure, the drafting wasn't really in their favor, but they still managed to pull through such an amazing game and amazing play. By the way, Terrace, anything else you want to say before we call it for today?
See you guys tomorrow.
And don't forget the drink and water. Sanito for more exciting games. We'll see you guys tomorrow.